You have to get it permitted for chip, permitted for talking.
Yeah. That's not
Not
bad
totally,
idea.
that's not totally an insane idea.
No. We've got some mulch out there. We've got a pretty big pile of mulch that we could probably use for.
It'd be worth experimenting. You know, the crows are gonna probably dig through it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt to try. Really not a bad idea.
Yeah.
We just had this conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
Alternative day to cover.
Yeah.
Good idea.
So I've done one happy dance today. I feel like jumping up and doing another one over this statement that you just made that we are now filling trench G. That is so huge for this county. I don't think most people understand.
No.
that.
Yeah, that's,
In a lot of different ways.
yeah.
A follow-up question, then, do we have to get each trench approved as we complete the digging on those trenches?
Right.
Should we have to go through the
Correct.
QA on the next?
I'll have to get the next one surveyed after it's dug and then send it to Golder, and then Golder will come up with CQA and then send it to the state, and then the state will say.
Would you anticipate starting that process about the time we're half done with trench G, or could we
Well,
run into some time delays this go around?
I'm hoping that as soon as the ground thaws, we can get a scraper and finish digging the second trench and start the third. Or probably what we'll probably do is we'll start the second trench, which is F or H. And then maybe after we dig that, we can start the area fill.
Okay. not
Start
use
scraping area fill
I,
and leave I where it is for now,
Not have to use it, not dig it even.
not dig it even.
So my question was though, when would you start trying to get permitted for H? We don't want to wait till G's done.
No, we are permitted for all three.
Oh,
So the only thing we would have to do is get the survey from
Okay.
CQA. Yep,
okay, got it.
yep,
Got it.
signed. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
Which shouldn't be a big
No, it took,
scheduling.
as soon as I had the survey, I sent it to Golder and they whipped it up within, half a day. Yeah.
So we don't have to wait on.
The only thing that
her name, yes.
we have to wait on is we are not approved for the area fill yet.
Right, but I'm talking about the trenches.
But yeah.
Jill's done with her.
Right.
Okay, on
Yeah.
all three.
On all three.
Oh, okay. Good. That was my question.
Yep.
Outstanding.
Yep, so. And then, yeah, I'm gonna try to maybe, now that we got this loader. If we're not too busy, I'm gonna try to get more cover on trench E too, so the crows. I mean, we got quite a bit of litter out there right now that I need to get a handle on, and I will,
Yeah,
just the crows, I got a quarter mile of trash that's this high above the ground. And they're just picking at it, so anyway. I'll get it figured out.
do you think it would be wise and relevant to consider budgeting for some fencing around those east side of those trenches or not?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
Had to pull tumbleweed out.
Might as well,
Tumbleweed crew.
yeah, my plan was with operating services and or professional services. And what contract labor is to pull some of that money and do sections of the fence.
Right.
Right now with that first section would be where G is, and then just continue as the
As
years
we
go.
go south,
Yeah.
take the fence on
Right.
south.
I've got snow fence on San Cristob's fence right now, and we're gonna add a section of it to it, so we're controlling that, but. I mean, it's a good question, how much you want to, how much does the county want to spend to try to,
Yeah, well. Hard to say about that area landfill, but I'm assuming
Right.
whatever dollars we spend on the fencing on the east side of those trenches would also eventually help the
Oh, yeah.
area landfill
Sure.
too,
Yeah.
right? I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
it's not wasted money.
no,
Really, it would be if we fenced all the way around the substation
right,
and then south to
South.
the south corner of the area landfill. Eventually, that's probably what's gonna have to be done to contain
Yeah,
the trash.
that's what, ideally, yeah, that's what we need.
If that substation goes in, they'll chain link fence that.
Right.
They won't tolerate trash blowing in
No.
there.
Yeah, I've already talked to my brother
Yeah.
about that.
That would be ugly.
Well, yeah.
Everybody will shoot it full of bullets.
And hopefully,
They're building there.
hopefully they don't do that for another
Yeah.
few years until
Nothing.
we're away into the area, so
Area.
we're away from that.
So you think between your professional services and your contract labor?
Yeah, I was actually gonna do that first section this year, but the cost is just too, for materials.
So what if, yeah, have you better later?
Yeah, we'll just wait and see. Hopefully materials come down some and then, build a 200-foot section to start, And then,
Yeah, top rail or
I don't see reason.
maybe a wire, but
Yeah,
I would bet
6
you
feet,
we could-
5 feet's all you need.
we could get volunteers to cover the labor side of that.
Right.
Do
Just
the-
materials.
Inmate work crews come this far.
Possibility.
I haven't
yeah,
even-
but
Ask that question.
They put our fence up in front of the shop and whatnot.
Oh, really?
Had one guy that wouldn't go on the inside. He liked it on the outside of the fence. They participate in that, and we also have had them trimming roads down there in that area, but I don't know that they've ever come up this far. It might be worth checking out. You'll see.
Yeah, who would I talk to? Any idea?
I could try to find out.
Okay,
oh, you're talking about state,
Yeah,
oh.
even if they came up and just picked up some litter,
Yeah.
I mean, that would be helpful too,
probably now would be the time to be reaching out to him to get on a schedule if
Right.
I was wanting assistance for some of that.
Okay, I'll make a note of that
So you think probably 200 feet minimum,
for the first section. Yeah,
1,200 feet around the corner and out to the south.
200 feet, it's probably, so those trenches are 93 feet wide. So it would cover the first two.
Yeah, okay, I'm thinking now about Grant.
Right,
You
right.
think CDPHE would be interested in that kind of?
Probably some.
I could look into that too.
Well.
Right.
It's
It's a lot.
trying to shove that onto your
No,
plate, I'm just
no.
thinking out loud.
Right now, because we're in trench G, the majority of the trash blows through the trench to the east. And so as long as we contain it on that fence right there,
Yeah.
we're,
Yeah,
So. So this winter is gonna be kind of rough on us, but no different than last winter.
unless we could get in there in the next
Unless
30
we-
days
Right.
and put up a chain link fence.
Right, right. I was thinking about moving the current chain link fence that we have, but I think that's just gonna cost
Yeah,
more issues than, just building a new one. But
not really. If I may, sir, sorry.
sure.
How many employees do you have and how many employees constitute full staff at the landfill?
Currently, we have myself, Bill, operator, James, intake tech, and then Dennis is part-time till the end of the year. I do have an ad in the paper for a new operator. And hopefully by the 15th of December, me and Braden will decide. I'm gonna probably schedule some interviews once they come in. I only have like 10 right now.
And if you hire. If you fill this ad, you fill the position you're advertising for now, would that bring you to full staff?
Yes,
And if your part-time person leaves, you'll refill that or what's your?
well, so Dennis is currently on the landfill salary. And then after the first of the year, he will go on to Custer County Recycles until he retires or leaves, which I think it's gonna be the 15th of January. So then that position, if it gets filled, will be Custer County Recycles.
Right,
Right.
but I'm asking about the landfill side.
Nope,
You wouldn't fill that
no.
position,
Mhm.
because originally that was half-time position for landfill. I'm sorry, for recycling,
Recycle under the landfill,
under landfill.
right?
Then we split those apart
Right.
and that went to recycles.
Right.
If he retires or leaves, you're not gonna fill a half-time over there on the landfill.
No, However, we did slot, and I can't remember what the number is, for Rusty as far as
Yeah, you did,
contract.
and I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
It says 0.5.
You got a hat
It looks
here.
like it is,
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Talked to Rusty the other day, said he's still planning on helping.
But no, there will not be a part-time, full
Okay.
part-time
Okay,
employee.
so we, and I never really noticed this the other day in our budget hearing, but if we take this as fact, then you're gonna bring him on as a half-time employee in January, Rusty. Or is that
it's
available?
available.
Okay, thank you.
It's more, it'll just be, if he comes out, then all time clock plus his hours.
You'll have
and it
the
is what
money
it is.
budgeted
Yeah.
to cover the work he does.
And it will not go above part-time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The most he'll ever work is when he's helping with his paper
Right.
for a month.
I wonder, and this is a Braden question, we've run into this now 2 or 3 different times. PRN is this French signification of what we in America basically call as needed. Which is really what this is, right?
Mhm.
We're budgeting money for an as needed person, he's not a half-time employee, which it makes it look like he is,
Right, right.
so. We got it the same. thing
Well,
over in
I mean-
public health.
If it said it was, if he was to be said as halftime. Can it be said like that, but not exceed,
Utilized.
yeah.
And that's, I think, the
That's what they're
assumption,
doing.
don't you?
Yeah.
It's contract labor, basically.
Right.
There's no fringe or anything, just half-time.
On his-
Available.
You looking at this
Yeah.
spreadsheet,
He's got 0 on benefits and stuff,
Correct. Yeah.
so it's.
benefits,
He had 0 insurance costs, 0 employment. Remember when he was talking about it?
yeah, I must be on a different,
I got Christensen. Land.
okay, you're on the salary one, I was on the.
Yeah.
The one that had the COLA.
Yeah,
You're on the other one?
Yeah, I'm on
Okay,
it.
sorry, I was looking at the wrong one then. See if I can find it, first page or second?
Second.
page.
Oh, the one down, okay. Yeah, I was looking at the different spreadsheets, so that. But nonetheless, even half-time wouldn't get that right.
Right,
Those would be zeroed even on a full 20-hour a week
that's
half-time.
right.
This to me is more on a PRN basis as needed.
And Rusty's not willing to go full-time anyway. He
I
retired.
asked him the other day,
Yeah, I did too. I said, "How you doing? I'm having fun. Helping when I can."
Yeah.
Come back and get.
He likes to come and
for a while.
move some dirt and then leave.
Get his heavy equipment fixed every now and then, yeah. Good.
Teach it.
Okay, all right.
By the way, he said, you're coming along. You've learned well.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's been easy, but it's not been,
Quick step.
you know, yeah. It's-
Yeah,
The toughest deal is picking up the trash. I mean, in the wintertime,
yeah.
I mean, that's the biggest issue.
Yeah,
It really is,
which
but
begs a look from the commissioner level, I think that. It always boils down to money, but now we have a department head out on a day off. Picking up trash in the landfill and putting it in paper sacks. Doing his part, but it's really not his job. Appreciate you doing that.
yeah, it's okay. I mean,
Don't mistake,
You
but,
don't have.
well, it's just,
well, you feel you do have to, right? Because you don't have anybody else.
it was
In
nice.
the end, if he does.
It was a nice day,
he's
you
got a
know.
lot of people.
And doing it that day, I mean, I didn't really mind because then there's nobody calling me on the radio, you know,
Interrupt.
and it's a lot easier once I do have that other operator,
Yeah.
because then I can do the computer stuff. And then, you know, come to town, do whatever, and then I don't have to
Go
be.
pick up
in the
trash
office,
if you have
Go
to.
pick up trash. So until we get that higher, you know, then it is what it is. I get honked at
You say
anyway.
you've had 3 responses so far or no? Did I just hear that.
I've got 2
Okay.
and then 1 possible, that I haven't heard from, but it's possible.
Good. Well, hope that goes well.
Yeah.
You'd like to fill that. by the first of the year.
15th, yeah, probably at least decide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. That's it for me.
I'm good.
I'm not doing anything else.
Okay.
Thanks for being
All right,
here.
no. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yep.
I hope someday
Call
you'll
me if
have
you need
it.
me this afternoon. I probably won't need you.
Yeah, I will call you, but I don't anticipate it.
Okay.
Who's next? And then-
All right, thank you, sir.
Break.
Okay, you say you need a break?
Yeah.
Okay, I will call a short recess before we do recycling. Let's take,
Well, how do we get break at 11? It's 11 and we're wanting to go on break. That's almost like it was.
schedule or something. I've never had a break scheduled in my.
I know.
before.
I know.
Yes,
And we did it right on the money.
Not that I paid any attention, Dick.
that's correct. and video.
All right, it's Kevin Day. I will reconvene this meeting of the Buster. All right, let's try that again. I will reconvene this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. And the time is now 11:08. Our next item up is recycling report. So
We're the first ever.
First ever.
Good morning, sir.
How are you,
If you guys
Commissioner?
don't know Tim
Commissioner?
Harmon.
Yeah, I know him.
Okay,
Kevin Day.
all right, good.
Nice to see
I
everybody.
don't know that
Good
I've
morning.
actually met you yet.
Okay.
HARMON.
Yes.
TIM.
Thank you.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Yeah, doing good. I'm looking to see here. Did we get?
We do have. It was the next one after the landfill.
Yep, H is number
Oh, yeah.
H.
Yeah, H, got it.
In the new Dewey Decimal System. Didn't know what that
If
is.
you'd like to, you want to run down through there with us on that?
Sure.
I know, yeah, this is your first time, so.
It is my first time, so I don't know if you're looking for just to jump in this.
At the end of this, we're gonna get the rack out, and stretch it.
Stuff, if you want to go through it, whatever you want to do, whatever you think we need to know.
Okay, well, well, the program began operating in July of this year with the goal to significantly reduce recyclable materials from entering the county landfill. The initial funding for the facility, the equipment, the baler, et cetera, was provided by a grant from Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. We currently collect and process cardboard, aluminum cans, steel cans, and mixed paper. There are also 2 additional collection sites. Cans for Canine is located at Dundee Memorial Park in Silver Cliff. Recycle Roundup is located off Lake Dewey's Road. The collection trailers at these sites are transported regularly by a group of volunteers to the CCR building for processing. The processed materials are then negotiated and sold, shipped through recycle brokers.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Volunteers, you got 25 total.
Yes, sir.
Are they pretty steady or? Yeah,
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
sometimes people volunteer and then after it gets to be a chore, they have name peel off.
Yes, it's been my experience so far that we have a very regular group. We do have people that return to other places during the winter and then come back, in the warmer months, that kind of
So
thing.
what's the minimum you need, 10 or you need all 25 to be?
I would not say that we need all 25. 10, probably 10 at any given time would be adequate. But they've been fantastic. I do want to say that. And
I know they have. I was just wondering if you see a trend.
right. Yes, everybody's been great. And I think, as I was saying, they are an invaluable asset out there.
Good.
Okay, let's see. Statistically, cardboard is by far the most recycled material out there, by probably 25 or 30 times over anything else. We get a lot of cardboard daily. The average bale is about 1,500 pounds. We've produced 84 bales since July. We've sold 60. The last 2 loads, which is between 28 and 32 bales, was negotiated at 35 a ton. The markets are very, very low from what I can see. That was negotiated through Mickey Berry, which I understand has been the broker with the previous recycle program for quite some time. He quoted us at 35 per ton, which was actually $10 per ton over Centennial Recycling, in Denver. So those shipped out. That was in the month of November. We have 24 bales remaining at CCR. One other note, I would say that we've began to clean up our cardboard, and the cardboard from now on will be corrugated cardboard only. The previous bales that have sold, and the vast majority out there, I think we only have 2 new upgraded bales, have included paperboard and smaller weight cardboard. That is now going into the mixed paper, which has increased our mixed paper volume. We'll be processing more of that, but the clean cardboard allows us to negotiate with more brokers. It also allows us to get a better price overall. And so after considering everything, considering the cleanup and the time it took to do that, even though the downgraded quote unquote cardboard was sellable, we decided to go with the upgraded cardboard.
Those bales undercover?
They are not, but we are currently working to build a structure that protects them. It's dry enough here that has not presented a problem, but under very wet conditions, it could present a problem.
Very lucky the snow's not
Very lucky. Yes, sir.
melting.
Yes, sir. Aluminum, average weight bale, 700 pounds. We've produced 7 total bales since the program began. We have not sold any. The reason being on that is 28 to 32 bales is required for a semi-load. We are at 7. We have 7 remaining. Steel.
What is the price?
Oh, I'm sorry.
May be worth it.
Probably not. The price on all the commodities are very, very low at this time. And so it's probably benefits us to wait until they come back. I can't quote you a price. It changes so drastically daily. It also varies between brokers, but it is very low.
Pretty volatile market, isn't it?
Very, very much so.
On one given day, 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, I called Inicio in Pueblo and asked them about their spot price on aluminum beverage cans, 50 cents a pound.
Right.
He said, I've never paid over 80. So he said, take that for what it's worth.
Right. Right. Okay, let's see. Steel.
Just a quick question.
Oh, sure. Yes, sir.
Do we have any idea how much we're throwing into the landfill still? Because people don't necessarily take the time to separate them.
Well, I do not know as far as what they're doing on that side of things. I don't know what
they'll bag it in a bag and dump it. Nobody knows what's in it.
Right. That's correct. And I'm not on that side of operations.
I'm just curious.
But it seems, we have a steady flow at CCR.
Yeah.
And people, when appropriate, I greet people that come out there and talk with them and answer questions. And it's been a very positive response from everybody I've talked to. Everybody seems to appreciate what we're doing.
Yeah.
And it's just been a very positive experience. So, I'm hoping through, continuing education, the work Joni does, Joni Liebman, that we will, continue to raise awareness about recycling and continue to, encourage people to recycle. Let's see. Steel is pretty much going to be the same story as aluminum. We've produced three bales since the beginning. 2 of those bales were produced in the month of November.
Yeah, a total of 4.
A total of 4.
We had 2 bales still remain.
Steel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I skipped that. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no problem.
Yeah, 3.
So we have 3 remaining. Now, our broker in Denver has told us that we can actually combine a load with the metals. So we would not actually have to have
That was
20.
gonna be one of my questions, if you could sell a mixed load of that.
We can, according to her, we can combine aluminum and steel on the same truck.
Good.
So.
Separate bales, but same. truck.
Separate bales with the same truck, and it can be a mix of any number of each. The mixed paper, as I mentioned before, we we only have 2 total bales there. We are reaching capacity at this point, and actually it's priority to bale those, and we probably have a couple bales ready to go. We've changed the paper requirements. That's one of the policy changes that has been made recently. So mixed paper will now include not only office paper and opened mail and things like that, but it will also be combined with newsprint. So the newspaper will be combined with the mixed paper, also wrapping paper, brown paper, paper bags, and paperboard. That's the big one. That's the one that was used to be combined with the cardboard. So our volume of mixed paper has now gone up. So I don't believe it's not, we're not going to have the volume that we have with cardboard, but the mixed paper volume is going to, it looks like it's going to really expand. So I think we should be able to move it.
Operationally, that is a big deal out there.
Right,
Big deal.
right. Yes,
Doesn't sound like much sitting in here, but boy, out there is.
it really is.
Yeah.
It really is. And the paper is, very heavy. As you can see, I have 1,600 pounds for average weight per bale. That is with us, with our mixed paper, with us allowing magazines, things like that. It could actually be even higher. It could go all the way up to, maybe 1,800 pounds per bale. And so, and according to our brokers that we're dealing with now, it is sellable right now, but again, the market's very, very low.
You think it's worth more than cardboard?
Yes, actually, I do. Yes, mixed paper will bring more than cardboard.
This technical question that
Yes, sir.
may be wrong. What's the capacity of that baler? Because you're getting different weights out. What's the maximum? What limits the size of these bales, the weight of these bales?
Well, the size of the baler, it's going to produce bales that no matter what
The
commodity
dimension
is in
always
there,
the same.
the dimension will always be the same.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so cardboard, why is cardboard that much? Well, I guess maybe it's, I don't know, it seems like cardboard ought to be heavier, but maybe not.
Well, I would
Aluminum,
say
why?
density. The paper, that compactor compacts at such a high pressure
Right.
that
But
there's
see, you can
just,
make a 1,200-pound steel bale, but only a 700-pound aluminum bale.
that's
That
correct.
doesn't make sense.
Well, you wouldn't
Well-
think so, and I thought the same thing too when I first looked at those bales, but obviously aluminum just doesn't weigh as much per volume as paper.
But you can compress it. Well, that's probably the real
Yeah.
answer. Though.
Yeah.
You can only get it so
Yeah,
tight.
I kept
That's
thinking, we'll
correct.
just keep compressing it. I
Yeah.
thought a bale of aluminum would weigh the same
Yeah.
as a bale of anything else, not the case.
That makes sense. Because the aluminum atom is smaller in weight than a steel atom.
Right. Oh, okay.
Makes sense. Only so
Uh,
much.
The baler does everything automatically, which is fantastic. There's a lot of, safety, a lot of safety involved. It will shut down, under, if anything is incorrect or if there's something, going wrong with the baler, it will shut down. But it automatically, I guess, it lets you know when a bale is complete. You
Mhm.
cannot keep adding material, to
And
make it
accidentally
bigger.
over
Right.
jam it and jam her up.
And most of these figures that I've put here, they're coming out of the Marin, which is the manufacturer, out of the manual for this particular baler.
Mhm.
So it is going to bale uniformly across the board.
But you have the ability now, this is a setup question,
Okay.
but you have the ability now to tell us exactly how much each bale weigh, right?
We
Because
do, we
you
do.
have a scale.
We do have a scale. We have a pallet scale. We can extract the bale, place the bale on the scale and get a number there.
You have to
So,
provide that as proof to the user, or
We
is
do-
the
we
guy
do- we do.
buying it has his own scale?
no, sir, we do not. What happens or what has happened thus far, I am relatively new. I started on October 6th, but, so I've only experienced,
One guy.
one guy, and I've only experienced, now we did have Centennial come down and look at our facilities. And they seemed very impressed. They were very happy. But we've only sold to Mickey, and I've only been a part of 2 sales, and that was on cardboard. But the way it goes is we load the truck, and then the truck is actually weighed at
Here
that point.
at our
So we get a total weight. So the first shipment
Okay.
we had was 28 bales. The second was 30 bales. So it's not an absolute, absolutely necessary that we weigh every single
Makes
bale.
sense.
The other portion of that is that it will be to our advantage to be able to weigh those bales to report back to CDPHE who granted us the money.
Yeah, need to have our record.
Yeah, they're
Sure.
interested in knowing how much conversion's going on,
Okay.
but yeah. Hopefully, we will weigh every bale. That's my hope, but maybe we don't have to. I don't know.
Well, at this point, I will look into that.
Yeah.
I will look into
I
that.
think they're gonna have discussed that at the board meeting too.
Okay. I think that's something that's very good to look into.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I will move on to our volunteers. We touched a little bit on that, but we do have a fantastic group. It's coordinated by Joni Liebman and Steve Tappy. I work closely with both. Just to give an example, we recently established Wednesday as cardboard day. Again, we recycle cardboard like nothing else. So Steve coordinates the volunteers coming in. That's our biggest day. We coordinate the trucks that haul from the collection sites that bring the trailers in on that particular day. We also have a volunteer that brings in cardboard from various businesses around the area. And he uses his own vehicle and brings in loads on that day as well. So I believe the last 3 Wednesdays, we've baled 2 complete cardboard bales plus just on Wednesday alone. So we're moving a lot of cardboard. And I think we've already gone over, we have about 25 volunteers. By task, we have pretty much everyone at one time or another will sort. We have 10 dedicated haulers that actually will haul trailers to and from our collection sites. And then we have 5 right now that are capable of operating the baler and the skid steer.
So they're not charging you fuel.
They are not.
Pretty
No,
good volunteer.
they are good. They're good. And that's with the help of Joni and Steve and working in conjunction with High Country Recycling.
Very committed bunch of volunteers. That's.
Well, and I will point out on the total volunteer hours, and this actually even surprised me a little bit. Now we have them sign in, and they are all considered Custer County volunteers. They've all signed off on that. We had 60.75 hours, volunteer hours in October. We had 90 in November. So we definitely have volunteer help, which is invaluable again.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Because we kind of crossed this the other day. An issue with OEM, as a matter of fact, I believe. Your volunteers that are hauling are using their own vehicles, so I think they would be covered there. But my question probably falls in the line of the ones that are running the skid steer in regards to being covered under the county's policy.
Okay, I believe I do.
They are.
They are.
They
Yeah,
they sign,
I wasn't sure, that's why I asked that question.
they do sign a liability waiver, but they are covered, I believe, to some extent.
Recycling board worked with Braden. Braden sits on the recycling board, so he's got a hands-on grasp on getting that coverage for those volunteers.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's an additional coverage, I think. Okay, thank you for that.
And they do sign in, and log their hours, at the center. So that's how we track that. Let's see, okay, Baylor issues. So early October, this is right when I began, a mechanical issue with the Baylor, was discovered. The ram, which is actually the compressing mechanism that compresses the bales, was slightly, very, very slightly out of alignment. However, it's a precise machine and that is not good. It still is operational. I did make the decision because there's been a little bit of delay with Altitude, who installed the machine to begin with. They've actually come down and looked at it. We've had a little bit of a delay with scheduling their techs to come down. They did give us an estimate of $3,558.98 to repair it. That would be a maximum amount. It is possible that it may not come to quite that number. And I actually called Altitude yesterday to get an update, and I expect to hear something back within the next day or two. And then we will schedule the techs to come down from Denver, and they will get the machine back in shape. And the reason I put aluminum and steel on hold is because we basically had cleaned out all the aluminum and steel from the recycle center and the trailers. And so we have room to keep accepting steel and aluminum, obviously. So we do have time, but I did not want to put any more stress on the machine, but it is baling cardboard fine. It also presents a wiring issue. Once the bale is completed, it has to be wired before it's extracted. It's a little bit difficult, or it can be a little difficult. It kind of seems to vary from bale to bale on being able, the wire doesn't guide through properly. So we're hoping to get that taken care of as soon as possible.
Too bad that happened, but that's the way it goes.
Right, exactly. I've included some program goals. Again, just to continue, to educate the community about recycling, the effects on our landfill, and recycle, encourage recycling. Personally, I'm working to create a network of recycle brokers. In the past, we've dealt with one single broker. I think it would be to our advantage, to create a network. Right now, we've reached out to Centennial.
Where are they, in Denver?
They're in Denver.
There's
And
one in the Springs, not Centennial, but Colorado.
Right.
Seen a lot.
And that's what I would like to do. I just feel like it creates more choices. It also allows us, as I mentioned before, Centennial offered us $10 a ton less on the cardboard. That's not always going to be the case. It's just very dependent. These brokers work to find buyers, not only all over the country, but actually, in Mexico and different places. So I think it's always good to have as many connections as possible to be able to, maximize what we can get. And just, there's just more choices. Sometimes, even getting trucks can be difficult. And it may take days or even a week or two to get a truck to come in. And so being able to, and these brokers also understand, they don't expect an exclusive relationship. They're all understanding of all of that. They know you're working with other brokers. They know that. And so I would just like to expand the network. The next one is to seek buyers within the state of Colorado. Emphasizing paper mills. There are grants that are available that I've read and we're possibly pursuing, that the possibility of getting these grants require that it be an in-state buyer. Now, that's not true with all the grants, of course, but I just think that would be good. The recent cardboard sale that was transported to Lawton, Oklahoma. I guess in the past, we've had cardboard shipped down to Mexico and different things like that, which is fine. But I think it is, worth the effort to seek buyers within the state. And so I am currently pursuing that. I'd like to see us to continue to, write for grants from CDPHE, REEO, and any other organizations that may offer funds for, recycling. And then, of course, we're, in the works of completing the construction of the office and the cardboard storage facility, as we talked about earlier. Hopefully can complete that in the next year. And then we are in need of additional electrical outlets in the building. And so we're hoping to fund that as well.
Good report. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, it would be interesting if we moving forward, Kim, and this is again, probably a conversation at the board level.
Yes, sir.
It would be interesting for me as a commissioner to know how many bales every time you give a report. Next month, say we bailed X number of bales of this, none of this, this, and this, which you kind of laid out, but this is from July to November.
Right.
Do that on a monthly basis. The other thing, it'd be interesting if we could track the spot market on these commodities.
Okay.
So
Yes,
we'd
sir.
have some idea, not that it's a huge deal. You're gonna do
Yes, sir.
that at the program side. But,
Yes, sir.
if somebody asks me, hey, what's aluminum worth? I don't know.
Right.
What's cardboard? I don't know. Well,
Right.
I don't know, is not a very good answer.
Right. Correct.
Just lack of knowledge.
Right.
So,
Right.
$35 a ton and 50 cents.
yeah, that's a pretty good answer.
Right.
Because I didn't have a clue what aluminum was worth on that scale, see?
Well, and that did concern me
Not much.
coming into this meeting. I like I said, the market is so volatile, but it's just so extremely low. And the brokers that we're dealing with right now, if there was any significant change at all, they would, of course, notify me. But at this time, we're dealing almost primarily with cardboard. I mean, we're nowhere near even negotiating a sale on aluminum or steel or mixed paper. So that is where we're at. But I understand, and next time I will provide that information.
Not a big deal, not a deal breaker. Bill asked about storage of the cardboard. So they do have the ability to store the paper in a storage container, shipping container.
That's correct. And there's 2 on site
Yeah.
for that purpose.
So if
Sure.
we have to hold paper for either one, for a load, or 2, we say, we're gonna wait, we're gonna bet on the market coming up,
Correct.
have that ability. The problem is, could be a budgetary concern.
Right.
That's why I believe, I got poo-pooed on it, but I believe that baled recycled business, material should have a value and should be counted as an asset, but county government doesn't operate that way.
No.
So it could be at the end of the year, Tim comes in and says, yeah, we expected $30,000 in cardboard sales, we only sold 18. However, we've got 20 in inventory that we're just waiting to sell for whatever reason.
Well, and that,
It still has value.
right, and that was a big concern when I started. no one seemed interested in our cardboard. We had, I believe when I started, we had 64 bales sitting out there,
Yeah.
which is obviously over 2 semi loads. And was trying to negotiate, and once I was able to talk to some brokers, almost immediately they said, yes, we can sell it. Now that was the downgraded version, but with the upgraded version, it will open up. If that happens again, that will open up. It will be sellable.
Yeah.
You know.
We gotta move along pretty soon.
Okay.
I just want to ask a quick one. What's
Yes, sir.
Tom told us? What's the bale size? 4x4x8 or what is it?
4x4x5.
By
I
5,
wanted-
that's
I
correct.
thought it was Weird
Yes,
size.
sir.
4x4x5. They're almost square.
Mhm.
They are.
So that makes it, that's why I was wondering how you got it into a shipping container. Because you can drive in with a forklift.
You can, the skid steer will take it in, and the containers that we have, I believe that each container would exceed a semi load.
Mhm.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to
So-
pick it up.
Right, probably not. But we do have the ability to say that. So,
All right, sir.
well, thank you,
Good
gentlemen.
job.
Appreciate
You
it.
got the first one under your belt.
Yep.
It'll get easier now. But you did a good report. Good
Okay,
job.
good report.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very
You
much.
didn't get a whole lot of direction on what we expected.
Right,
now.
exactly. Well, I was a little worried about it. Thank you for that.
I
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim. All right,
Have a good
see
day.
you, yep. Waiting on.
Okay, just-
Did he say what he wanted?
Yep, we're ready. Thanks, bye. No, and he said there's no rush, no hurry,
Okay.
so. Billy decided to stay home today,
Yes,
too long a day for her.
Hmm?
Too long a day for her.
well.
She didn't want to watch
since
grass
we're-
grow.
since We're leaving tomorrow, she's trying to get stuff squared around. So we can do that.
Where are you going?
Bonita Spring. It's right by Fort Myers, Florida. He's going all the way to Florida.
That's where the flood was. Are you
The-
sure it's
the
still
eye of the
there?
hurricane went-
Yeah, I know, we're right zipping by there.
The eye of the hurricane went right
Is that
over.
right?
Yeah, I was talking about that.
I know there's some places that we're lucky.
And the ice cream store still standing, so they're in good shape.
That's me.
All right, what do you want?
I just want 2 signatures
Okay,
and
that's-
then I'm good.
Oh, that's good.
That's what I
It's a
want.
Very small ask.
I know, it really is. Just 2 signatures. That's all I want. That's all I care about right now.
Pretty.
Well, no, that's actually, I have one more little thing, but
No,
these
see, now there you go.
are the 2 big things. So did you read them? This is that memorandum of understanding for Prowers. It's right
And-
there.
And that one will actually come up a little later. And it's on the agenda as a separate item.
Oh,
Unless we.
To approve if you want us to
I'm
approve.
okay doing it now, except to you guys.
I think get out of the
What do you
way.
think, Clint?
Yeah, that's
Not a
fine.
huge deal, is it?
No.
Not like an IGA.
So this is a standard thing.
it's a standard thing that we do every year.
Okay.
This is for our MOU for Prowers County to do our hotline calls for our adult financial, I was just doing that. Our adult protection and our child welfare. They answer the calls and send them directly to us. So it's,
I would move we approve the MOU with Broward counties.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve the MOU with Prowers County to provide a hotline service for Custer County Human Services. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. I don't know, I doubt We're not seeing any hands online.
Are you doing
I do have a comment.
Okay.
Well, one,
I'm doing that one too.
Bank says, look at
Ask for
this.
that.
I reviewed it. It's the same one each
Yeah.
year.
Mhm.
I looked at it.
So I get tickled. The estimated number of APS reports, adult protection service reports, for 2023 is 2
Well,
at $23 a piece.
and I can tell you right now, it's gonna be more than
More
that,
than that.
but yeah, that's what they put in there.
So
So,
the recipe, it says it is.
yeah, that's what they say.
So,
And I can tell you right now, it's more than 2, but,
yeah, I thought that was almost humorous that they.
yes,
We didn't quite meet the first benchmark.
definitely.
Okay, seeing no hands raised and no further discussion, those in favor of approving the MOU between Broward County and Custer County Human Services for the hotlines call center signify by saying aye.
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 And you just have to sign, you don't have to sign all of them. You just sign right there, and then I send it off, and then all these other people sign
Okay,
there.
and then Kelly gets her duly recorded, duly copied and duly recorded.
And you usually want that after everybody signs it. Yes. Okay,
Please.
please.
I just wanted
You
to
don't
make
have a
sure that you were
recycling
getting
bin in
your
your
copy.
vault.
Yeah, it's called a file.
Yeah.
This one here, the next one actually says attest by.
Oh. I can do that.
You can attest.
So I move we also consider the memorandum of understanding for early childhood development, same issue.
Yes, and this one was one that I had you guys sign before. And there was a big deal about some of the counties did not like it, and so they reworked it. And so now here we are with it again. Okay. This is, oh, you
Was
should,
that a motion?
Yeah, I said I.
Oh,
I was second.
I'm
So now you can talk.
Now I
okay.
have a motion on the floor to accept the MOU for the early childhood
It's-
development in Custer County and discussion.
Well, it's the same one. They just redid some wording in it. And so I just need to have it signed again. Okay? And there you are the chairman. You're right there.
We'll wait till we vote.
Well, I know, but I'm just gonna give it to you so I don't,
There's, a second copy, so, or we can make a copy underneath the gecko.
right here. That's,
So
yeah,
then if you want to sign 2, Kelly can have one for recording and she. Actually.
She can't record it until after she gets the signature.
No, she gets the signature. So I'm pretty good. Okay,
So, I don't know.
well, I thought
Okay.
the one that had to have moved in now, but I want
She
you.
has to
Okay,
test both
uh,
signatures.
Yeah.
So-
Okay, no worries.
Other discussion?
Let's look at it, I'm assuming.
Mhm. I'll send it to Claire.
Yeah. I did. Okay. Seeing no hands raised and no further discussion, those in favor of approving the MOU between Colorado Early Childhood Development and Custer County signified by saying aye.
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 Bless you, man.
That one for you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Now from my third thing. It's my understanding, which is fine, I don't care, that we're starting to lock the door that goes down into the basement. And my only concern about that is because we have car seats down there. And so if it's on a weekend or after the building is closed, we don't have a key to that and we can't get down there. To
Bummer.
get, yeah, so I wanted
The
to.
toys are down there.
When the toys are down there and everything. So I didn't know if it would be possible to get a key to the basement made for our office, because I know there's been something about making keys.
Did Kelly say you couldn't?
I didn't ask Kelly on
Well,
that.
see, she's the
Well-
keeper of the key.
Well, I know, but she has her key and that's fine, but but if it happens on a weekend or after hours. And we need car seats and we can't get in there because it's locked and the only key is in Kelly's office. So that's my
How come
concern,
this is just now coming up?
because we just started locking the door.
Yeah, we haven't been locking the
Did we
door.
ever figure out why
Well, that I don't know
or
either.
who gave that direction?
I didn't,
It has been an ongoing discussion, lock the door off, keep the door unlocked. And there's never been an official decision that came out of this room in regards to that, but we have kind of agreed with different scenarios as to insurance doesn't necessarily want people down there.
Of course, security didn't want people to have the ability to go down there. I agree with you. We've never made a formal decision, but
And the only reason that would be great to have a formal decision is because nobody knows, is it supposed to be locked? Is it supposed to be unlocked? Is that
Sometimes it's
key?
locked,
Is it-
sometimes it's unlocked,
Yes,
and we never know, and that,
so who else needs access down there? Just you,
extension,
extension,
yes.
and you?
Kelly,
IT,
these guys,
because there's
Oh, yeah.
IT down there,
IT,
us.
planning and zoning, I
So,
believe you have files
doesn't
down
sound like it
there.
needs to be locked.
Everybody needs access at some point.
I'm more concerned about minimizing the public use down there than I am locking the door. But early on, I was concerned, especially through your office. Family comes in there and the kid tumbles down that door or that stairwell.
right,
That was the reason we started shutting.
Shutting
in
the door,
first
which
place,
is
but
fine.
not
I don't have a-
locking.
I don't think it needs to be locked.
I don't have a problem with it shut, and I don't have a problem if it's locked, as long as I have a key. We need to
We
get in
lock
there.
it, then we've got probably 8 departments that need access.
And then there'll always be somebody else. What happened?
So I'm okay with leaving it unlocked unless somebody has a
I don't
argument against that.
have an argument against it. I think it ought to be open. And shut when it needs
I
to be shut.
prefer for it to be shut, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the door needs to be shut. I just whether or not to have it locked.
Mike Halpin in his former role would have an issue.
Yes.
But now he can judge whether we're getting sued or not. Whether, I told you so.
Is yours the only, key? Well, not yours, but is that key in your office the only key to the basement?
As far as I know.
Me too, because,
Better get a couple keys just in case.
you know, like,
It'd be nice to have one.
because during fair times, sometimes I know that extension is sometimes may have to come down there because they got stuff in that room down there.
They store their ammunition down there.
Oh,
Yeah, but on a weekend.
Yeah.
Cleaning supplies are down there as well.
yeah, yep, cleaning supplies are down there, but they have a key to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me clarify my statement about the ammunition. They've got it in a locked closet in the gun safe.
Well, yeah, well, I knew.
Yeah.
It's
It's not sitting on
Not
a shelf.
everybody else
It's
does that.
not right there,
So,
but yeah,
Okay,
Well, and everything that's stored down there, except for the cleaning supplies, is behind a locked door.
mhm.
My stuff, the clerk stuff,
Station.
Laura's
everything
extended,
needs to be locked up. it's locked up now.
everything that's, yeah. The only thing somebody could get into was the toys or the cleaning
Right.
supplies, so.
Yeah, the toys, the cleaning supplies and my car seats, and that's basically the only thing that's down there. That's not under lock
I think
and
it'd be
key.
a
so
mistake.
if it's closed, is it prudent to put
Keep
some
door
sort of a
closed.
latch
Keep
up
door
high so
closed.
children can't reach? Is somebody that's able to reach the doorknob and open the door?
It's hard sometimes for an adult to open the door.
Okay.
So,
Door's a little
Take a look.
contained.
And you can just put a sign on there,
Okay.
keep this door closed.
It is cantankerous. Sometimes I'm thinking,
So
what's
that
going
was
on? with
just
the
my
door?
question, if we're
Yeah.
concerned about a kid falling down the stairs. make
Well, that
sure-
was kind of before when the door was just open.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
I would move we
I'll second it
officially
before you.
leave the door to the basement unlocked, preferably closed at all times.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to keep the basement door unlocked but closed. Preferably at all times. Any further discussion? Those Those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye.
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 You got any more trouble you wanna bring up?
No, that was just my three big items, you know. It came up, the key to the basement came up this weekend, and so, because somebody locked it and it was okay, but I thought, oh gosh, because then we thought we were gonna have to maybe take some kids for a little bit, and we were gonna, and I thought, well, if we need the car seats, we're gonna be in trouble. As it was, we didn't, and so I just thought, I just want to make sure I bring this up so that we could get that worked out. Okay,
Wanted to acknowledge publicly the willingness for one of your employees to come in on her day off and work.
Oh, yeah.
Friday.
yep,
And
Yeah.
Andrea.
yep, she was there. In and out. She did a home visit. She helped with a removal from Denver County had some kids placed on a home, and those kids had to be removed from that home. And so she had gone out there previously, so she went and helped with the removal and stuff, and yeah.
Probably happens way more than I'm aware of. I just.
Oh, yeah, so.
You can't schedule those kind of activities.
No, you can't. And she said, I'm coming in because I think it'll be better since I was out there before with the kids and they know me and stuff. If I'm just there when we do this, so.
Not the fun part of the job.
No, yeah, and luckily they weren't our kids, but it was still not a good situation, and it became clear that something needed to be done, so.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, guys.
Anything
And
else?
you don't know, I just have my reports, but you guys can look at them, and if you have any questions, it's the standard reports. And I know you guys are moving on because you're just trying to get this done, so I did my three big things.
You did, didn't you? Satisfactorily.
Oh,
Thanks.
well, you want this later? Yeah, we'll just do that right now. Okay, perfect.
See
Except,
you.
You want me to sign that one?
Yeah.
I need to stamp it too, but if you want
We
to
can-
stop Laura, Amy.
Oh.
stamp it.
Okay.
That takes us to IP.
I can stamp it.
What is it? How are you?
Thank you. Seal it.
Good morning, sir.
Seal it. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
So we are moving forward with all of the projects that we've been engaged in. The Google Workspace, most of the conversion and switchover is finished, and everybody's on the Gmail platform.
Is it still, I'm not getting the emails that have been sent to the old address
Okay,
for some reason.
sorry, we'll take a look at that
See
today.
if it happened for real,
Sorry.
because neither on my phone nor on this computer did an email come that was sent to all of us. This-
I will take a look and see
Let's see
what's
what
going on. I
happened.
thought that we were forwarding all of those.
I thought you said that, but maybe it's something else that could stop it.
I will check again.
Just a quick
Yeah.
question,
Yeah. I'll take a look.
given.
As a matter of fact, I bet Jordan's looking at it right now.
Is that right, Jordan? See what happened.
Exactly. New projects. We've been working a lot on the firewall infrastructures and the cybersecurity. We will be working with the state here soon to do some threat assessments now that we've done most of our Google migration. New projects. I was presented with a GIS project for first responders. It's going to be a little bit intensive, but I think it will really help with our call outs and emergency preparedness with fires and that type of thing. Evacuations and whatnot. So they're moving to a new code messaging system. We used to be on Fremont Dispatch. We used to be with Code Red, then we went to Everbridge, and now we're moving to a new system, and I can't remember the name of it, but it will be a little more comprehensive. And because we're going to be involved from the get-go, we're going to be building a lot of evacuation zones and notification zones. So for instance, when, like we had a manhunt down on the Fremont border, and a notification went out, a shelter in place notification went out, but a lot of people here received that notification, and people thought they had to, stay here. So we want to avoid mix-ups like that and create a more effective notification zone. So we're gonna be, that's part of this GIS project that we'll be working on. So it'll be intensive, but I think it'll keep everybody safe for the long run.
Radio protocol.
That's not radio, it's telephones and communication. Now, one of the things that did come up in our CES meeting is a communication call out guideline and a communication plan that I think Adrian's got a handle on. So that's definitely in the
Is
works.
that sort of related, and this may be off the wall, but I know that the fire that they thought they had was a huge fire, was just a small 26-acre fire.
Uh-huh,
And they energized everybody in all surrounding counties. Came
really
that one up there,
interesting. Well,
because it was not really specified who was needed and why and how big the fire was.
I can't speak to that. That would be an IC question. Matt Malting and OEM. That's or the sheriff.
But when Adrian comes, we'll bug him.
Gotcha, understood. So not to take up too much of your time, because I know this is a marathon day. The other thing that I wanted to broach the subject for is the possibility of getting one of the old sheriff's vehicles at the road and bridge and appropriating that for IT GIS use. We drive a lot. We drive to Wetmore at least twice a month. We go to the airport. We drive around a lot. Driving our personal vehicles, we're not covered under insurance when we're doing county work. So for the last 3 years, I've been driving my assigned deputy coroner truck, but that's going away here soon. So wanted to talk about the possibility of getting one of those trucks from Road and Bridge and outfitting it as a communication IT transport vehicle. So haven't talked to Chris yet on which one would be appropriate for that. I know that they're not appropriate for planning and zoning to do her work because she's off-road a lot, off the main highways, but we're just talking about going back and forth to Wetmore and running around, and also in emergency situations on fires. I'm called out a lot to deliver maps and deliver infrastructure information to the ICs on scene. So that would, right, like I said, I've been using the coroner truck for that because I've been on call. So that's going away here soon. So I wanted to talk about the possibility of getting out of
Very
there.
limited. What we weren't gonna auction those off, but these were.
They are set to be auctioned off.
Thought that was just approved.
That was actually part of a question that Tom had for Vince a while ago. And his response was, they are wore out.
They are worn out, and I understand that. But for back and forth work, it would be terrible. I mean, the truck that I'm driving now, I mean, that truck was so bad. When I first was assigned it, we thought that it would last for 6 months. And I've kept it limping along for 3 years. So
Which truck is that?
that's the corner truck.
The old,
The
Oh,
old.
the old one. No,
the old-
you're driving now.
No, I drive the old one.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't drive the new one. The new one's a transport truck.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It waits for the
Yeah.
big calls.
Yeah, yeah.
This is what we call the quick response truck. And like I said, it was a lemon. It was a hand-me-down from another agency to the sheriff's office, then to the coroner's office. The Road and Bridge didn't want to even touch it because it was such a
I can't remember the miles on those. It was like 150 or
200.
200,000.
Yeah,
Between 200,000 and 300,000.
yes, yeah. So if it doesn't work out, I understand that. I just would like permission to pursue it if that's agreeable.
We'll ask him to do a detailed look and make a recommendation based on how he's gonna use it.
I'm not opposed to him investigating that. I've got two concerns. I can voice them now or I can voice them later.
We're on the subject.
One is this whole reoccurring problem of us not being willing to get rid of stuff. So we end up having all this inventory sitting around. That's aggravating people, mostly Vince in the sheriff's department. And then secondly, the idea of slapping a Band-Aid on a need by giving you a vehicle that's worn out. To me, even if we have to invest money in the vehicle, it's cheaper in the short run to do that versus trying to go buy a vehicle.
So maybe the answer is, we never put a truck in his budget and we don't have it. Like right now, it's worth investigating. Let's see how it works, and then we can decide whether we're gonna, how soon you need it. Get in next year's budget, or maybe we can make an allowance because there's other monies we might have available this year.
Well, I know that things are short, and I'm not asking for a
It's
new.
a reasonable request. I think it's a
And I appreciate that.
legitimate.
Thank you. Yeah.
Or you pay you X dollars a mile and.
Well, we do,
stuff
you know,
and then pay
before,
the insurance or something.
indeed. Before I started driving the corner truck, I was racking at least $60 to $75 a month in fuel, and that's only gone up.
But I'm
So,
talking, not only that, you ought to be paid whatever the reasonable rate is, and possibly something, you gotta add this job onto your insurance, maybe that costs X dollars a month more to cover the liability.
well, I understand that's another conversation that's gonna happen to see about covering people that do drive their personal vehicles, because right now there's no coverage for that. If I get into an accident in my personal vehicle, it's, even if I'm driving to a commissioner meeting, it's on me.
Hmm.
So,
That could be.
but I meant the mileage rate, not gas.
I know.
It was, so before I was driving this truck.
Anyway, that's what you ought to investigate. here
Okay.
and Get us a decision.
Yeah, I talked to Vernon a little about this, but I want to say it publicly. I don't think it would be appropriate for this IT vehicle to be driven back and forth to work.
Understandable.
No, right, that's not, I think it's when he's here, he has to go
Right.
get his orders and go do them.
The elected official, i.e. the coroner, took a different position on the use of that vehicle, and that's his business.
Right.
As a commissioner, that's my stance, but I'm not opposed to it, looking into
That's
that.
ours.
Even though it's a non-budgeted item, the impact would be to whatever they gotta do to get the
Yeah.
vehicle roadworthy and safe.
That's why we gotta balance it and see what it is.
To me, that's less money than trying to buy another vehicle.
Short term.
Go find it.
Okay, I will do so. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, posing an idea, I have a lot of old equipment. The old telephones that we used to have, that type of thing. They are right now, as you mentioned, cluttering a location. It is not worth county time and dollars for me to go and package them all up, try to sell them and bring them in. I mean, we're talking $5 or $10 a phone or something like that. It's not worth the time and energy it would take for me to actually go and do that. So I was going to propose that the IT department be allowed to donate that equipment to an entity with volunteers that do have time and energy that they could sell that, and then take the funds that were sold from those from that old equipment and put them towards that organization. For instance, the posse, that they could sell phones, or they could sell old equipment, because right now the amount of time and energy it would take, it would just bundle them up and throw them away, because we would lose more money to try and sell them in our office. But as a volunteer organization, they have people that they could do that type of work.
Good idea.
So I wanted to propose that.
Inundated on equipment, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We,
All right, where's it all stored?
well, some of it's in my office and some of it's
I
in the
know
garage.
some.
Yes. I
Sitting on it.
I threw away 3. As a matter of fact, we should also probably have a conversation about maybe getting a trailer drive-by that we can throw cardboard in, because I threw away boxes of old junk, and half of it is cardboard that could be sold. I've done a totaled all the junk stuff up that's been given to me and threw it away, but some of it could actually be recycled and sold for the county.
I
So,
think that conversation is gonna happen tomorrow at the
Oh, okay.
recycling board meeting.
understood. I'd love to see just a trailer parked out there 2 days a week or something. We could.
I don't think we need a motion for that. We can just
No,
do it.
I don't either. I think consent's fine for me. I just know that annex garage is full, your office is full, it's getting fuller all the time.
Yeah. Make it so number one.
Will do.
Any other piece of information you'd be interested in giving any particular commissioner?
Did I miss something?
Yeah, you did that.
Oh, you have a new computer. It's sitting in my office.
I heard.
Yes,
I was gonna ask.
yes, it did arrive yesterday and we
We gotta load
commenced
it up
the,
with all the goodies.
we'll commence the conversion as soon as we can get yours. At the end of the day.
You're gonna have it today.
You'll probably have all your emails.
Yeah, maybe they'll start getting here.
All right, we'll work on that.
Head of the
So be
week.
prepared.
Well, I got my phone, as long as that phone works.
Yeah, there you go. We can live without our computers, but without our phones, that's another story. It's definitely a reality.
Because the emails on there.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming next on the list of new computers would be me and you.
Mine is still
Oh,
fairly.
wait.
Yours
Oh,
was
wait,
new
yours
this
is
year.
The new one.
And his was last
And he's
year.
been having nothing but
I-
trouble with that one.
I have no issues with my
I thought we were
computer, sir.
just getting on a rotational schedule and I assumed it was every.
The average,
not.
this model of computer, I'm amazed yours has lasted this long.
Well,
The others have, but this probably means that you are nicer to your computer. Don't close it down in the middle of
that's
updates, stuff
exactly
like
what you
that.
have to do.
That is gonna
Yes,
cost
exactly.
you.
Okay. But the average length of these lifespan of these computers, if you're not using them for, very specific things, is between 3 and 5 years. So,
And then you put on top transporting these computers. Which they get transported a
yes,
lot.
absolutely.
They're not sitting in the office.
Exactly. I mean, Kelly's has lasted this long because it operates in a very narrow defined set of parameters and it doesn't go anywhere. So,
You say
Same model as this.
Except
no, this is much older. What's that?
except Wetmore.
Except Wetmore. And this one's older and not anywhere near the caliber, but it seems to last pretty well. So, my point is between 3 and 5 years, we should look at cycling out all the computers.
So you got 5 years.
Oh, okay. I'm finishing my first year
So,
in county.
All right. Is
Yeah,
there
I'm
any other
good.
way I'm gonna be
I
of
think
service?
that's fine. Doing good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming
Be
in.
well.
See you later.
Take care.
Yep. See you.
okay,
Holy smokes now. It's in
count
Virginia.
to 5 and see if Virginia.
Not her job.
I'll go get her.
Were you in there this morning?
No,
I was picking on her about who in the heck is in charge of scheduling the breakfast. And she said, it is not my job. I said, you know what? That's the first time I've ever heard you say that. And we all got a big laugh out of that. Whose job is it, Kelly?
Well, I'm on the committee, but
So that means that is or isn't automatically your job.
no. We set the date and then somebody changes it. So
When is the date?
today, you missed it.
I was afraid of
Good
it. I
morning.
smelled it this morning. I was wondering what was going on.
No, not till we shake your old paw. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Anything that you would like to point out?
Anomalies?
Any anomalies? There you go.
No, everything's pretty copacetic.
I do have a question, sir, if it's appropriate.
You may.
From your perspective in the world you live in, how do you view the contingency fund?
It has a statute part on it. I can bring that to you if you want me to.
No, I certainly
I
accept your word on that. I didn't know if it was in there by statute or not.
yeah, I have no say in that one way or the other, but I will, I've got it in there on my desk.
Yeah, there was some discussion during the budget hearings, budget meetings we had on Friday. To my knowledge, we haven't contributed any additional money to that fund since I've been a county
Right,
commissioner. It stayed right there.
Mhm.
I think my question is there a better use of any or all of that money?
What's the
With
statute?
consideration that if it's by statute, we have money in there, then we take that into consideration.
You want me to go get it? It's really
That's something.
Is it hard to,
No.
this isn't the same as the fund that it requires us to have a positive balance.
No.
It can't be, it's too small.
um,
Why I wondered. what
To me,
it was
it's
for.
philosophy is probably gonna drive what should or will happen to this. Some other set of commissioners may feel differently, I don't know, but
Well, I think the question lies. Does there need to be a separate line item that says contingency fund, or does the? Basically, the contingency fund or the quote unquote rainy day fund. Suffice to satisfy that requirement, or does it have to be a separate line
Yeah.
item?
Looks like it needs to be second.
My statement was, does it, and that probably states whether it has to be listed as contingency fund or if the reserve that. we keep-
yeah, so it's not required by statute according to that.
It's not required. That's what this is. It's
Yeah.
by a statute.
We're authorized by, we may. Commissioners may create this fund
Or something.
by statute if we deem it necessary. I don't read that to say that we have to have it. It says they may create this contingency. fund.
I don't know. It says
Yeah.
by act of God and.
Yeah, for
That
why?
is the commissioners.
Attaboy.
I take exception to that
Yeah,
statement,
it
sir.
says,
Well, whoever set it up at the time thought that was enough or
Yeah.
whatever the act of God was, but if it's something.
I would
else,
ask
it'd be different.
Auditors,
how long do you think that's,
since I work.
has it been? Oh, yeah, always been there. The reason the act of God statement is, why would we do it? To cover any damages incurred because of an act of God, or they listed several other things now.
Yeah, it just says that we naturally couldn't foresee, could be a public enemy.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty.
Yeah, we just had that question the other day. One,
Thanks.
do we have to have it? Two, why? Three, who dictates? Is there any language about so much money a year has to be allocated to it? We couldn't find any of that.
Yeah, and I would ask Sam, I'd definitely ask Sam about it.
I think he brought it up.
It's good to be, yeah.
I think it's something they've always carried in there for that.
Yeah, and back when it was created, when horse and buggies were around, it didn't need much for an act of God then. to fix it.
Yeah,
But really, that's
it's really that dichotomy. There's not much in there. It certainly wouldn't cover a lot.
covering.
But if there was
anything.
$3 million in there, guess what we'd want to be doing? Carving it up, right? And so,
I just want to see how it fits with the requirement to have 1.5 million or whatever it is.
yeah, that's a whole different thing, right?
That's your, that's your other fund,
But that's the one
your,
required by law. You
the
can't-
Tabor one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah. Anyway. I move we accept her report as presented.
I'll go ahead and second it.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to accept the monthly treasurer's report. For the month of October. Yeah, I got that. Any further discussion?
And nobody's gonna ask her why these numbers exactly the same document we looked at last month.
It's the same one every.
What up?
It's just printed over and over and over and over. And finally caught
call the audit. Oh,
I don't
Go
need.
ahead.
Okay, so I'm hearing no further discussion here. I'm seeing no hands raised. So those in favor of accepting the monthly treasurer's report for the month of October, signify by saying aye. Aye.
I think that contingency dollar amount's probably the only one that never changes. Huh?
Affordable
Some of these
housing
others-
doesn't change that often either.
Which one?
Attainable housing,
Oh.
excuse me.
Yeah, no, because.
And the redemption kind of usually it's just in and out, it stays better.
But that's gonna change because we budgeted money for them.
The redemption, oh no, for attainable.
If the budget passes. Right. You're not gonna, not in public.
You're not gonna suck me into it.
Yeah.
You're sweet there. But that wasn't
Thank
in
you.
regards to your height or anything.
Or your personality.
Well, everybody knows she's sweet.
Oh.
I've worked around Virginia for a long time and I know she's sweet. So. All right, we have next item. Up
The
is
man, the one, the
OEM.
legend.
So that would be you, sir.
the OEM legend.
Morning, sir. Good, how are you?
Hi.
Are you?
Yes.
Should have went to bed last night.
I know.
Partying all night.
I know. How are you, gentlemen?
Good.
Submitted you my plan. Our report for November. In a new format. Somewhat
Oh.
condensed.
Finally, he got down, he cut to the chase.
I
Somewhat.
want to get down on one knee and give,
I
Put it
did.
in something that
I
we can
did hear,
understand.
I did hear.
I can't wait to pull it up here. I'm
Oh,
excited.
Don't blink, it's a one-page document.
Yes,
Oh,
it's the one page,
wow.
so it's condensed.
Is it condensed or you just didn't do as much?
I don't get condensed reports.
I just got
Got
prod.
a fool him.
You can't. Yeah.
Just had to prod him a little bit.
So what's your big issue?
So I think I appreciate the workshop. You guys didn't ask me questions. I don't have to answer the question, but ask them folks.
Well, we haven't gotten to that point.
Well,
yet.
that's
So do
been
you
the
like
first
your budget? You
question.
love your budget?
The budget is good.
Oh,
I really,
I wasn't gonna ask you if you loved the work. You answered that you did, but that's not what I was gonna ask.
no, the workshop's a good thing, and I think the budget is really good. I really appreciate, especially, in respect to Bill Christie, the fact that we made him a part-time. That will help to mitigate a lot of the concerns that I was having related to his ability to drive a vehicle, or did we protect it if he's on an emergency as an assistant. In the report, it's pretty much all there. We did post the HMP on the website. While I was in here sitting, we got the report back from the state, and the individual is new, and the contractor is working with the state to address some of the concerns that they read
On the draft? Is that what you're
on
talking
the
about?
draft HMP. That is correct. So at the same time, we were reviewing it, we gave it to the state. And so we should have the state's concerns mitigated in the next couple of days. We just
That's
got
why you
there.
coordinated.
That's why. we
Is there a
coordinated.
meeting scheduled to deal with, or do you schedule a meeting? Should be the way I have that to deal with any issues that arise, or how's that? What
No,
happens?
because we really haven't had any issues arise. These things that were more procedural things that the new coordinator from the state raised. And so he will, I have a list of those things. We will discuss some later this afternoon. But like I said, there weren't major stuff. It was just more FEMA says to do this. Why didn't you do that? One of the questions was, why does the county not participate in the federal flood insurance program? And we put that in the contract, but FEMA wants a more specific answer to that question. So we will provide a more specific answer why Custer County doesn't participate in the federal flood insurance program.
I'm assuming the short and sweet answer is the commissioners voted not to do that,
That's
or the commissioners
that's pretty short and
Did not
sweet.
move forward in that,
Yeah,
right? I mean, we'll-
but evidently
Dress
they
that
didn't
up,
think
but-
that was adequate, so we will
Hmm.
say that a
in
little more fluff.
6 or
if
7
necessary.
paragraphs.
Yes,
Gotcha.
if necessary, so that's,
I trust you can do that.
yeah, I think I can do that. I think I can do that.
Because we like to cut apron strings.
Well, and so I mean, that was a concern, but we knew that would become a flag and we will address that.
Alright.
I applied to the EMI Institute for a National Emergency Management Basic Academy. The hazard mitigation,
You would go to that somewhere,
well,
EMI?
it could be in back east, but I think it's going to be a local academy. That's over a series of months here in Centennial. So that one will be done locally. We did do a hazard mitigation workshop on the 7th of November, and there were 12 people in attendance at that. I worked on the OEM budget, the EMP3 contract, which is rather interesting. And I think it specifies exactly what I am required to do from FEMA's perspective in the EMP contract. And one of the most critical things for 2023 is we have to rewrite, not totally, but the emergency operation plan. And we want to address the various annexes, like Rich wants to have a very specific guidelines for what we do in a mass casualty incident from the sheriff's office perspective. If we have a bus accident, so we want to work on our annexes. And our score on the EOP for this year, it's scored out when we have this thing called an emergency EOP assessment tool. It's kind of a computer program, tells you what you need to do, how you can improve your plan, and what you need to do to conform with the new FEMA guidance, which is always changing. Our score for the county on this EOP, which is not the paper document. This assessment tool is very variable and is constantly changing. And what we can do a better job on, and we will do a better job on this year, is making certain that that last document that says, okay, you changed this and you changed that, is accurately done, so that when people look at the plan and they look at the final tool, they'll know what we've been adjusting and changing and where they can find that. And so that's our score for 2022. When we did our EOP assessment, we came out like at 94%. Because it changes, if we were to do that same assessment today, we would probably score like maybe at 87%. So we need to get ourselves back up to the 93% area, 95%. You'll never really hit 100, so that we are in compliance with the current FEMA guidelines. So in 23, we'll be working on the EOP assessment portion of the EMPG contract. The county received $25,000 and $25,500 for Homeland Security grants for 2001, 2022. And then I'll be working with the local agencies to address some of our Homeland Security concerns for the 2024 grant, which we work on in 2023. We purchased $6,500 worth of safety equipment for the sheriff's office using leftover 2019 Homeland Security grant funds, and that material has come in, and I will be submitting reimbursement requests to Pueblo County, which is the coordinator for the Homeland Security grant here, probably by the end of this week.
What kind of equipment for example?
We bought 28 or so portable stretchers for all the sheriff's office vehicles. For mass casualty incidents, we bought first aid kits for every sheriff's office vehicle, and for emergency management vehicle, new first aid kits for all those vehicles. Yeah. We also bought tactical vests, so that in case of a mass casualty incident, we can protect first responders who are coming into the incident. Then the next item, the electronic trailer brake, which is tied into the computer on that Ford pickup, has failed. We bought the module. I just haven't been able to get into Ford to give them the vehicle for a day and a half to have them try to take everything apart. put it back together.
$1,200
Work.
bucks. It's
That's
high
the
to
labor.
Throw that in there. You kidding me?
That's the labor. And
For a trailer brake,
it's
is that built into the
it's
dash?
built into the dash.
Oh,
That's
that's
fine.
fine.
And so, and you have to have a master tech take the thing apart. And they don't know. It's just like burn-in sometimes in computer equipment. You might do the reset and that might not work. So it's just a hard thing to diagnose. The shop does not want to deal with it. They don't have that capability to do it. And so if we're going to have the brake system work, then that's what we need to do, or else you're always going to get a forever error code, you know, on the system.
Will activate the brake.
Well,
Is
it was
energizing the
activating,
brake or no?
it was energizing the brake forever. So when you
Oh,
look
it's
at
locked
it,
on.
it locked it on.
Okay.
And so
What year did that pick up?
2015. And you
It's been a
can,
lemon.
it's been a lemon. But
That's the one with the oil pan problem.
yeah, they replaced the engine, so that's, haven't had any problem with that. Well, they replaced it with a rebuild, but it's, what do you do? It's all technology, and so you can't drive it with the warnings coming on all the time. The BOCC remodel, the BOCC OEM portion of the SARS remodel should be complete by the 15th. And for us, that included taking everything out, giving Vernon a lot of stuff that shouldn't have been stored up there, getting the files put where the files need to be. So we're going to carpet our entire office, and that's basically what we're doing up there. Getting out the old, put in a new. 3 counties, this is just informational, but 3 properties in the county. It's interesting as part of this national flood insurance program. It's more of the flood mitigation report. We had 3 property owners contact my office and ask if I could provide them with flood assessments. 2 of the properties were found to not be within the high flood risk zone, and 1 property, 1 existing dwelling, was found to be well within the 100-foot flood zone. And so Dorothy and I are kind of discussing this. We can't tell folks what they should or shouldn't do on their property. We can provide them with the information so they can make wise decisions. And so the DNR is the Department of Natural Resources in Denver. I call them kind of my team because I work really well with them. And so when folks have a concern, they can give us the longitude, latitude. I can send that information to the team, and the team will provide them a report that tells them yes or no. And if it's yes, then they can tell them, well, you need to move up, another 15 feet, and then you're not going to be in that flood zone. Or if you insist you want to build there, we can tell you to elevate your structure a little bit, and that might help you to be able to get your flood insurance. And that's all we can do.
That's right. Good.
Then the employee's name that is my part-time employee is Bill Christie, and I noted in my notes that he has completed, which is amazing. He came on in October. One of the requirements I said if he's going to work in emergency management is that he has to complete all of the EMPG required training, just like I have to do. And so he has completed all of this training, did that in a matter of 2 weeks, came on board. And the only
It would
ones he
take you
can't,
3 years to do
no, wow,
it.
there's no love sometimes, note that for a minute, it's no love,
Put that down.
He hasn't got that done yet.
I guess not.
no love. But the reason I really like working with Bill, so I like to surround myself with people who, where my weaknesses are their strengths. He's an excellent writer, he's written several books, he's really good at editing things. He'll be really good in our EOP assessment. And he understands a large part of our population that are preppers. So he's written several books on how to prepare for emergencies and disasters. In the next 24 to 48 hours, you may see impacts from the volcanoes in Hawaii. The sulfur dioxide cloud came on shore last evening. And so I think within 24 to 48 hours, depending on what's going on in the weather, we may see smoke associated with the volcanoes in our community. So just keep that in mind. And I'll talk to Dr. Brown about that because sulfur dioxide can be hazardous to people in our community because we have an older community.
So. If I can interrupt you for a second.
Yes, sir.
I've always believed when I see a part-time employee, then I automatically think 20 hours a week. As I'm learning in the last week or so, that isn't true. That's not the case. Everybody's got a different definition of what part-time means. How many hours a week do you anticipate being?
We program into the budget 20 hours a week.
Okay.
It will likely be less than 20, depending on the time of the year. So in the winter time, we'll probably be running less, and then the summertime will probably run more. But it cannot be. The way we set this up is no more than 20 hours a week. But on emergencies, then there's different funding mechanisms that can play. But
No.
for the purposes of our budget, it's 20 hours or less
Okay,
per week.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's my report.
very good. Thank you, sir.
Holy moly. I can't believe it. I'm ready to faint.
You're gonna respond appropriately to a one-page document.
Yeah, yeah, right. Get the heck out of here. Oh, now it's not.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Good.
So we talked about just taking a brief break.
Yes,
then do
let me
kind of a
make
working-
sure, I have no unfinished business. Either of you gentlemen.
Nor do
I
I.
have a quick thank you to Jennifer, because she was in here on Friday on her day off. Listening to all this budget stuff and did a great job, I thought, keeping us going, helping us.
Wow.
Being the place open. So thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Here, shoot. What do you think, Clint? Appropriate to take a break and then come back?
Oh, yeah,
And then
I
move into executive
got
session?
plenty
Or
of time, so.
You okay with that?
Yeah. So. Yes, I think at this point, we'll take a quick recess. Anybody wants to grab something to snack on here and. Ready to go into executive session at 1:45.
Okay, is the expectation?
I'm not gonna go very far to get your little snack.
Do you need to go?
No, I'm
down
just,
to the floor?
I'm just kidding.
I guess my question was, are we okay with eating while we're in our executive session, or do you
I
want us
am.
to eat real quick and then not? I don't know.
I could do it at the desk. I'm used to eating.
It's up him, where do you
Well,
have to go?
I'm not gonna have any lunch, so it doesn't make any difference.
I'm good. I'm
I
good
can
for
do all
5
the
minutes.
talking now.
Okay.
It's up to
Okay,
you. If 20 till, if that works, or a quarter till, then that's fine.
We're till now.
let's take a quick recess, we'll recess and well, let's have a motion to go into executive session before I recess this meeting.
Why?
Good idea.
You could
You
get
don't have to
right
come
on
back.
top, man.
And then you don't have to come back.
I know, that's what I gotta say.
So I would move that we go into executive session for legal advice from our attorney and
Yeah, 12:45.
12:45, and we will recess shortly for to give people to be able to take a break before that time.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to take a short recess and go into executive session at 12:45. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, this meeting is in recess.
I've
That's
unmuted,
kind of under a blue
I've
light.
started video. You're
Good to
ready.
go. All righty. The time is now 1:37 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were myself, Kevin Day, Commissioner Tom Flower, Commissioner Bill Kanda, Attorney Clint Smith, and
Hi,
clerk of the
Judy.
board, Kelly Camper.
I'm in a commission meeting where I'm discussing.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matter not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns now for the record. Okay. Hearing none, we will wait for just a moment for our attorney.
Our thanks for the way you handle. So, okay, well, yeah, and we'll be in our red on with slightly damaged rear end. That's on me. And actually, all we're gonna do is replace the tail lights. Anyway, thank you, and I'll see you at 5:30, okay? Bye. Sorry, John.
Not a problem, sir. I was just waiting for you to make your statements there.
Okay, I'll stand for this.
There you go.
This is Clint Smith, County Attorney. The executive session that was just held was for the purpose of me giving legal advice to the Board of County Commissioners, which I did. The discussion stayed on topic at all times, and there were no decisions made during the executive session.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So moving back into our BOCC agenda, our next item up will be consideration of how to allocate the LATCF funds.
So for the record, how much is that funds now? 400 and what was it?
We did just receive today $414,804.89. That would be the first half. The second half would be deliverable 2023.
Yeah, and I'm not sure the date yet.
I didn't put a date,
Treasurer said a year from the original.
so
A year from today then, or a year from this?
Disbursement, yeah. So that's,
Like next,
I mean, they didn't say exactly 365 days. The language just said the second payment will be received 1 year from the.
that makes sense because it's in the next fiscal year, the government fiscal year, which is in October 1st. Okay, so we got $414,804.
So I had sent you my suggestions a while back concerning the total amount of dollars.
and I'm trying to go back to those at this
Yeah.
point.
I can send it to you again if you need it. real quick.
That would probably be faster, sir.
Okay.
Because there's a bunch of stuff. So.
October 19th.
October 19th. It's too hard to go back and.
Yeah, I'll just send it to you again real quick. I just gotta get the attachment
Way too hard to go back.
together. But I gotta find it first too, so. There it is. I'm not gonna send Clint because his machine died.
I can get it on my phone.
Okay, I'll add
That's
you real
getting
quick.
low too now.
Well, then my computer's locked up. Okay, hold on just a second, I'll add Clint.
Glad you sat there, Brian, because Bob was draining that thing this morning. Well, thanks for guarding it.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
that certainly was just the starting place. The thing I didn't really address in that was what we would do with the initial half versus the second half. My general thought is if we determine there's an immediate need versus a long-term need, then that's a conversation that, you know, we could get into about distributing it. The only fence around this for me was the language in that whole process was that when Treasury said local governments can treat this just like general fund dollars.
Anything
To
we
me
want
was
to put in
huge.
there.
That's
Yeah,
right.
whatever
Totally
we want to
different
do.
than the ARPA original
Right, no strings attached.
COVID virus relief funds.
I think they even used no strings attached or something.
Mhm.
You can use the phrase no
Yeah,
strings or
the
something.
only
I can't
one
remember
was
the
that we
phrase.
can't use it to leverage political stuff.
Oh, yeah.
There was that one statement, but other than that, so when I first started looking at this, I just thought, how can we use this money to help the county? To help county government? And my belief was we've already gone through $900,000 helping community recover from COVID. COVID's a part of this, but certainly not to the degree that it was with that.
No, I
CBRF.
don't look at it as COVID recovery.
So that's what I threw out. If you guys, I'd love to hear
Why?
some thoughts.
My thought is, I don't think we need a committee to do any of this. I think we need to take a case by case, what's the hot button
Right.
that we can help either business or the county function. And one of the county functions are matching some grants. And I think in a pinch, that's what I would like to see.
Yeah, that's why I suggested using 100,000 of it for matching the
You
grants.
need your-
Or more. But I think that's a great thing to have some help with. We're willing to take a look at this pretty soon, the airport thing. We can match. We've got a budget that we think we can match it with, but it wouldn't hurt to buy that down maybe and allow some money to be used for something else.
Thank you, Clint.
What's your thoughts, Kev?
Yeah, I mean, this, like you say, this is a good starting point to look at some of this stuff. By some of our actions, I think if we had approved the budget may change some on these numbers that you presented. Trying to figure out, I'm trying to pull this right out of my head,
Yeah.
just right. So at this point, we've got the 400, we'll just round it to 400,000 at this time that we have to operate on now through this coming year. And refresh me, since it came up just a second ago, was grant fund matching. What did we
Yeah,
have
so-
in that budget?
I liked how you laid this out, Tom, actually.
Thank you. I
Take a
put
look at it.
100,000 in it. Now, I didn't break this out by
Yeah.
414, so we just, any numbers that I provided
Yeah,
don't reflect the
And what you
whole.
did well, I thought too, is you specified areas where you might have something pop up. Workforce housing, recycling, airport, landfill, those kinds of things
Right.
that may pop out of the woodwork, leak in a fuel tank or whatever.
Yeah.
out of the-
and I guess my ask here was not on this document,
Oh,
but for the upcoming budget. What did we put in
Oh,
for
okay.
budget
Sorry,
for matching dollars?
The entirety of the grant. So we have a revenue of the 800 some thousand that's coming in, and then.
That's how we
matching,
earmarked it
Yeah.
for
We
revenue.
earmarked it as.
It's just revenue coming in.
Right.
So we didn't actually
It's
specifically
really in there as
say
a placeholder.
something different,
It-
okay?
Yeah, it's a placeholder within the general fund, and so I think we're gonna have a tendency to talk about capital improvement quite a bit in this conversation, so just for your information, right now, it's located in the general fund, in and out. That might be in to the general fund, out to the capital.
What's the
improvement.
best way to bookkeep it so you got a running tally and what's left?
The way.
That's what you have to do. That's what I thought. That's what we discussed.
Okay,
Not all of it would have to go to capital.
No,
No, I'm just saying, I think there's.
but you know where you allocated it
Okay.
because you designated.
Yeah. So I've got a little change of opinion on just stuff I wrote initially based on going through the budget process and where we're at. I certainly would be, I'm willing to talk about any of them, but I would bring to the table, maybe we reduce the amount on workforce housing.
Mm,
And here's why, those guys, if they're listening, they're going through the roof right now, but that's just it. If this was $3 million, I think we could make a significant difference in workforce housing. I'm not sure 200,000 is going to make a significant difference. I can
Not a down
see us,
payment on a house, on an
No.
apartment building.
I could see, I still think we need to funnel some money into that workforce housing and that attainable housing board line. But I'm not sure that I'm,
That's eighth of it, isn't it? Or no, it's
it's
a quarter.
roughly, yeah. Quarter of it, so I would be willing to pare that down. I'd throw out, I'm just doing this so we have something to talk about, I'm not trying to
Yeah.
push an agenda. I would be willing to trim that down to like 100 grand. And then look somewhere else, have a conversation about where else would that money best be used.
But that, you won't know the priority until you hear throughout the year, somebody come in with a hot.
Well,
And but we could allocate it initially,
we could
like
wait,
outreach is not a lot, 36,000.
we could wait. But I'd rather. This will sound, I don't know how this will sound, but I'll say it. I would rather us make a decision about how we best think this money should be spent. And have a strategic reason for that, if not a strategic plan, instead of couching this money away and then wait for the first bird to come by and scream, I need 80 grand.
I agree. When would you do that? We can't do that now. We'd have to take a look at it, do some thoughts, let's figure out what we can do, vote on it next meeting or right after the
Yeah,
first of the
we
year.
could. I don't want to talk to these guys. But my thought about splitting some of the dollars off of workforce housing was maybe to help deal with
That grant,
the grant. I got,
that's where I am.
unfortunately, it's just the way the things fell on the agenda, but I'm struggling a little with
But it's real.
committing $225,000.
I agree, and that's why this would be a perfect place to help share that. And that allows us to use that other money that we've designated for something else.
And these guys may or may not know this, my suggestion was we earmark 75,000 for the airport. Not have anything to do with that fuel farm, but to help getting whatever work needs to be done out there done, including funding some more money towards the fuel acquisition line. Does that make sense what I'm saying? You don't have to agree or disagree, but am I explaining myself? I was suggesting we use 75,000 of this to go to the airport. And in those days when I wrote this,
that was prior.
was
to
for
the-
fuel.
Like before we got them.
An O&M plus up for the airport to take
For
care
fuel.
of.
It could be for other things. My other thought was, and I addressed it in the narrative, you guys weren't privy to any of this, that I didn't want to put a lot of strings on this either. Because I don't know what a given department is going to need. I just had a general sense that these were the departments I felt like needed some cash infusion. So I wouldn't say to you, you have to use it on fuel, but that's what I thought would be one of the things that the airport could use that money for.
That makes sense.
I truly don't believe we should recommend any department use it for salaries
Mm-mm.
because it's not sustainable. If they want, and here's how it'll burn us. Somebody takes this money and uses for salaries, guess what that does for us next year?
Commits us to the next 5 years or whatever.
Exactly.
From here on
So
out.
that would be the only real firm string I
No,
have.
it
They
should-
can't
it should
use
be.
this money to
Can't.
commit us for future expenses.
For the
related
need,
to this.
extra bullets, or if it needs
Right.
another, bulletproof vest or,
Right.
outreach, somebody came in here and we got the veterans all falling off of, whatever, doing whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
Shot in the arm.
I believe we needed some money in community outreach. My big question on all of this is, can we roll this money over? Because we don't have a deadline to spend it. So if we put some in community outreach, can it stay in there until we spend it year after year? Okay,
Well, so there's no back end on
no,
this.
Only thing I worry about though, Tom, is making sure that he tracks it, so when we know we run out, we're not borrowing from ourselves to be putting it in there later.
right. Yeah, let's say that this year we had 20 grand budgeted for community outreach and we add another 36,000 to it.
It stays.
Then we have $56,000, right? If we don't need that much next year, then we reduce our budget line
Sure.
from 20 down to 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
That we don't keep rolling, just like we said with Adrian, we're not gonna keep rolling 20 grand in automatically.
That's right.
So as long as that money, because LATCF says you don't have to spend this money in any given time. The only requirement is when you spend it, you have to report it. So if we give X number of dollars to these two birds and they don't spend it this year, that's no concern of ours, right? They can spend it in 2028. Is the way I read all the language, didn't matter.
Albeit. It's still when they spend the money that it has to be reported.
Yes.
So,
And we're on the hook to
if
report,
that goes,
not them.
yeah, so if that goes too far down the line, that starts to become an issue on tracking it that far.
Okay, so how do we want to handle it? I think the first two ought to be dropped down to 100 grand each, and then spread the 30s, put some in the community outreach, and then let's just take that home and think about it, and then vote, come back with here's what we look at, send an email to you, and let's talk about on the 15th.
Go ahead.
I guess I have a question because. Our next item, of course, is the airport and on that grant. And that enters into this conversation as well, so I'm gonna ask the question because I've heard you state it. And I just want to clarify that. There is also the possibility for you guys to pick up some other money to help match this grant. Is that correct?
Only thing that I was looking at, and I'll ask Brian to comment, is there may be, if we get in a pinch. We did it before on the other, when we put in the other pad, we did a lot of volunteer labor, we did a lot of the engineering, or it's not the engineering was what it is. We built that pad out of ourselves.
Dug that trench,
Dug the
so
trench.
in-kind match.
In-kind matches is what I was talking about, and then hopefully, and I looked at, and I talked to Brian, the OT6 guys, it's a new world now. OT6 was wanting us to match. They had a misunderstanding. County brings money by getting grants, and OT6 was gonna match it. That was the original plan. They looked at it, well, you got a grant, let's split what's left. They wanted.
They want to split.
They started cutting hair, that's right.
Yeah.
So I thought about going back to them and saying, here, we got another deal for you if you want to play or not. And get a part of it, but I think Brian talked to him since.
Answer Commissioner Day question. We basically have 4 ways to fund anything out there. County funds. Grants that need to be matched by the county from the state. We have private donations and sweat equity.
Yeah.
So that's the 4 ways to get anything done out there.
And they used
Now,
every
what
one of those on the
Commissioner
last thing they
Kanda
did.
Was saying is, if part of our portion of the county match could come or be augmented by the the sweat equity where we dig our own trenches and that sort of thing. And then the fourth way, of course, is to go out and solicit private donations for the private aircraft that would utilize the Jet A. And then, you know, if we're on now, I had a couple of things I wanted to.
You're not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I just kind of drug you into this
It's-
conversation
okay,
because
yeah.
it affects the conversation
And
ongoing right now.
quickly, and this is a little further into the weeds, which should come up in the next agenda item, but when you say county funds, that could be revenue generated from fuel sales, land leases. You could contribute some of that revenue, right?
And yes.
In a grant match situation. Okay. Yeah. I'm like you, it's a little awkward because part of what we're talking about involves a direction strategically about the airport, but we're not to that agenda point on the grant match for the fuel fund.
And so, to Bill's point, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, you didn't. I'll
Uh,
wait.
To Bill's point on trying to digest this farther. That next agenda item does affect what we consider on these others on how we go with it.
Right.
So I don't know that we can make a concrete answer on these line items today. New computer too.
Yeah.
I think I want the new one they're giving me.
Internet just had a big old flop on it, so.
See, we
So
did,
I would ask you guys this,
Okay.
based on this conversation, that doesn't mean there couldn't be 10 other conversations. Do you have a feel from a high elevation point of other entities that I overlooked that we should be considering shooting some one-time cash infusion into?
we did such a good job budget wise.
That's
I
the
don't,
other point, see?
we already did that.
So, yeah.
So that's why I like leaving it a little bit.
Yeah. I like the idea of having it a little bit non-designated. I also, the only thing I'm looking at right here, right now, that might possibly come up, given today's new day and age, is our IT. And further advancements that they might need to make in today's cyber world. But
So, you know, 6 1/2 does the other, because if we say, let's go use some of this and augment someplace like the airport for their grant match, it's just a money game. I mean, we're committed to doing it. Maybe a better way to look at it is leave it like it is in our budget. And then, for example, on the airport grant, if we were to overrun or it's an unknown, the cost of materials have gone sky high. The state said they would match it, with the right case. We need some money to go say, here, let's do it. So if we had a grant matching fund pot or whatever we call it, we can reach into that and afford the next thing that we would have to do to make it right.
the biggest thing is that if we commit to that airport grant, our match
22 1/4.
is 200 1/4, and it's gone. So it's not like we're doing a match where then we get part of our match back or anything like that.
If we're committing to 450,000, we're
Yeah.
getting 250,
So-
2 1/4 back.
The $225,000.
Is something
Well,
we budgeted for.
I'm assuming this is a reimbursement grant,
It is.
so we gotta cough up the 225.
Yeah, that's our grant. That's exactly what I
Okay.
meant by it.
All right.
And I was saying if it, for some, we had a problem, then we're gonna have to match the next piece to keep it going, because we're gonna already have it either built and they've got to turn on the electricity. We can't afford it. We're gonna have to pay for the electricity, whatever it is.
Now, we don't have to upfront the 400, just the 200.
No, we don't have to upfront anything. We spend it as we go.
Well, then we gotta upfront it.
Yeah,
Well, we have to commit to having that pot to draw on, but we don't pull it out of the treasury until we actually cut a trench out.
True, but you're exactly right. We'll have to upfront any dollars.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the whole 450, but if it's in stages,
We're gonna have to commit to 10,000 and
Yeah,
the $20,000.
$100,000, we got up front.
Gotta pay it,
Yeah.
just like we have.
Theoretically, we could have to
Up
come
front,
up-
all of it.
come up with four
Theoretically.
hundred and $50,000.
Yeah.
Granted, it'll be done in stages, so
Yes.
that's.
Gotta have
a
that
very
pot available
unlikely
during the
scenario,
year.
But that is something that we need to be aware of. And I'm not trying to talk down this either, because I definitely see the need for that.
It's kinda nice to have this in the bank. This,
See, I don't agree. I absolutely do not
cause it's
agree
there.
that we should
Doesn't have to
bank
be
this
earmarked.
because we have entities that need
No, I
the
agree.
money. And
That's why I said if you wanna put it aside, then you put one there matching funds. For airport. you know.
Yeah, I mean, here's where I
Would
come
have to
from. I
commit
think
to
we
it.
should spend every dime of this as soon as we can, if it is needed. And I believe, that's why I wrote this list out. I think these people need this money.
Yeah.
Is it absolutely do or die for airport for this year? No, because that's more of a long-term process. I get that. I can tell you that I believe the airport needs it. I believe the landfill needs it. I believe VSO needs it. I believe the recycling needs it. And I
Law
think
enforcement.
law enforcement. To me, I don't want to bank that money. I want to spend it, get it to them and let them function. I'm just giving you my philosophy. That's it. What the dollar amounts are, maybe we should couch some of it and bank some of it. I'm not opposed to that.
Bank it.
But
Yeah.
I sure wouldn't want to sit on this quote unquote $800,000 because we can't.
No, and in
Decide
all
how to spend it.
actuality, at this point, we're only talking half of that. We're
Yeah.
talking $400,000. So for the next year. That
It's banked
is-
anyway.
That,
Yeah.
well, that's what we're operating on is 400, not 800.
Right.
So,
Which my personal preference would be to decide. If we need to fund any of these at 100%, these are just my recommendations, and then say, well, we're not gonna fund it. We're not gonna fund law enforcement 200,000. We're gonna do X, and we're gonna wait until next year and fund the balance. I don't.
That's right. That's
Well,
where we are.
But
We can't
I'm
do it all.
assuming. Out of this list anyway, I'm assuming the airport, landfill, VSO, recycling. Probably could use that money now.
Mhm.
The community outreach, we've already got some budgeted. To be honest with you, all these other numbers didn't come up with 828,000, so I bumped up recycling to consume all 828,000. That's why that's a weird number.
That is weird.
That's what I had left.
You don't need that.
There was $16,000 that I hadn't accounted in this.
so.
I could carve off some for IT. I don't have a problem with that.
That would be, that just glancing at this list, that would be the one thing that I might see where there
Okay.
might be a need.
And how much do you think that need might be?
Take your 16,000 back.
Well, I don't live in the IT. That could be anywhere from 10 to 200,000.
Yeah.
Well, let's figure out how to do this, so we're not, real time doing it, cause I like the idea of thinking about it.
Well, I was
Yeah, good
hoping
stuff.
we had been thinking about it all
Well, I
this
have,
time.
that's why I came up with the ideas that we just had.
My intent was to make a decision today, is what my intent was.
And we've had this for a while.
If we're not, I'm not
So-
trying to
so,
rush
all right,
it
so-
truly, but,
We don't have to rush it.
uh,
So since there's only 400,000 available, cut it in half everywhere. This year's spending, allocate it now. Take them down to,
across the board, I would agree with you, but I think there's a couple of exceptions.
Okay.
Some of these departments need more than half of this.
right, but you can give it to that fixed next year when it becomes available.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think there's two, if not three in here that needs this money now,
Okay, pull them out,
more than half.
and those
And
would
I,
be,
put them in there.
while we're
Okay.
throwing it out.
all
there,
right, but
let's-
before I get to there, so
Okay.
before I name those, is again, my opinion. If we funded some at 100% now, based on the 800,000,
They'll get it next year.
then they won't get it next year, but the others will get their, whatever they got shorted this year,
Sure.
will get theirs. It's gonna come out in the wash by this
Right,
time
that's
next
what-
year.
That's what I'm trying.
I just think there's some departments that need it now.
Okay, name them.
Recycling, for sure, VSO.
How much? Just let's put a number with it.
I already did,
What's here?
yeah,
Okay. 50.
VSO, landfill, and the
Okay,
airport.
VSO.
And I could waver a little on the landfill since we decided to offset the well drilling. See, there's a lot of things
Yeah,
that's gone on since
let's-
then.
let's-
I
that.
included drilling a well in that
It
100,000.
doesn't even be in,
So they could wait, is my point.
so that's what, 50,000?
If airport was fully funded at my suggestion, VSO, recycling. And then I think we gotta get some money in that grant matching dollars line. Or
Yep,
we leave
Just to
it
take
in
the
the
difference
balance.
out.
I
and
don't
put
know
it-
how that.
That's what I would do. Bump that up to
Here's
balance
what-
it out.
I've lost sleep about this, is that we dick around and then we never use this money strategically. We use it as a knee-jerk reaction to
That's right.
somebody squealing. I don't want to do that.
I agree.
So,
So we got it.
um,
We'll put the numbers to them.
so if we funded airport,
Write this down.
VSO, recycling, those three at 75, 75, and 50. I'm not in a panic about community outreach.
That's right.
I'm not really in a panic about the community fund grant matching dollars, except we've all agreed for 2 years that we need to have money
So,
there.
and we can take the difference, throw some more into that.
Right.
Let's do that.
So
Do-
what were those three? Airport?
Landfill.
Well, I'm sure.
Veteran
Kelly's got it.
services and
And
recycling.
you said you bumped recycling up, so if we needed to pull a little
Let's
from
do-
there.
Yeah,
No,
Or what did you?
You said
have,
you put the balance
so
16,000?
that was to community outreach,
Oh, okay, I thought, never
Yeah.
mind.
but I'm fine
You
with
did say that.
taking,
I thought I heard.
well, if you did, I meant
you
I
might-
bumped up community outreach. You guys throw a number out for IT.
I will, but let's go ahead, get the numbers on what we just said. Airport, 75,
Yep,
veteran services, 75,
yep,
recycling, 50.
yep.
Okay,
And you throw a number out for IT, anybody,
25.
okay?
Yeah, that's not bad. I
So
think.
that's 225.
So take take 25 off of, let's cut the law enforcement and the workforce in half. Keep 1,000.
And fund them this year,
Yeah,
this go around.
Yeah.
Of half,
right.
so that's 425. So it's a little over what we have.
So,
Law enforcement.
and workforce housing.
and here's a counter thought, not a counter argument. What if we didn't fund workforce housing any right now and
We'll
fund
push it
them
the other way.
next
That's
year?
okay too, because there's nothing they can do with it now.
I got caught in this big mental squeeze on law enforcement. This was before I came to a full decision about how I thought we shouldn't allow this to be used for salaries. So that number initially I thought could offset some salary stuff. Since then, I revisited that. I'm not in favor of that. The other huge component of this now is if we move forward with the situation with the jail and their proposed 2023 budget, that 2023 jail or sheriff's budget didn't include any transport vehicles, correct?
And it didn't include a transition. So you need to leave some.
So
of
I'd
that
say
in.
maybe 100 left there.
That's what I
to
was
deal with that.
suggesting was 100,000.
Right. And then if we hold off on funding any to workforce housing until next year, that puts us at 325 and we have 414 to operate on. And then either couch the rest or pitch for putting
Well,
money
now
somewhere
that
else.
then we can set
Yeah,
another
nothing
meeting,
else
sit down and
That could
think it out.
possibly go into the general fund matching dollars.
Could be, and that's the place to safely put it. We can always pull it out of there.
But if-
Okay,
I hate to say this politically, but if you've got something else you believe needs to be funded, let's talk about that.
No.
Because I don't, I couldn't think of anything else.
And this is I like this list. The only thing I saw that was omitted that I thought
Right.
a department that would
Okay,
possibly have a need.
does Braden understand what just happened?
Braden had his hand up.
I do, I have a suggestion as far as all this goes. I think this is a great opportunity, the amount of money that's coming in. I totally agree that it should not go towards anything like salary, which is going to tie us up further down the road. I would suggest that vehicles do the same thing. I think that that's gonna be a one-time hit, and it's just gonna be something that depreciates. So I'm gonna take it, swing it the entire other side of the spectrum. And my suggestion would be that we really should be focused on projects that are going to make the county money down the line. And or projects that we can get a grant fund or a grant match for. And I think those two things in my mind are where are upfront, the top priority as far as this development comes through. So like, to me, a workforce housing makes sense because at some point we will recoup that entire cost. And it will be making some money for the county. Airport fuel, Jet A fuel. That's something that at some point we will recoup that cost and it will be making money for the county. There's things like recycling where if we've got to do some repairs to a baler, that does make money for the county. I understand that. But I think in my line of thinking that if we've got 800 and some thousand free dollars, how do we double down on that? How do we make sure that we're getting more coming in? And so, other than that operating principle, that's up to you guys. You see how that's going. I think we need to start considering how do we raise revenue in the county. We all know tax isn't a good way to do that, but I think we're gonna be coming up on a discussion like that in the next 3 years if we don't do something now.
I don't disagree with what you say. I'm not surprised about what you said
As finance, you should.
because that's your stinking job. See, I struggle with the idea of the concept of how are we going to generate revenue? We're not a revenue generating machine with the exception of one thing, and that's taxes. Really, that's what funds
We're
county.
at a break even.
So for me as an elected official today, I got to figure out how to use this money to make more money. That I struggle with that. I wouldn't if we were financially stable across the board in all departments. And we use airport, for example, right? We have part and pieced the financial picture of airport together over the last 5 years. Is that a good way to do business? No. Is there an option to that? No. They're a minute revenue generator on the scale of the county. Is it irresponsible to say, let's just take this money and piss it away? It might be. But I really looked at what I thought the departments needed cash infusion right now. Not next year, the year after. Are they going to use this strategically? I don't know.
Yeah, and I think if that approach is taken, I think there should be some guidelines and, well, not guidelines, and
Rule.
this is
Yeah.
how you.
What we're gonna use it for. Grant matching is a key one, I think.
Yeah.
Because
You know-
in the services we provide, a lot of grants are needed. And we gotta match them, and we're gonna be faced with that on even broadband, that community thing with towns. Because the cost increased because of this recession or inflation. And they're going after a different set of grants now because they couldn't afford they've already put in matching already, so we've got to come up with probably some way of putting a few more bucks in a new grant. We don't even know what that is yet. So there's some unknowns yet. But that's why I say, what you're saying, get the ones that are hot right now. The airport's one of them. The veteran services, we heard needs a truck. Who else needs a truck?
Well,
Vernon,
law
whatever.
enforcement,
Law
but-
enforcement was one.
And I have to. From my chair, I'm not disagreeing with what you said as a finance director. I think you're probably right on, but from where I sit. I have to disagree on the vehicle side. Those are purchases that are hard to do for us as a county, right? It's just like, oh my God. But the fact that it's an expense and not an investment doesn't bother me as much as it probably bothers
Cost
you.
of doing business.
That's right.
You gotta do it.
But yeah, and I agree with that. I think there's instances, and I think that's why grants have to be super stressed in this, because if I've got $50,000, I'm gonna spend $50,000. And whether I can get $100,000 worth of value or the $50,000. And so I think for vehicles, yes, the landfill needs a loader. Like that.
That's
needs to
cost of
happen,
doing
otherwise
business.
Business is gonna shut down,
Yeah.
and that's something we do generate revenue for. Landfill doesn't cost the county any money. Planning and zoning doesn't cost the county any money. Right, recycling should not cost the county any money. So there's places that we are generating revenue. I don't think that's the point. The point is not to generate revenue. The point is to leverage
Do business.
our money. If we bought an apartment or we bought a workforce housing, not only is that income coming in from rent, getting hopefully more qualified or struggling guys to come over here and work, people to work. That's also potentially a handful of families that are here that are also spending money and generating taxes and stuff. So I think, what's the trickle down to me? And, like, for example, an IT vehicle. I understand the need for it. Is there a way that we can just reimburse mileage? Is there another thing that we can do right now?
Right.
Or is it a $30,000 vehicle that eventually becomes the same issue of the other vehicles where we've got?
Yeah, that's a great point. And to that very specific thing, when you said IT, I did not think of vehicle.
No,
I was thinking about
specifically
I thought of the
speaking
vehicle,
the
Technology
I
IT
think.
equipment
part
for
of
the
it.
county.
I did that and I thought,
Okay. So that could be a fence we put around
Right.
that.
let me bring up another point. You've heard me say it before to reinforce it. This county collects taxes. Most of the taxes pay for the wages and that's it. Benefits and wages. The rest of the county business is done on grants. Think about it. That's why grant matches are, and that's the way it's set up. Rural counties get these grants because they know you can't afford the services without them. So that's important to pick the right ones instead of making money, to do business with. So,
Yeah, I can't argue with the attitude of leveraging some dollars
that's right,
either.
you gotta do it.
I originally, this will sound like I'm blowing smoke at you, but I originally thought, hell, let's just take this $800,000 and invest it in workforce housing. No questions, just go buy whatever we can buy for 800,000, let people move in, sell it to them.
Trouble is, that's only a house now
That's
with 5
exactly
bedrooms
why I
and
didn't
3
go any further with
bathrooms.
that thought. I thought, well, hell, we're not having a significant impact. And then that's the other half of this equation. I looked at this list and thought, is this gonna be a significant impact or not? And I think every one of these lines it would be.
We're almost gonna leave here, I think.
So
Dinner time, you're right. All right, let's,
doesn't sound like I'm trying to pitch my favorite
No,
into this
well,
go.
we don't need to
That's
belabor it.
also-
You're right. No, it doesn't.
Okay,
Let's just allocate, because we can reallocate it. We have the checkbook. So,
yeah, I'm assuming if we make a decision though, if we allocate today,
well, that's what we're committed to.
we're not gonna reallocate.
No,
Like
but-
we said, here's your
But
money.
you said we're putting stuff out in the future too. and we're
Right,
Putting some
right,
into the grant.
okay.
We can change the grants around.
Yeah.
Later.
I get what you're saying about having that matching grant fund dollars line. We've said it ever since Adrian started yelling
And
at
we
us,
even put it
right?
in, did we put it in the budget too? Didn't we?
There was some in there, wasn't there?
For the matching?
No,
Every
besides
department that
LATCF
had
or not?
one, we did.
No,
Okay.
there's not.
All right.
Yeah.
Because you're treating the whole thing as a grant. grant in and grant out. We just haven't decided what the out looks like. Okay.
So now we can partially do it, leave the rest in the grant pot, and then we can look at it when we get the new money in. Reallocate it. The new money.
Yeah.
So maybe, if I can,
Yes,
maybe with this approach, a suggestion would be it going into. I would suggest the entirety of it going into a grant match for now, placeholder. And then what you've done is, instead of saying certain dollar amounts for those departments, instead make that the priorities of where, when those departments come to you with, I found this grant and this is the project I'd like to take part in, then that's a priority, as opposed to if
Yeah,
I come to you with the finance
Okay,
grant.
and that's the balance that's left over from the 3 that we allocated. So what's left,
Yeah, or all.
Right now.
Yeah,
Well,
however you want
the
to.
next year, the next one we can dump in there and then reallocate it.
I think I'd like to see people work to find a grant, have a specific project in mind. For these different things, unless there's a specific thing in mind right now that it goes to. I think
Well, that's
I
what
think a
Tom,
dollar without a name is spent. Like,
Agreed.
it's thrown away. So if we don't,
so that's what I said, Braden, he's got the airport and there's a valid need. We've got the veteran service, we've got that fine. And we had recycling, was it recycling?
Mhm.
A piece of that that's broken.
Can I just make a pitch about that recycling? I'm worried about the optic of going, well, shit, Flower ran that recycling through. That's not the point. They have a need. It's their first year of operation. They don't have a track record to go on. They don't know what
And
they're.
they got a broken machine.
They
It's
got a
not
busted
under
machine.
warranty.
They got 2 buildings that they haven't totally financed. They have a need. I don't anticipate those needs occurring again. Probably one of the few that probably won't. They're not gonna need another building to store cardboard in.
Just gotta get it moving.
They're not gonna need another office. That's a one and done deal. So,
Well, and we can change it, so.
yeah. Your statement about money not named is money spent. True. I don't have a problem with this money. Maybe hinges on a little bit of financial irresponsibility here, but
Okay,
I just
so.
think they need help.
So I move that we allocate the funds in the 3 departments we've already stated and put the rest in a grant matching fund.
You had 4 departments.
4.
The IT, I'm sorry. I was looking at the 3.
Okay. Would you include in your motion about the vehicle, about IT?
That's what I meant. I said IT.
Yeah,
And if it's
without a vehicle,
not a vehicle.
no vehicle.
They could,
That's all I'm
what
asking.
if it's a vehicle where we found a matching grant?
it's different because it's in grants. We
I would
have a
oppose it.
grant fund already.
I would still oppose it because
I agree.
I think that department needs hard money to spend on IT stuff.
I
not
do
on the
too.
vehicle.
I do too.
Okay,
Make sure.
second. I don't know if you were done with your.
I
motion.
am.
So 25, 75, 75, and 50.
Mhm.
152, 225.
And the rest just
For any
throw it in the grants and
mathematicians.
we can move it.
That leaves you 180.
Okay, roughly to go and then leave it right where it's at now, which is in that grant, I don't remember the name of it, grant fund. The balance would stay in
Right.
there.
Discussion. I'm
Yeah,
good.
We're on discussion. I didn't call it, but we are. I
Okay.
moved directly there after the second.
For the record, you should restate the motion.
We have a motion on the floor to allocate funds in the sum of 50,000 to recycling, 75,000 to
Airport.
VSO, 75,000 to airport, and 25,000 to IT. And to put the remaining balance of the LATCF monies that we just received leave them in a grant
Matching fund.
into a grant matching fund. And now we are in discussion.
If anybody says anything more, you better stand tall.
Right.
Kelly wants to go to dinner, and so do I.
That's correct.
So I do have a couple of points of discussion. There's one person that's been in this county government longer than anybody else in here, and I'd like her honest opinion if she's willing to give it about this approach. Don't have to butter anybody up, just if you have an honest opinion about it, I'd like to hear it.
No, I think that you probably, I think that how you have it is. Works pretty good. I think that's what you gotta look at is who has the greatest need right now and.
Or even to bring
Or
the
the-
point, is there a better way to do it?
There is, we can fix it with the
The-
next year's fund.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we do still have a little wiggle room, because we
Yeah, we
still
do.
got 500 and some thousand.
Coming back and
But I would also highly recommend that these entities
Yeah, thank you, I was gonna go there.
try to leverage this money. Granted, if the airport uses that to help match this grant that they've got, but even if they, sometimes you can get a grant to match a grant. You can't
hold it
with
over the
federal
band
funds.
in case we overrun.
But there are ways to do that, and the BSO, I would recommend be able to do that. Recycling, if they can go after another grant to help pay for those repairs or to leverage that money. I would highly recommend that, and even Vernon there, because he's going after grants to work on the IT already, so I don't think, to your point, Braden, that we just say, okay, well, here's the $25,000. Go spend it on new software and hardware for the county. But try to leverage that to the best of your abilities. And I think a lot of these people would anyway, but I think that would be something that we would need to make certain that we voice to them.
Don't disagree, Kevin. But I don't want to paint a picture that now they're constrained, the only thing they can use this for is grant money. Because there's some desperate needs right now,
True, but if possible,
if possible, absolutely.
that's my.
Please
if
consider
possible.
using some or all of this as leverage for grants if you can.
It's not,
I'm fine with that, but if they need to spend it, if airport needs to go buy $60,000 worth of fuel, I'm good with that.
it's up to them.
Albeit they do have a line item right now that we boosted for that purpose. So,
True, then if I was on the airport, I'd say, but you didn't boost it enough.
Or
Whatever it
a
is.
pump breaks or whatever.
We're beating them up because they're here, so.
great.
Yeah, and I don't disagree that the priorities are on here. I guess the question that I would bring up is from the finance perspective. None of these entities that aren't working closely with me have come to me and said, we're struggling. So that's where I feel a little disconnected.
Okay.
Some of this is that anybody that asked for their budget more or less got it this year. And so I think to say, I just, that's hard for me to hear just because I'm not seeing something.
Right.
Because
That's
if
true, but
they need it right now, then
But
I'm surprised I'm not.
I'm gonna use the we
Okay.
here, but I see it because everybody has to squeeze to try to meet the budget, and we kept beating them up to do it.
Yeah.
And then we recognized the real needs and we funded what we could. That doesn't mean you can't hire another sheriff's deputy.
Yeah.
Not hire, I shouldn't use that term. It's fund the equipment to make them help them do their job more safely, whatever. But that they took a risk. That was their decision, and sometimes you don't have that insight.
Yeah.
But as the HR or finance guy, you're right to question it, but now execute, right? So,
Yeah. Well, you have a valid point, Braden, and maybe I over dramatize. I will own that if that's the case. I have conversations with Jared. He is so frustrated. He has no money to run his program on. And he realizes that what money he does have, damn little of it comes from this county. But yet we stand around and do this about veterans all the time, and he's using his own gas, his own vehicle. That's why I say he has a need. He may not be espousing that. That's not the kind of guy he is.
And unfortunately, like, I am somewhat aware of that in wanting to know more about it. But there's other squeaky wheels that
Right.
could agree, so I totally agree.
Yeah.
We just
I've
gotta
laid
help
out
them be
where I think
engaged.
recycling is. Does the landfill need some extra money? Yes. Do they need it allocated today? I don't think so, although it'd be nice to drop about 10 grand on fencing around that stinking property out there. But I guess it can wait till spring or whatever.
And if anything, that was what I was gonna say, not fencing, but we have a compactor that's really close to going. south.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my original landfill proposal was 100,000. Probably not to do all of it, but it wouldn't buy a compactor, but it would sure help, and he could maybe use that money to leverage for
For a grant.
a CDPHE grant for equipment. Which isn't off of the board, it's just not in the queue right now of this motion, correct? I mean. And that's why, did you guys hear him say, Brian asked me if he thought he needed to be here this afternoon for the budget conversation, which I don't know that he had any idea that this LETCF part would wrap into that, but.
But it's something we can work.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that sheriff's budget's pretty healthy this year. I don't have a problem not funding them on this round of funding necessarily. If you guys think we need to,
Not down.
okay. Housing,
I think
I
we're
mean,
good.
if we were where we were earlier this year, if we had $35,000, we could do something with that. I'd be willing to do it, but I don't see it. I think we're in that little bit of a lull period now where they're trying to process this local assistance grant information and all that, so.
I think we're good, Tom. We don't
Okay,
rehashing.
and I'm okay with dropping the outreach completely out of there, but between outreach and CTF money,
That we can later. And put it back in.
because to Brady's point, if we have the ability to match grants more than we have now, that should help our county, right?
It's a lot better.
I do have a concern about
Yeah,
that whole philosophy,
outreach does.
and it's already happened, in my opinion. People writing grants for stuff that this county doesn't really need.
Sometimes they got it.
So then you gotta
Outreach
marry,
deals with a lot of that. I mean,
Yeah.
libraries,
you
that,
gotta marry that up with, well, yeah, but are you gonna pass up a 90% funded vehicle? We didn't need that vehicle, but it would have been crazy for us not to fund it 10%, right?
right?
We weren't
Sometimes
gonna
that
get that
happens.
money.
And that'll come up again. I mean, look at this windfall. Who knew?
Right.
All right.
What did we do, airport 75?
Mhm.
Right, airport at 75, BSO at 75, recycling at 50 and IT at 25.
No, that's good.
I'll be a lot more amenable to the next agenda item if I didn't think it was gonna cost this county general fund quite as much money.
Got grant fund. Can knock it down.
Any other discussion on this agenda item?
Well, that's what I'm getting at,
Okay,
sir.
that's,
Do,
That was my point. We can apply it to that. It's just, but see, that's still they're just moving the money over. We still have the money.
yeah,
You
but it's
see?
the color of the money.
I know, if we can do that, and take it out of the grant fund, knock it down to 200,000, take 25 and do that. But
Exactly
that's
what I'm
something,
asking.
that's what I pointed out a minute ago. We can still do that. It's the same difference in overall budget to the county. It's just a matter of what fund it came out of, and we got the grant fund to deal with this. As opposed to us taking the money out of the general fund that we got it out of, capital improvement, which is there. Which is what is a good investment. So I
So
don't think
this-
optic wise, if that's to worry about, I think we're good the way it is.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the optics. I'm thinking how I'm gonna vote on the next agenda item. I gotta tell you, I'm not thrilled about earmarking $225,000 of general fund money.
Okay, whatever it is, we can do. I'm just telling you that it was funded in capital investment. Just, it's not, that's where general fund is. That's what it's for. I mean, the whole house is the capital improvement
Yes,
money. So it's not, it's whether we want to invest in the capital improvement, which with a state coming in and saying we'll pay for half of it, and it improves the value of that airport to the citizens of the county, and it provides the SAR capabilities to save lives. That's a great investment. Anyway,
I'm not gonna argue against the merits of what you
Yeah,
just
I
said.
hear you.
Okay, my point is, I'm trying to beat around the bush. Should we use, does it make sense for us to use some LATCF money to supplant the matching grant dollars
think-
for the airport?
I think so. And the reason is the capital improvement fund has more money to ask to invest in capital improvements, other capital improvements. That helps relieve it. That's where I was when this first came up. That general fund matching thing, that's a neat little windfall we got in order to improve our capital investment capability and other things. So you either do it directly or you leave it the way it is. It still improves our capital investment picture either way.
Yeah, we're getting ready to vote on $225,000. My big question is, one, do I have any business supporting that amount of money?
Mhm.
Two, if I do, where's it coming from? Three, can some of it come from general funds, some of it come from
Sure.
LATCF,
Sure.
quote unquote, a windfall, not free, but a windfall,
Right.
unexpected, unanticipated
Right,
revenue.
it can.
If it can, do we want to have that conversation right now about increasing the airport? That's where I'm headed. Didn't really want to have to lay it out that way, but that's.
Well,
what
that's
I'm
okay.
getting
It's just the same difference.
at.
Because you're saying, we're gonna do that, we're only gonna give them 200,000 and they can put the other 25,000 in out of their own pot. Because we're increasing their.
If we increase it, you're
That's
saying.
right, okay.
I'm asking. I don't,
I mean, it's still the same net effect. Because
overall,
it is, it's
yes.
exactly the same,
Well-
because then it is, because you're taking the capital improvement fund and you're increasing it. By either giving it directly to the airport to use for that, or by the fact that we've already got it in the pot.
I think I understand what you're saying. It comes back to our conversation on Friday. What the hell's the definition of a capital improvement fund, right? I mean, I don't look at this 800,000 as capital improvement dollars. Some of it may get used that way,
Sure,
but
I agree. That, then we just went through all that. We split it out in 10 different categories or whatever there are. When it's not all capital improvement.
right.
And we just, matter of fact, a very small part of it is.
Because we're not gonna put this in capital improvement, this balance of whatever that
No,
dollar.
it goes into a
Right,
grant
it
matching
stays in that
fund.
grant matching fund. That's the distinction.
Mhm.
That's why I done say it's not all gonna come out of the same pot. As an overall arching county is a pool of money, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we want to use some of this 225,000 unspent dollars this year to help offset this ask on the next agenda item? That's what I'm really asking.
Yeah, we could. We could, and
Yeah,
then,
it would,
and then all that does is it allows us to take the other, off the back end of 25,000 more. Out of the capital improvement for some other capital improvement, not the airport.
It
That-
frees up
it
that
just frees it up, or
availability.
we can just give it to the next guy that's asking for it on the availability, because the grant fund doesn't go anywhere. It's still there. That money, it's just it's there.
and so if that is the case, your recommendation because I imagine you have a dollar amount that you have in your brain. Could you share that with the rest of us?
Sir, you are absolutely wrong. I want one of you two to come up with that. I don't honestly.
I was throwing out 25K, if it's 200,000 county,
Okay.
25 from them. In a fund, we gave them 25 for off of this, that's fine. Or if we leave it at 225,000. And they get the 75,000 and the capital improvement fund is still upped by 25K.
So we're, at this point, though, we're talking about the LATC.
Right.
That's what I meant.
So,
So I said
And to be
so,
honest with you, I don't think it's enough, Bill.
to put it in there. We can put more. I just threw that.
I
out.
know.
so,
I'm not arguing, I'm just saying.
I'm all for, I agree with it.
so you're saying bump the airport from 75 to 20 to 100,000.
That's one way to do it, or in his case, it's probably 125,000. If you wanted to get real.
I didn't have a dollar amount in mind, but I was hoping that we could reduce the pressure on the general fund. The matching grant dollar, we keep jumping back and forth.
And I'm really good with that, Tom.
So the 225 matching grant dollars would come out of capital outlay.
Correct. So right now we have 400 some thousand in the airport line of capital improvement. 225, which would come back from that grant match. That's currently how it is in the budget.
And doing what you proposed, Tom, if we gave them 50,000. In other words, move their
Right.
money to two and a whatever that is,
1.25.
1.25. Then they can do that, and the capital improvement fund just keeps the money in it at that same amount.
Right.
That's okay.
It allows us to keep capital improvement more whole by that.
Sure, and
amount of
or
money.
we just look at it like we earmark keep it there, and then we put it in later when we see it. But I like leaving it. I like putting it in there and leaving it over in capital outlay. It's fine, but you spend it now, get this over there to offset it.
So capital improvement right now, what's projected to be at the end of 2023 with the airport
Taking 225.
project and the grant match in there would we would have an ending balance in that fund of 528,549.
Right.
Or if we give them
This
50, it would be 50
swinging
more.
that 200 to the positive.
Right.
So I think that's the question is 500 too low or is 700 better? For some reason?
That's a thought. We can do that.
Because this project, in anticipation, we did leave in the budget as a revenue and an expense. So it is, if we do not change what we have here, that is still what is in the budget that we are about to approve.
And I like the
So
idea of not showing
we're
as
gonna
much
vote.
red or taking the risk later. I mean, that's what you're saying there. So I think it's fine to do that.
You know,
Not a darn thing wrong with it.
Philosophically, let's just assume we amended that motion to add another 50,000. If the airport board decided to take that whole 150,000 and spend it on the match, I'd be a little disappointed in that.
Yeah, and when they need to do the other things. And they also know what what the match requirement is, so they would do the smart thing. Plus, they've heard us talk about this.
Yeah, they got.
Yeah.
Not to say they couldn't.
For
use
the
some of
last
that.
hour and a half.
They couldn't, that's not to say they couldn't use some of that to leverage, that's just what we talked about, right? Maybe they say, well, God, we got this money, rather than spend it on fuel, let's go try to get a grant to buy twice as much fuel,
Could be.
whatever. But
I got it. So we could what is this forever, but I like the idea, so I'll amend it. The motion. To give them the additional $50,000, the total amount, 125,000.
anything you want to say, Mr. Day?
Somebody say second.
Not at this time.
Well, then I'll second it, if Day doesn't have the guts to do it. No, I'm teasing you. A great point, I hadn't stopped and think, can the maker of a motion amend their own motion? They can't.
Sure can.
I'll second.
So I have an amended motion on the floor to fund these 4 departments.
No,
No, just
Just to
the
change it.
change to the airport.
The change, the amendment to the motion is to increase the airport line from $75,000 to $125,000. Those in favor of the amendment to the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion on the floor, any further discussion on it? Which is to fund these 4 line items, recycling at 50, VSO at 75, the airport at 125, and IT at $25,000.
and Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I know Commissioner Kanda put the next agenda item on. So I would direct my question to Mr. Bill.
Mhm.
Would I be correct in assuming that that dollar figure now is probably going to change?
Yeah, it has to.
All right.
Okay, any further discussion?
The other thing about it's probably assumed inherently, but we've got to have some reporting requirements wrapped around these dollars. And I'd be interested in knowing what the money was going to be used for. We've already, if the motion passes, we've already decided they can have the money, but I'd still be interested in knowing.
Well, we talked about no strings attached and
We
let
did.
them do their.
I'm not saying it's required.
But
I'd like
we're,
to see what airport's going to spend.
but we always have that visibility because their reports bring it up and they say, we're gonna go buy extra truck out there and here's what we're gonna get and here's how we're gonna use the money. They better be doing. That's why we have the meeting.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever failed in that
No,
regard.
that's right.
And I'm not suggesting they have to come ask permission how to spend
No, I'm
this
not
money.
either, but we'll have visibility into how they're spending their money.
Correct.
And we'll have a visibility too, because I'll make sure this year, there's gonna be a budget review 3 times in the year. At least, we'll see what we do.
Since I'm going to be the one who is doing the reporting, I do think that we need to have a workflow outlined for whenever they do spend the money, because it's going to have to get coded into accounting a certain way. We're gonna have to have copies of receipts, and it's gonna have to be something that we can upload into the treasury as a report.
And that's what we've done with all our airport grants. And if you're talking about the
No,
process in
just saying-
general, like, you're
Just
right,
saying,
it has to be that.
in general, I
Sure
think
does.
that you all will need to have something in place that tells whoever you're giving this money to what their steps are. And it may not be a requirement, but it's a workflow.
So Braden, all of these will be coded that grant, right?
But I have
Or are
to
you gonna
know-
set up a line item in each department?
I will have to know before they spend any money on this, where it needs to be spent out of.
Right.
Because the way this is gonna work now is instead of there being a grant expense line within the airport's budget, it's going to be under whatever was actually spent on. So part of that might be operating supplies, part of that might be repairs and maintenance, part of that might be capital outlay. I need to know where I need to create that account within each of
Within each
those.
department, you can't just say, we spent it out of the $800,000 grant fund.
Or else they have a fuel farm and this is what's allocated to.
So each department's gonna have a
A discussion.
LATCF.
Yeah. If nothing else, I completely agree with Jennifer, like, we need a workflow. At some point, a department has to say, we're planning on spending it on this, can you put an account here for capital outlay and operating supplies? And then they can put it into that account. And then we'll be able to very, very easily see exactly
Where the money
spent.
came from.
So for consistency, that would come from you.
It has
We
to
don't
come to
want-
me at some point. I
Yeah.
don't
To
care how
develop
that
the
happens.
workflow thing.
The work.
We don't want every department developing their own, right? Here's the
Right, yeah.
form. This is what you have to
It
do. I'm
has to be a
saying you
general
provide that to
workflow.
them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So gentlemen, so you know, I have the requirements for reporting, and it is really basic, but recipient agrees to submit an annual project and expenditure report to Treasury for this award in a form provided by the Treasury, which means that we have to be able to explain what the project was and what it was used for.
And that's us, that's not each entity.
Correct.
We have to report to the treasury.
Correct. But in order to be able to report to the Treasury. what
We
we-
need the information.
Correct.
This
And
is
that's
for
where
this
the
grant, is
workflow
this for the
is.
lactive thing?
I'm sorry,
It is for the LACTF.
yes.
Okay, we're good.
If it is okay with you, Braden and I could work together on a workflow. And then before they can actually reach that money, that you all have a chance to look at what that looks like.
See, now we're talking, operation and execution of what's going on. That's up to you guys.
But we have to be told to.
Sure,
Like,
do it.
We have to,
I don't want it hanging somewhere else. If
No,
we're
that's
the
right.
ones That are
This
supposed to do it, then.
Yeah, I don't want to leave it up to each department to
No.
develop, create this wheel.
But you're,
Let's create it
you have
once.
the authority.
and send it out.
That's your job.
Yeah, but I've got 17 other things that I could be working on.
Yeah.
So,
So that being said, then nobody should expend these dollars until they have a reporting form in place. They don't have to get permission to spend it. They just
Right.
gotta tell you how they're spending it. We all agree with
Yeah,
that?
that's what we're doing. So we can work the mechanics. Let's call the question I want to move on.
Well, you were still talking, so I was waiting.
I wasn't
until
even
the
talking.
discussion-
You were talking and he
Are
was
you-
talking.
Are you, so your discussion is done, you've called the question. And I was gonna, so I won't put mine out. So,
Sir, let me do a point of order here. Any of us can call the question. Technically,
Don't have to vote.
it has to
vote
be
on it.
voted on. If you have something you want to say, you still have the right to vote against
Right.
the question. You might get outvoted, but you still have the
Or-
right
okay,
to vote.
Or
against
clarify it
So,
after we vote on it.
the question has been called. Those in favor of calling the question then signify by saying
I,
aye.
Well-
I
You don't have to vote.
I will declare. So, question has been called. Those in favor, we have a motion on the floor now to fund these 4 line items in the amounts of 50,000 for recycling, 75,000 for DSO, 125,000 for airport, and 25,000 for IT.
and if my math's correct, Mr. Chairman, that brings it to 275. Anybody been tracking that or not?
Should be 225.
No, because we
Oh,
upped
we
it
added
50.
275, we upped it.
That is
50
correct.
grand.
I was going off my earlier.
Which
figures.
leaves a balance out of the 800,000 of 557,000.
Or out of the 414.
Yeah.
It's available, whatever that is.
Right, we'd be
And
35,000.
right, and so that, we got that to spend from here until October next,
If we want.
if we
can
wanted
hold
to
it.
spend it. Okay,
Okay. So those in favor of said motion. I guess I should look to see if we have any hands up in.
I think all the hands just
I'm not
died
even
out
logged
there.
on.
Dear God.
Okay, we have none. Those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
I will vote nay. Okay, motion carries by a 2-1 vote.
all right,
Okay, so assuming we get fully funded on our second half. Then we would have 557,000 left. We've not
35,000
expended
plus the other.
414 minus 275, whatever that is. They're forcing you to do it, aren't you?
139,
139 out of what you got this year.
Okay, so we have
139 plus 4, whatever. it's like.
39 out of 2022 and 414 expected revenue 2023.
Right. Okay,
Okay.
wait the airport up.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for coming back and being here for this now. The next item up for consideration of matching funds for the airport grant. So. I guess, let me ask the first question because I asked it a minute ago. But that has not been approved at this point. So just for clarification for me. It is in the budget that we have on the agenda for approval. Under capital improvement. Is that not correct? Okay, and we had an in and an out for that, correct? Or just an out?
We had an out and a half in it, which the amounts that would.
It's a matching grant, 50-50, 450, so 2.25 each. State, 2.25, us 2.25. County 2.25. And so given what we've just discussed, we have, we could do, if the airport wants to match, throw in their match, and the county only needs to throw in 175,000.
That's right.
So our approval here today would be to match this grant with 175. So I move that we match this grant with $175,000 out of capital improvement, capital outlay, however we've done.
Which at this time has how much?
He's got
I
it
guess.
covered.
I will, before we go there, I guess I will second that motion so we can move into discussion. My first item for discussion, then what did you say? State that our general fund capital improvement has in it?
The fund balance itself.
Yes.
The fund balance would be with including the full amount in there currently at the end of next year would be 528,000.
That's with the plus up with this.
That's without any of this. This is
Okay, so
as it
then,
stands.
okay, got it.
If we spent the entire 225.
And if without it, that would be plussed up 50, whatever that is. On that which you just read.
Yes. Whatever the amount is that you guys are suggesting would be plus that.
Yeah.
Let me ask one more and then I'll
Yeah,
go to you, sir. What is the timeline on this project?
A 2023 grant money from DOA that we would have to try to execute in 2023. I don't know that we have to be pumping fuel in 23, but the project would be initiated in 23 funds out of DOA.
And the way it was presented, the DOA is looking at it, and we'll discuss it on the 19th. Project starts March 1st, engineering, design, finalization, actual breaking ground projected in 1 May and completion 45 days later.
So fair to anticipate these dollars would be expended next.
Oh, they'll be expended for sure.
2023.
They'll all be
Yes, and
expended.
through-
That's what you're
That
asking.
was my-
All in 2023
Bill,
by
question.
30 August.
Yeah.
Well, you asked to the schedule.
Yeah, I asked for the timeline.
You
know.
said time, you say time, you said the end,
So what I was at, the timeline, so how,
they wouldn't
Soon
grant
would
it
it-
unless they had a schedule to get fully expended. That's their criteria on the money
that
they
it would
got.
all
from
be
the state.
expended in 23, okay. That's. Tom,
Thank you, sir. So a question for Braden, big picture thing, doesn't really, it's not super relevant to the motion, but I think it'll come around and be relevant. Capital outlay. We have a revenue figure plugged in the budget,
Yes.
and you have an expense number plugged in that equals that? Is that the intent? Or not?
So in capital improvement, I have 450,000 in expenses for airport.
Okay. And did I write down 528
That was the fund balance.
That's
the
fund balance.
entire capital improvement fund.
now? For
At the
January
end of,
That would be January 1 of 2024.
it was at the end of the last year, Tom. He's got,
So if we were to play out this next year with everything in the budget currently, without any of these adjustments, we would have 528,000 in capital
Okay.
improvement.
And that falls within our target.
Correct.
Okay,
so it's gonna be plussed up 50 because we're giving 50 out of this fund to it.
who's running the airport? My golly. That would be you, you're the chairman,
Correct.
and I have a question. I think I know the answer, but I'm forced to ask it. Can I assume that the airport board's gonna use $50,000 of the money we just voted to give the airport to offset some of this matching grant request?
I'm certain a portion of it will be. Because there will be pop-ups outside the grant,
Okay,
electrical item.
all right, so let me rephrase then. So we were going to give you 75,000, we changed that to 125,000 with the general understanding, correct me anytime I go off the rails, Bill, that you would use 50,000 of that 125 to offset some of the grant match request to get it down from 225 to 175.
Yes, sir. Right. I followed that after 5 hours. That's what I took away from it.
Okay. Because guess what? Without this conversation, the airport never committed to spend that money, right? We gave it to them assuming they did it. So now you have committed. You
Now they
use that
have it.
now.
They've had it for 10 minutes and he's committed already. See, he's made a quick
That's
decision.
right. We can commit it based on what the amount is we vote on this motion, right? And do we have a motion?
We do have a
Yeah, we
motion.
do.
Can you restate the motion for us, Kelly?
The motion is to match the grant with 175 out of capital improvement.
So,
Which automatically de facto answers my question, right?
Mhm.
It's up to the airport to come up with the rest of it.
And they promised on pain of death and 5 hours of lessons that they would.
What do you need from us? Do you need a pledge that we put a line in our budget that we're gonna commit that 50,000 to the grant match? I mean, what would make you
Yeah,
feel
that's
more
what's gonna
comfortable?
happen based on this conversation about the workflow.
Yeah,
But other than that, no.
We're gonna get even more than that because Caitlin's gonna be here on the 19th and we're
well,
gonna.
we're gonna stand by the commitment because we're gonna be back in 24 asking you for more money. So
Okay.
we're gonna stand by our commitment.
All right,
It will.
Yeah.
Because they have a capital improvement plan that goes in 24, 25, 26, and
doesn't mean it'll get funded, but. they got
no,
a
and
plan.
they never did on this one either. We were surprised as heck that there's a fuel farm even in the pipeline here based on.
Right.
And probably, just a couple of comments here. First of all, as a citizen, the money that's available through LATCF or whatever the acronym is, I understand, I hear what you're saying, there's immediate need for things to be funded. But there's also, if you take this money and you look at it as a monetary force multiplier, I heard the word strategic several times in here. If you look at this strategically, you take that money and you set aside part of that as a strategic monetary fund force multiplier through the grant system. If it's 50-50 and you did it all of the 814,000, now you got $1.628 million out of 800,000. So a portion of that, which we're asking for, is a force multiplier. Yes, it's $225,000-$50,000 hit in there. But it's force multiplied via the grant system. And not every line that you're trying to fund in here has that. It's a gift, if you will, to try to help with immediate need.
Right.
Got it as a citizen.
Right.
And then the other part for the airport request is to help you. I heard a couple of your concerns there, Commissioner Flower. This benefits not just the airport. It's not just one institution. It has tentacles to help all of those things we've addressed multiple times, EMS, firefighting, Colorado Fire, Life Light, DOD that might come in, search and rescue. So,
Economy as
because,
well.
so it helps the airport. Yeah, everybody says airport, airport, airport. But this grant money has the opportunity to help other entities by providing this service of the jet fuel. We also touched on revenue. It's a small amount, but it's something. And our desire, our hope, our goal, and what we're managing to is to make it profitable. So does that move the needle much for the county? Not a lot. But our goal is to make that not a drain.
Right.
It's plus. So as you noodle through all of this and you look at the funds that are available, our request and our proposal is the money that would be allocated to help the Silver West Airport helps a lot of different entities within the county and outside of the county as well. And it multiplies the money through the grant system.
Let me add one other thing that he touched on barely. And when we submitted it for Hickenlooper's gig, it became clear, and it applies here still. It improves the economy of the state of Colorado and the economy of this county, because you're bringing in revenue, people coming in and seeing the place, want to buy it, buy food here, et cetera, or goods that go through the transportation system. That's why the state allowed us to send it to the federal budget, because they recognize that's not just all the things he mentioned, the SAR stuff and all that general stuff. So of all the things that you can get a grant for, this is one of the few that has that big an impact across many different disciplines that affect the county. Immediate force multiplies, it multiplies it by a bunch.
The other thing, financial responsibility, the three of you have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers in the county, and I have a responsibility to follow through on what we ask for here, how we commit that money and how we execute. We have Braden in each of our meetings every month so that we have the oversight, the guidance, and we make sure everything is spent out properly as you have allocated for us. The other thing that we've done is, this isn't just, hey, we heard there's some money in the county and run up here and go, hey, we need this or the other. This is part of our out-year planning. It's part of our capital improvement plan that we briefed out up here.
2 years.
So this is, we have tried to professionalize the operation of the airport out here to increase oversight and to make sure that every dollar that we're allocated is spent properly out there. So I give you my personal assurance and assurance as the chairman that we will follow through on our commitments. If you say it's $50,000 that's still in the match, that's exactly what it'll go to, and it'll be earmarked through our process.
Which as an elected official, I needed to hear that. I hope you appreciate where I'm coming from, right? I'm under some political pressure about spending money at the airport.
I can understand that, and that's why I'm trying to not only enlighten this body, but others that might be listening, is it's not for the airport's sake.
Understood.
It services a lot of different entities.
And that's a sales job. That needs to be a salesmanship job, right? On all of our parts. I carry that message forward. They're not just pouring money down a hole down there. I believe it's being managed properly, but I still have to ask some questions. Understand, right? That's where I'm coming from.
And because we're doing the right thing, we'll always have an answer.
There you go. Don't have to go. "Hey,
Yeah, there's no doubt about, no questions from me in regards to the benefits of getting the Jet A in there. I know how many search and rescue missions take place up here on the Sangres, just that's one entity that would be using that. Where now they have to go to Fremont County or Pueblo to refuel, which shortens their airtime here in those situations.
I do have a question about that Jet A, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
because I'm not sure I understand this. Fuel farm, I hear the term. I looked at the original engineering and the drawings concerning that fuel farm. Buying a new avgas fuel tank. How does that new fuel tank play into the fuel farm? Are you gonna move it?
There's a potential for that, but I don't see that immediately
Okay,
because of the funds that are available. They're out your plans, of course, for ramp. It's all in the CIP for ramp expansion and that type of thing. If we lived in a perfect world and we had a blank check, we would do the ramp expansion. And in conjunction with the ramp expansion, we would co-locate the 100 low lead and the Jet A fuel. We would take advantage of a single charge, it's called the QT pod. We would take advantage of that and co-locate it. We would co-locate the electrical runs, et cetera, et cetera. We don't live in that perfect world, so we can't do that.
Okay.
So what our approach has been, Commissioner Powell, is to do what we can, when we can, incrementally, with an eye on how does this all play and fit for the future. At one point, there was, this pie in the sky discussion of we're gonna put in a new runway, therefore we have to do this. That would never happen. So we pulled off of that immediately when I took the chair. We're gonna take what we have and fix it, keep it up to standards, and enhance where and when we can. The fuel farm itself, we have two ROM budgets right now. One is to leave the one.
It's a rough order of magnitude.
Yes, the ROM and the WAGs with it, but the rough order of magnitude budget that we got out of Armstrong to do this, one is to co-locate the two in the fuel farm, if you will, and one is to leave the 100 low lead where it is. It's my vision, and what I will push for at the board is we leave the 100 low lead where it is. We have an investment there, we're going to leave it there right now. We take the funds that we have and put the Jet A at a different location.
Okay.
And right now, even though we don't have a rush of 100 low lead burners and kerosene burners rushing for the fuel pit at the same time, at least if they're separated right now, you could service both types of air.
so. From my perspective, the fuel farm really needs to be renamed as the Jet A fuel system,
We could do that,
right? Because when you say farm to me, that means we're bringing them both together.
aggregating the two. Yes,
And,
it's
and you have to weigh off the duplicity of the Q pod, the electrical, right? We're gonna have two fuel systems out there, two separate fuel systems.
Correct.
And that's what this next grant's gonna do, is put in the Jet A fuel system into discussion,
Could,
right?
up till now, it hasn't been, and the reason is because we don't know the budget totally yet. And that's that's why I call it a wrong.
if the entities involved, Armstrong Engineering, DOA, and the construction team that we got to do this came to us and go, look, you can save 50,000 this whole project by co-locating. That's exactly what we would do.
Okay.
If they say it's gonna cost you double to move what you already have, there's no way.
The way to do it, and with this budget, the inflation, if it weren't for the inflation, it would be a lot easier, but who knows what's gonna happen. That's why I bug Caitlin about making sure that as we go through this and inflation hammers us with the construction, they better be willing to fund that contingency. And she said, fine, but as long as we can show why.
But again, the whole 450 grand is to put in the Jet A fuel system.
To bring it in, that's correct.
No ramp expansion, no collate, no nothing.
That's right.
Put in the Jet A system.
It's to put in the Jet A, a couple of nuances in there. When you say no ramp expansion, not as envisioned in the overall CIP, but
You have-
you may have to strengthen the ramp to put concrete out in front of it.
Or put some asphalt so you
Or
can get the
heavier
plane
lifts.
closer to it or whatever.
And I'm assuming that's part of the 450.
Yes,
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll show you real quick. I'll give you, this is a notional concept drawing of where it would be. It shows a little apron there, so that's why I wanted to clarify on the ramp expansion and just
Okay.
right here, there would be a little bit there.
And
And
so the fuel tank is gonna orient north and south. That was another question.
I don't know if you're interested.
That's one option, Tom. There's another one with a turn. So that you could co-locate them.
You know, as long as there's no,
They don't know the final design yet. This is just.
Yeah,
One.
But the general idea of this, the Jet A is not gonna sit out in the middle of this concrete pad.
you know,
Giant ramp
no
is
way
gonna be
for
on the
large
south.
airplanes to access it. If you did that. That's our first shot at it.
You think by this time next year, we'll be pumping Jet A?
30 August is what they said.
We can
In
have.
time for the air fest. Maybe.
So, I'll have to look at the line items of the ROM, but.
Yeah.
We'll have to have a
They
better
don't,
breakout,
they don't have it.
but I want to come in and clarify with you at a later date what they have planned for the turn system here. And what all would be included in their ROM.
Because they need that turn system in there for the.
Yeah,
Get
the
the
radius
jet.
there for the airplane, so.
Which is part of the fuel farm.
We're still,
We're still under discussion here, so.
I'm done discussing.
There you go. Okay, then. Mr. Flyer, you got anything else? All right.
thank you.
And I don't see anything online, so. Those in favor of the motion. To allocate. 175, I was almost went to 25, $175,000. For a match. For the airport grant to upgrade. The fuel system. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let me think about it. Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Have you faced any opposition?
Yeah, I get it all the time because people don't understand what the airport is. And the more we talk, the more of it, what's helped it a lot lately is this last Air Fest. Made a big difference. Because people saw people coming in here and they saw the value when they came out there. And we gotta keep, you need, and I saw Jennifer just shot you a note. He says, let me help you put a press release on it.
So send me a list, you'll see in my email, some requests, if you can send me information. Mainly what you just told them.
Okay,
See the value, the whole spiel is the same thing.
all right, let's move on here.
Please.
Thank you, gentlemen.
No, you ought to stay for the rest of this. We're gonna talk about carpet. Wait till we get into the carpet discussion.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. Yes.
Good evening to you.
Good night.
Okay, all right, bye.
Thank Bob. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, B.
Thanks, Brian.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right. Next item up would be consideration of approval for the carpet replacement for the courts. Well, I assume that you brought that to us, sir.
I did, and you should have a document in the board pack about that. We got it.
There are 4 pages, so you know, Kevin. I think it's under 2.
We have this in the court request
Now
order.
it's all gone.
Is this in his book?
Oh, sorry, I moved folder around thinking,
Capital
We were
improvement for
done.
the courthouse.
No, we are not.
let me move it back.
Sorry.
So is it in our packet or no?
It was, I.
Q, it's item Q.
Yes,
Our
but I
packet
moved
left.
it out of,
You moved them?
I did, because I file them when you're done, so you all don't have to. She had wishful thinking.
Where is our?
Oh, she was ready for
I'm
dinner.
moving it back.
It's
is
supposed
what
to
I'm
be
saying.
coming back.
Oh, you took it clear out?
Yeah, I
She was
put
folding up her
I-
tent.
your old folders.
Now, it's off
There,
right.
now it can be there.
Okay,
Do you see it now?
yes, I have it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm getting angry.
So is anybody else here? Did this load?
We still got 2 hours, so.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you all get out of here.
So I'm still looking for 12, there it is. Oh, we don't need any help. That's what we get paid to do.
This quote was 12/23 or 11/23. It's been a while.
So he was here. a week
That's
and a half
this
ago.
year, not.
That's on,
So if you all have those?
Yep.
Okay, trying to figure out which one you really need to be looking at.
It would be the court combined estimate, the last one. Is the one that you should be, no, that's not it. Sorry.
this combined 11,205.
Yes.
Thank you. So the big picture, we got new carpet and plank flooring and DHS through the same process, same company, same installer. We have already paid for planking in the break room. We have not paid for labor in the break room, which I believe is. Let me make sure before I say something stupid.
That first quote was for Tortec planking.
Yeah. That is part of the courts. Okay, Q is part of the courts. So we got 2 Qs now. Oh, they're all Qs.
They're all Q.
All right, gotcha.
So it's planking and labor. Labor and delivery.
The 5,676 is for the courtroom and let's see, that chisel for, yeah, they're both in there. So that's for the courtroom and the what count? You got me doing it. Court clerk's office and the court security officer's office. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then I believe they were going to put planking in the lobby, I believe. And I'm looking, that's what, yeah, lobby area planking
Over here.
in the clerk,
Oh, that
court
one.
clerk, yes.
I was looking.
Well,
Vestibule
they're
or
gonna
whatever.
carpet that as well. Yeah, that's in, the vestibule is included in the courtroom carpet area. So all that being said, if you go back to the third, no, gosh, yeah, the third document. 11 grand.
11,205.
And that does the break room. Court clerk's office. I believe that includes the judge's chambers.
Says office. Didn't say anything about.
Then the court security office, lobby, and the court room. There's gonna be 3 different products. The court room and the vestibule will be one style and color of carpet in 24-inch squares. Then the security office, judge's chambers, court clerk's office will be a different color and style of 24-inch squares. The lobby will be a certain style of planking. And I believe the break room is going to be the same style as the lobby. Originally, the break room was supposed to be the same style as human resources, but that went out of stock. Yeah, because we wanted to be able to repair and replace if necessary. So 11 grand. Money man,
Where are you gonna pull that out?
his hat or his beater. I know.
I guess one initial question I have is, we've already made a payment for a replacement of the break room.
Yes, the materials have been paid for.
Okay, so we're
Yes.
just talking about later.
This is excluding the material.
11,000.
11,205.81.
Yeah, I'm just tacking on to repairs and maintenance for building and grounds.
Tack it on or take it out of what we already budgeted,
Taking it out of
which
it.
is what I thought we would end up doing. I'm
Yeah.
not being presumptuous.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I don't know if you have 11,000 figured out for something else.
For 2023.
Capital outlay.
And see what,
What would this?
oh, this is out of just building and grounds.
Oh,
If we want to, out of the general fund, if we want to use capital.
capital outlay is a logical spot, I think.
then we could.
That's just 11,000, we got 600,000. Left
Yeah.
over the end of the year, it's easy.
Again, we need to get that question answered sooner rather than later. As far as what capital outlay is, but
Right.
It is, it,
So we're back to the proverbial, we're still chasing our tail.
yeah, so yeah, we would just add it to that, we. To the
Now-
capital improvement, building and grounds capital improvement.
So my thought, Braden, was that we weren't gonna add it to anything. We were gonna take it from whatever we had budgeted in 2023. I'm not proposing we add another 11,000. Does that make sense?
Why not?
Because I thought we were there, had a budget figure.
We do, that all has to be changed. With these discussions anyway, so I mean,
With this discussion or
well,
earlier,
yeah, previous discussion.
but we already had that money in the budget, right? 800,000, yeah, 800,000. Which brings me back to another
Yeah.
question too.
Does it, we would. To be thorough, I guess. If $50,000 is going to be added. It can't go to airport and then to capital improvement, and I didn't want to muddy the water with that.
Right,
It will go from LATCF into capital improvement,
That's
that's airport's contribution,
that's right.
because otherwise we restrict it by putting it over there.
oh, I never thought about the restriction.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, so to make it clean, instead of the 475,000 in revenue, we have budgeted for grants for capital improvement, it would be 525. So for the airport,
That amount plus 50
right?
equals that
475
last number.
plus.
Okay,
Yeah.
Right.
got it.
Yeah, so that will be the only change because of that,
Okay.
because I have to
Okay,
change
I
that.
got
I
you.
have
So we
to
are
change
changing.
a lot of things. So yeah, it's not,
So it's easy to include it in either
if you
one.
were worried about my workload, it doesn't.
You take it
increase
out,
at all.
it's an expense, it's an additional expense.
But
Have you
truly,
noticed the word-
even without regard to your workload, I assumed this expense would come out of 2023's budget,
That's right.
not adding it to the budget.
No.
And let me look to see what that consists of at this point, because it wasn't in the conversation and I can't remember what.
You never put it in.
So none of this will.
I have
be
306,000 in
That's
building.
why
and
we're-
grounds.
No, but not, you never took this expense, you've never considered it be put anywhere yet.
What is in the budget for this
It's
year?
just a matter of where we decide to put it. You're gonna take it from either the capital outlay or buildings and ground.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. I thought if we'll just take it from there,
From where?
from building and grounds
No.
instead of adding it to it.
That was not my intent. My intent was we would expend it out of capital outlay.
That
In
was
build, in.
Oh, for
capital
buildings.
Improvement.
Right.
Building.
Okay, see, I look at those two things as separate accounts.
Yeah, yeah,
what
so
the
we,
subset of it, you can.
right, so general funds, capital improvement,
Okay,
two different things. Next layer down, building and grounds, building and grounds.
okay, I would say then, building your grounds out of capital outlay, that was what I was thinking, but gentlemen, we haven't had this conversation, so. We got more money in capital outlay than we will have in buildings and
That's my
maintenance in
point.
20. I wouldn't expect building and maintenance under general fund to take an $11,000 hit.
And you can't put carpet into maintenance anyway. Normally it's an outlay that gets prorated.
Well, like you said,
Depreciated.
it is coming out of capital outlay.
That's what I'm saying, it should. So I move that we allocate $11,205.81 to be spent on the courts carpeting wood project out of capital outlay.
I would second. Discussion, gentlemen.
Well, you know what might bite us in the behind is freaking inflation. If we're gonna wait and do this in 2023, these numbers could change.
Depends on when's the plan, what's the plan? Who's making this plan? Who came up with the
Well,
idea?
this is Carpet Direct.
This is.
I know who it is, I'm just saying, who asked for it and when did they want it done by?
Well, they've asked for it for 2 years.
Now,
I didn't realize whether we were gonna be this late in the calendar year or
so,
next. I'm saying.
so this is a
let's wait.
current quote that's good for tomorrow.
Can't answer that question. I'm just saying, it may not be good until January or February. I'm not proposing we spend it now. I just soon wait until after the first of the year.
I'm just saying we're gonna allocate it to be spent.
Right. But if it comes up,
If it comes up more than that,
if it comes up 11,900.
but we
I'll
don't
bring it
know, so
back.
I'd rather wait and approve an amendment.
Well, we got to
What's
order the
there?
material.
That's my
Well, that's
question.
why I asked,
Do
when
we
we
have
order the
If
material,
you want to wait and order it in January,
then,
I'm all over that.
yeah, there's no hurry. Just
But I'm
allocate the
not,
money
he
there.
didn't guarantee the length of this price quote. is what I'm
Right,
saying.
but the money, if we allocate this money, there's enough to go order the material,
Right.
regardless
Sure,
of
we
what
can deal with
happens,
it
and we
later.
can we can put it in later.
Gotcha.
And I do believe they require a payment up front.
On the material, we have to pay for.
Gotta buy the carpet.
And so that was why my question was, is it all out of 2023 or would? do we
I
have
prefer to
money?
be out of 2023.
Okay. Which is what your motion,
Yes.
or I guess.
Bill,
Bill's
that's
motion was intended to say.
Yeah, not the point doing that.
Okay. And that could be done in January and that would still be close. I suppose you could visit with Mr. Holmberg.
I will do that.
In order.
No, he won't order it.
Until January.
Till January.
Yeah. That's
I'll let
only a
him know.
couple, 3 weeks out.
Yeah, I will let him know when we expect him to order it.
And
How's
you,
that?
you might ask him if that quote would still be good.
Do you mind restating? that?
The motion on the floor is to. Let me find the right quote now, because I moved it.
Allocated. 11,205.81.
To spend out of building and grounds capital improvement, $11,205.81 in the calendar year of 2023.
Make a suggestion for an amendment, but that instead of allocate be increased. Because right now, all that is in there is the sidewalk project and Chet Hagel Land Trust. There's not a dollar
So
Oh, okay,
room.
however you want to book
we
it,
gotta
your
tag that.
yeah, just gotta do it. That's fine.
So a friendly amendment or whatever is fine.
Friendly amendment. To increase rather than allocate
Yeah,
those
so
funds.
fair way of stating
And it was what, $12,000?
11,2.
to approve.
12,000. Certainly get it, yes.
Sounds good.
11,2,
I
no,
thought I heard
12,000, yeah, I thought I said 12,000 then.
All right,
We're being manipulated, gentlemen.
So you're
So-
gonna increase capital improvement by that amount.
I believe.
for use for the,
I believe we are going to increase
Building.
Building.
building and funds
grounds,
capital
outlay.
improvement, capital outlay
they buy it.
by $12,000.
Good gravy.
nice round numbers.
Okay.
That is, I would make that friendly amendment to the motion.
But then if we don't spend it, how do you handle the difference?
Buildings and grounds would still have it.
Well, it would be there.
So
If
if
we
we don't
decided we
spend,
wanted
let's
to-
say he spends $10,000, so you got a break on the carpet.
Yeah.
So that $1,000.
There's 2,000 that goes back to capital improvement at the end of the year.
It'll stay there. But nobody else will be able to grab it.
So we're gonna-
Who else is gonna grab it?
Some other person wants bigger carpet somewhere else. I don't
in
The clerk's
can build him.
No, it's in capital improvement,
So
so you
somebody
guys
can
have
still
to make
get
a
it.
decision.
There's that motorized chair for the clerk.
You guys are the only ones that can touch capital improvement.
Right,
If
that's-
You didn't.
But we would have to
Well, you
go,
guys are the only
we'd have to
ones that
recognize that
actually-
that's still there as a balance, right? It shows as a balance, no matter what's taken out of it. Capital improvement fund is automatically balanced up and we know what the amount is that's left to spend. Right?
All right, does a friendly amendment require a second?
No.
That's what it's called friendly.
All righty,
I do have a question.
yes,
So. 2023 now I'm talking about. We have funded capital improvement to whatever number that is, 600, whatever. Correct? And a subcategory of that is buildings and maintenance. I just don't understand the financial part of increasing buildings and maintenance by 12,000. Why aren't we? Or are we decreasing capital outlay and increasing budget for buildings and
Yeah,
maintenance?
good question. It's, so you're looking at your funds, that's your big pots, general capital improvement. You go into the small pots within the big pot, building and grounds, building and grounds. In building and grounds, we're not taking, those two pots aren't over here somewhere. They're in their own.
They're
pot
there.
So
We're just
whatever money
allocating.
is getting added to there is coming out of capital improvement. So it's the capital improvement fund balance that gets taken away from to increase that.
Okay, so we're dropping the fund balance, we're increasing the revenue so that we can spend it.
Correct.
Now you know.
They're not
Yeah.
one and the same.
Right.
One motion to spend it doesn't mean we're necessarily decreasing.
We just allocated that money to be
that's why
used for
we
it.
made the
That's
motion to
Right,
increase.
a motion to spend it would be decreasing the fund balance of capital improvement. It doesn't increase any revenue because there is no revenue involved in this. This is just what we.
Just using what's already in the pot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we did.
We've already put it in the pot.
Yeah.
We're
Right.
drawing down
Now we're
on
gonna
that
use it.
pot.
Right,
but
that's
we
how
have
we're
to
gonna use it.
increase. We have to show a revenue increase in buildings and maintenance.
No,
I
it
thought we
just,
just voted to increase buildings and maintenance by 12,000.
their expenses, yeah.
The
So-
expense, we
By
authorizing
increasing the expense. We're. By increasing the expense, we're already, that means that we have to use the fund balance by default. That's
Fund balance of capital improvement, not buildings and maintenance.
right, yeah, because they don't have a fund balance. They are not a fund. They are a department. That's
In
the,
funds.
that's the difference there, yeah.
You don't know how bad.
It's a good thing you have all your digits.
I know.
Any other discussion on this motion?
No.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor, correct me if I'm wrong, to increase by $12,000 the expenditures in the buildings and maintenance capital outlay. Those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye.
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 So when we get invoiced, we're good. Or do we need to flag this out of our office coming to you?
It might be a good idea to flag. it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then as a tag on to that, the next area we need to look at for recarpeting is old Queenie's office.
Pretty sloppy over there.
I don't know if we can swing that
Not done
in
yet.
2023 or not.
I'm not going yet. But I will be.
I'll still be here in 2024.
You didn't. There's nothing in your budget, right, for 2023 for carpet. So we'll probably have to put that in 2024.
I do
Do
love
the
it.
same thing, or you could wait until like. We can make that same type of motion right now to add that to clerk's capital improvement. To the tune of $20,000 or whatever that was.
She in now?
Well-
What's the deal?
She doesn't need it tomorrow, but I
Well, we
believe she
can do
needs it
it.
in 2023.
So we can hit that on another meeting or add it now. I don't care. Let's keep going.
I'd rather come with an amount. Let me do some research. Is that all right? Okay. Yeah, hold me to that, would you?
Okay, they will.
Good.
Next item. Item R. Consideration of approval of the 2023 Custer County budget.
I move we approve the 2023 Custer County budget
As presented,
as presented as.
or I guess
As amended.
by motions today.
Yes.
May I run to the bathroom real quick?
Yes,
I don't anticipate this being.
there
a
will be no
2-minute deal.
discussion while you're gone because we
I already gave that
have
one.
not had a second.
So you-
Yeah, I've got a copy of it. He gave me.
These are new.
His color.
These are new. So this is updated numbers.
Okay,
Oh, since this one.
but not since this last discussion.
Not since this last discussion, correct. That will be.
Okay,
Give
yeah.
a second on that.
There has not been a second at this point.
Okay.
We are actually are you good to stick or you need to?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna wait.
Okay, as soon as
I just wanna-
Commissioner Clark
But when we go, this is allowing me to actually go.
My dog is gonna be crossing his lanes.
Get out of your seat.
Because you was gonna go home and
Been
lunch.
locked up since 7 o'clock.
You're kidding.
No.
Poor
Because of
guy.
you guys. Yes.
I don't believe I'm the one that added everything to this agenda, ma'am.
Hey,
So I can't blame you.
oh, it's my fault.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought we were just.
Could I ask you on your motion, Commissioner Kanda? Is your motion in to approve the 2023 annual budget inclusive of changes made earlier in this meeting?
To include all our changes that Braden produced and our discussion on how to allocate the remaining, the lactics.
And do we truly have to include that in this budget?
What's that?
The disbursement of the LATC?
Not the specific.
Only
Right,
that,
'cause
only
we
that
already
we,
had it in there, right?
but we had it sitting there. We just didn't tell them how to do
But
it.
the carpet.
The carpet's a different
Then
conversation.
Carpet
Yeah.
was carpet, the airport, and then I did have one
The airport.
one thing that was added. This
We have to
morning as
include
well, that I'll point out right now.
We didn't have to add
So
that
to
money.
get into discussion, then I will second the motion.
Okay,
What page you on, B?
So I apologize, this didn't print all the page numbers I wanted it to.
I see that.
So it's going to be the. it's going to
First
be-
16 pages or after?
It's gonna be the second. There's the revenues, which is the first 7 pages, and then there's the pages that are 16.
Mhm.
16.
Mhm.
It is going to be.
Page 12.
12 or 16.
16.
got it.
Okay. We're looking at public health.
Public health. So there was a couple things that came up here. In putting that out, I did receive a a response from Rhonda saying that there was some mistakes on my part. And those numbers are,
Was she right?
well, it had to do with grant funding and that I had a number where there shouldn't be,
Okay,
I believe. It was, yes,
first line on the second page.
yes, so page 13.
Over the EL thing.
Zeroed out.
Should be,
It should be zeroed out. It is in this new packet. It was not before.
okay.
This
So-
packet stands.
Why is that?
This packet stands. I'm not totally sure.
Okay.
I don't know if
Obviously,
I had
they didn't
missed it
get-
on my side
Either
or,
didn't get the grant or
right,
they're not applying for it.
it's one of the two, yeah. And so there was a corresponding revenue side that also went to zero for this.
So there's no ELC line. anymore.
What was it before? Do you remember the revenue time?
93,946. But both of those were equal, so we're net zero,
Right, net zero, but they had 93
right,
or something similar to that this year.
Yeah.
And they expected it next year, but now they're not.
right,
Okay.
yeah.
And
Something
that's the
along those
COVID
lines.
ELC.
COVID.
That is COVID, yes.
Item 53,606.
And it's all accounted for in the document we're looking at.
Yes, correct. And so then the other one was this OOPP, bottom of page 12. And that went from 7,000 to 15,430,
Mhm.
as well as its corresponding revenue side, which that's on page 5 and 6.
Okay.
And we don't have anything to compare the new one with, because we've never seen this before. So this is just information, guys.
So that's, yeah, just so based on the packet that I gave you, you're making a decision. A full decision.
I just threw out your other packet in my mind. This is the only packet that mine.
Yeah,
I
and
care
then
about.
the only other things that I've changed was the adding 50,000 to the airport, to the revenue and grants for capital improvement, which will come from the airport. We'll handle all the other LAPCF movements later.
You're handling the airport because it's one of the 10 funds.
Because it's going into.
Because, yes, yeah,
Okay.
because there.
It has to reflect it in here.
Capital improvement's gonna increase by $50,000. And we've already expensed it on the general fund side.
Okay.
50 of that will end up being the capital improvement. I guess the other side of that would be the one, what was the rest of the airport, 125? So then,
Their money goes to 125 instead of 75.
Why are you adding? 50 wouldn't, I mean, you'd add 50 from the. Whatever.
right,
Yeah, we
But
gave it
would you
back.
take 50 from what you originally put in there?
we,
Cause that 50 replaces that 50?
no, because the grant, only half is coming back. Now we're paying $50,000. That's revenue towards that. Before we were just taking that out of the fund.
Yeah,
Now we're giving money
Yeah.
over there to the.
was 25,000.
The other piece would be that $125,000
It's the same.
going to airport revenue. If that's,
That's right.
no, scratch that. We're not gonna do that because we'll handle it when LATCF, because they'll give me the certain numbers.
Right.
We'll handle that then. Okay, that's the only change, plus the $12,000 for carpet. That's all I have. There's two questions that came up during the meeting. One was from extension, what is contract labor? And the amount there, for her expenses, that is a quarterly amount that we pay CSU for her.
Okay.
So that's what contract labor is.
So it's really our contract labor being paid to them. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and I had to.
Yeah, I did.
Can we make a note for future contract labor? Our share of
Yeah.
CSU employee or
Yeah.
something?
I will update that, and so it'll say that in the
Okay,
budget contract.
because we asked her about that this morning.
So let's see.
Made a mistake.
And then, landfill, there's a question about as needed employees and just how we're handling that. what I had sent out to everyone with salaries was that halftime, was, we talked about it as 20 hours, but didn't necessarily mean that was 20 hours. So more or less on a case-to-case basis, I went through there and I did a look back period for the whole last year, all of this year, I guess, what they actually worked. That's what I determined their COLA raise to be, their COLA, their cost of living adjustment to be. Unless it was a case like, so we brought up Brian's part-time help out there. And he said that because it's such a as needed basis to just raise it the $1.04. And that was, let that go. On the other side of that, taking it away completely, I believe, from like the part-time nurses and in those positions.
The COLA,
Yes,
which he didn't have. Oh, yeah, he did have the COLA only.
right, yeah.
So they will or won't get
They will not,
any.
no. Because they are very part-time.
Oh, not the halftime.
Not the halftime.
Part-time.
There are
That
no,
1 day a week or,
right,
okay.
yeah, there are no halftime nurses, from my understanding, they are very part-time, like 1 day a week at most, or on an as needed basis, and so. Given that information, that was the movement I made there. The only other one that is of note would be UPS, which instead of half, I put at quarter, which comes out to comes out to $562. And if you recall last year, yes, for winter raise because they do it every other year. But I think to have done it a full whack full in, or even a half might have been a little more than what's needed for that position.
So COLA or no COLA? COLA there,
COLA there, but a quarter
based
of
on
the
a half,
COLA.
a quarter, not half. Okay, I got what you're saying. We did get a second to the motion, correct?
Yes,
Mhm.
you did. I seconded the motion. Bill made the motion. And we got discussion at the table here.
No, we have
You
not.
got a budget mistake?
So still at the table here, any more discussion here from the table?
Does he know about it?
So you're
Are
gonna
you
add, this will
getting
be,
ready to move to a vote? Because I
No,
got
because
discussion.
I have, well, I was going to finish discussion at the table before I went to budget.
Oh. With
Or-
respect, sir,
Is that vital information we need to have at this point?
it may be,
Sir,
yeah,
I
probably.
don't know, actually.
I, on flight home yesterday, had a thought that could, get the county a countywide CWPP in a couple of weeks. And it's a model that a couple other counties are doing. It's a model that Boulder County is doing. They're following the same process as we are. It will require a little bit of PLPT money.
Relevance to the budget,
Okay, because it's PLPT funds.
PILT.
PILT funds, and I don't know exactly what we have. But the proposal would be to write an addendum to the HMP. That will be a countywide CWPP for Custer County. It would require just a few meetings and the writing of the addendum document. And I would like to ask if we could move about $7,000 of the PLPT money into a fund called the Custer County CWPP. And then I would contract with our existing hazard mitigation plan contractor to write that addendum, which we could then submit to the Colorado State Forest Service as a Custer County CWPP
and tear the two documents together, because a lot of what's in the CWPP is also in our hazard mitigation plan. And then that would permit the town of Silver Cliff in particular to apply for the grants that they want to apply for. And we probably could do that in about a 4-week period.
And you can't write this.
I will assist in writing the document. I'll assist that, but I still need,
You're saying we need to
expertise.
pay an outside source.
yes, sir, I would like to supplement. You know, it has nothing to do with the FEMA contract, but I would like to have some funds. And if I don't use it all, it goes back into the pot. But I would like to have some money to have them help me do that.
Decision we need to make today, Braden. Budget approval, and we'll do a budget.
And move funds around.
So what was the amount?
About
$7 grand.
7,000.
Is there any reason why you said it has to be built money?
Because we could use that revenue to contract to have a CWPP written.
But why
But
not
it-
some
that's
other
not
source is
special.
all you asked.
Well, it's special money. It's special money.
Money, but this would be an allowable expense under PIL 3, Title 3 of PIL.
Be a good way to do it without,
We've got
Yeah.
70-some thousand in there.
But, so the Title III, which is the, like the forest.
Yes,
Service one, okay.
and that's the portion
That
that
makes
we do.
sense.
We deal with 2 pills, so that,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
why we have to separate
I-
that.
I'd have to give this some thought. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I don't think we have to massage the budget to deal with PIL money. I think we have
Take
to
it
go
out
through a
later.
process to spend that PIL money, but I don't think it has to affect the budget. That's my thought.
it does not affect the bottom line of the budget or the.
No, it doesn't affect the budget, but it,
Okay.
So I'm gathering from where I'm hearing, from what I'm hearing, is your ask is for us to make a decision on that so that that can move forward at this time, so that the different entities that are trying to apply for grants that are being turned down because of lack of that.
It's an additional item of
CWPP
business
get
right
moving
now.
forward.
yes.
Yeah, I don't think it's relevant to this.
Not relevant to this motion.
So that's,
No, it's not relevant to the motion, but it would be a fix for an issue that we have.
Okay,
okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
You bet. So the motion on the floor, any further discussion on that?
I do, sir.
Okay.
I got a problem with this budget. I got a problem philosophically. I got a problem with what's been happening over the last couple of years. And I got a problem with, I don't think so far that we have chosen to, in my opinion, stand up and do the right thing. Most of it has to do with this public health thing. In my opinion, it's out of control. I don't like the idea of $7,000 raises when some of our employees are getting 0 raises. I don't care if it's grant money or not. I'm more concerned about what's right for the county, what's fair to our county employees across the board. I don't believe we have any business paying an admin assistant $71,000 when that's more than elected officials are getting paid currently. I just struggle with that, you guys. I'm not anti-public health. I'm not anti-Cliff Brown. I'm anti what's been happening and what's going to be proposed to happen again next year. We didn't like it last year, but we let it go. I don't like it this year, and I don't think I'm willing to let it go.
What do you
I'm on the
propose?
verge of voting no on
What do
this
you
budget.
propose?
I propose that we allow
And why?
I propose we allow the requested raises for the director of finance and the assistant director of finance, because clearly both of them are underpaid for the work they're
Wait a minute,
doing.
you're starting, I want to know what you oppose in his request.
All those raises,
So I thought we went through that.
we did.
And the reason I supported it wasn't because it was grant money, it was because it was required for the professional certifications of the nurses. And then when we got to the admin, which I happen to agree would be issue if that's all she was doing as an admin, they pointed out that she does X, Y, and Z, she's not an admin. So there's nothing wrong with paying the right amount of money to keep people employed and keep them doing this job. And that's how I looked at it, because it's clear that the nurses that are doing it have already taken a cut in what they could get because they want to live here. And they're doing the voluntary thing, and that amount of money that he proposed was proper in my view. So that's how I came down on it. And I don't care what an admin gets, I do care what admins get across the board. You can't. And I would have the same argument if it was a sheriff's admin and then call it an admin, not a sheriff's deputy or the detention officer doing an admin's job or whatever it is. That has to be equitable. I agree. Because you can't do that. So that's how I came down, and have a health department that is on par, still below the average of all the health departments in the state. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It's a professional organization. And we want to make sure that it's staffed with people that aren't making mistakes.
Would you agree that
And
public health is writing some of these grants to increase their salaries?
I'm agreeing, yes, I'll agree they are, because it's necessary in order to keep the people employed there. Including Dr. Brown, he doesn't have to stay here if it's not worth his while. And he willingly decided not to take the increase this time. He already took it. Yeah, he did.
No, Bill, $7,000.
No, he took it 10%, whatever it was, but not what he was thinking he was worth. That's what he thought it was. And I agree with that.
If we ran the county based on what people thought they were.
Well, that's why we did, and that's why you should object, and that's the right thing to do. But it doesn't mean that you compare that director with the director of zoning or the director of OEM or not. There's a different qualification and a criteria and to keep those people here. I worry about it. If Dorothy had to leave for some reason, we got to make sure somebody wants to come in and be paid comparable salary. And we do that. And Dr. Brown agreed not to, he had his employees sign that he had recognized that those were grant funded. And if they didn't, they were gone. We don't have that luxury. If that wasn't funded, that person agreed that they would leave.
Leave or go back to their pre-grant.
If there was a pre-grant job, but in some cases, there's some grants, they have to leave because that position's gone. Couple of them. So I was comfortable with it. I thought we all were after the discussions we had.
And Braden asked, do you guys have any issues with this or can we move forward? And I sat right over there and said, let's move forward.
Yeah.
That was 4 days ago.
Right.
Friday.
Well,
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. On Tuesday, 4 days after, I'm in a different place.
Okay, that's fine.
I think we're getting tight. We can call an admin assistant whatever we want to try to justify paying her $70,000, $71,000. She is a grant administrator for them. And she does some of their finances. I understand that.
So let's have them come bring it in then and show us.
They did bring it in and I don't agree with it.
All right.
Um,
Either agree or not, you think they're making it up and lying?
no, I think they're making it up. They're not calling her an admin assistant. They're making the title.
No, I'm saying they're lying about what she actually does then, because you're not agreeing that she's doing
grant administration
and finance and admin, whatever it was.
I don't disagree with what she does.
Okay.
I disagree with putting a big old fancy title on it and trying to get a $6,500.
I don't care about titles. I care about whether the work is real. Is it real or not? And how you gonna know that? We can go get them over here and grill them.
Well,
Otherwise, you just tell them no and let them quit, if that's the case.
if that's the case, what's the other case?
That's why I said.
There is another case. Bill. You
either-
can't just leave it at that.
You either agree that they're worth it or not. And I think that and from what they've been doing to get the grants, it takes a lot of people to do that. Those nurses aren't writing those grants. Somebody is that understands what they're doing. You got to find somebody to be able to do that.
Agreed.
And she's been there long enough to understand it and develop into that's what happens on a lot of jobs. The job changes over time and your new job description is relevant. Especially if you had to go hire somebody to continue the operation. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth. What do you have some other?
Well, I just. I'm not gonna argue those raises on the deputies, the sheriff's department. Apparently, we can afford that, or they wouldn't be in the budget we're getting ready to vote on, right?
Mhm.
Um,
I mean, everybody left here with that understanding and defended themselves. And that was my understanding. You know. I'm
no
getting
argument.
hoarse. Let me get.
In the budget for public health,
Underneath.
page 12 of 16. Salaries of 136,000.
Correct.
Out of general fund.
Out of general funds.
If you look at the proposed salaries for public health for 2023. I'm guessing it's closer to 300,000. I didn't do the math.
I will. It is. The whole of public health for 2023 is 499,357.
Salaries, $500,000 to run public health.
How much is actually county funded?
136.
That's a carryover from last year.
What is it really?
I think, well, this year it's actually 83,693.
That's
right.
Per day, so that shakes out to be 91,000. If there's a 10% raise on top of that, that comes out to be just over 100,000. So
So that's what
I
our taxpayers
think-
are paying and leveraging that into a half of the 400,000 more dollars. Is what grants are buying the expertise for. Otherwise, you throw that expertise out and then we're left with whatever those, how many positions is that, 300,000?
it's not figured that way. There's.
I know,
some way
but
to
it's
figure it that
roughly,
way.
there's whatever the,
Well, it's roughly 2 people.
Two people, that's right.
Yeah, so.
right,
Yeah.
so we're paying 2 people to do the whole job.
So I don't mean this antagonistically. Us voting on a budget that gives one employee a $7,500 a year raise doesn't cause you any heartburn.
7,500, $7,000, heck no. Not if that job, not if that person is responsible to leverage $100,000, 2 people's worth of thing and get the other $400,000 paid for by somebody else with the expertise that's required in there. It's, you talk about, what do we call it with force multiplier that Brian was using for the good of this health department. Somebody's gonna have to do it. And it takes money to do it. The actual work.
And believe it or not, I wasn't talking about the director.
No, I know, I'd
I'm
rather,
talking about a nurse.
I know.
So then I'm gonna have a question here. And I think I asked it the other day, but I'm gonna ask it again today. 10% raises that are going to those 4 individuals are funded by grant dollars, correct? Or
portion,
is a portion of
60%,
that the
70%.
normal COLA increase?
Right. No, so right now that doesn't handle that separately. COLA, they're not receiving any sort of cost of living adjustment. It's just the raise. So it's not that on top of that. If you wanted to look at it that way, as far as 2,250 of that being the COLA, and then the difference is the raise.
Be like
Could think
7%
of it
raise.
that way, but
Good.
that's not how I
That's not
calculate
how
it.
it was.
That's not how it was
My-
presented to us. by
My
you.
question being, because when these grant dollars go away, I don't want to have a 10% county funded raise in place. And I think
That'd be
that's
like
why I
7.
am verifying that information, because nothing is forever.
Right.
And
Right.
I think everyone in this room knows my angst that I've voiced for the last 2 years, albeit the other day. When they're dealing with the grant dollars, explained to me, and we don't have a lot of control over the grant dollars.
We have the major control over whether we allow it to happen or not.
And you don't, you do away with the grant,
Right.
you cancel the grant, tell the health department their job not to do all the things they're doing.
Exactly.
That's what you want to do.
That's what I'd like to do, but I
But
know
we
I
can-
won't get the votes, so moot point.
So, matter
Do
what
you
you.
have the ability to look up the public health director's salary in 2018? Or 2019? I'm trying to hit pre-COVID.
He
If you
came
don't,
on
it's
at,
okay.
he came on at
I don't
55.
I was gonna say 55.
It was
58,
55.
was it?
When, yeah, he came on at 55, I believe, but that was not pre-COVID, that was
Okay,
in the middle of
He's right in the middle of COVID.
September.
so in 3 years, he, not us, he has elevated his salary $30,000.
That's
We
right.
just sat back and said, okay. Travis.
And if
It's a
the
mistake.
grant goes away, his raise goes away, and if he wants to quit, he can. But you want a health department professional to be doing what he's doing, that's what it costs.
I don't believe that, Bill.
Go look
absolutely
around.
do not
I
believe that.
called all the health departments up in the areas and found out. I mean, that's what you gotta pay somebody to do it, especially up here. Otherwise, you know, by law, there is a mission that we have to fund the health department to do.
And we've been doing that.
That's right.
And we
And,
brought
and
on a
most of
director.
that comes, yes, and we did. But most of that comes with grants, and all these other counties, I checked it out too. They're grant funded also. They brought on an administrative assistant to be the health department director in Chaffee County. That's what she did. She was a business major. And they brought her in, and then she grew with the position. And they're paying her 100 and some odd $1,000 as the director of public health, Chaffee County. Surprised me.
And it's irrelevant to me. That's
Well,
all I'm saying.
Okay,
And here's why, Bill, here's why I think it's irrelevant. I'm not trying to be smart ass. It's irrelevant to me because we brought on a county public health director at $55,000. His choice, not ours, right?
but
He
that was,
signed on for 55,000.
and now the only reason we did that way is because unbeknownst to us, the public health director's job at the time was a nurse that didn't have a business or an admin degree at whatever the requirements were. Previously to Alyssa, prior to her time. And that was before the public health agencies, they had to go revamp it. Remember, they had in 2006, they established the public health agencies criteria because every county had something different, and they were paying them nothing to a lot. They had no job, they had some job. And so they outlined it and made us redo it. And then we had to we had to pass a resolution to make it conform with the 2009 change after they had instituted in 2006. And that's what caused the mission criteria to be more than it was when we were bringing people on at $50,000. I was surprised it was even that high. initially.
Well, my point is, he hired on at 55,000.
Right,
There wasn't any, you guys, I'm gonna hire on at
But-
55,000 and in 3 years I need to be here or there.
No.
right?
and
What entitles anybody
it
to
was,
go beyond
it,
what we decide as a county raise policy?
it happened in all the counties, Tom, because COVID caused a lot of things to happen in the public health agency. The director CDPHE put new criteria down that public health agencies had to meet and what kinds of jobs they should be doing and the reason we have the grants is because they know the public, we couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford to hire a director or a nurse at the current rates, but that's why they have the grants to go and do that for these rural counties. Now, Denver doesn't do that. They pay them straight up out of the tax base. So does El Paso County. So does Jefferson County. So do the tri-counties, the Douglas County, which I can't remember the 3 counties now. but they pool their funds together to pay a health director about $200,000. Anyway, I think we're in pretty good shape for a little county. It's a single agency. And if they can bring in the grants to pay for it, like we said with the other departments here that are wanting to do things with grants to leverage that to leverage $100,000 worth of wages into $500,000 worth of expertise is a pretty big deal.
And let me ask another question of you gentlemen. I'm looking at this document. If I quote any figures, that's where it's coming from. Generally speaking, there's the elected officials highlighted in green. We have nothing to say about that.
Right.
So the county assessor's office, public health office. I'm going to exclude the sheriff's office. But I can include it, and the sheriff's office are the only departments that are asking for raises. And finance. I could live with a 5%, what would equate to be a 5% salary raise for the department.
How'd you pick 5?
It's more than what it's 2% more than what the 2250 COLA number represents on a percentage basis, roughly, right? We figured that COLA was about 3%.
That's actually
Countywide. 3.1.
about 6.1% for somebody making 36,000.
Okay,
And it's
but
selected.
countywide, I thought it averaged out to 3.1.
Take the one in the assessor's office, the flat COLA would have been a 5.6.
And I don't know, you guys, truly, I don't know if I asked Brandon this question this morning, is this conversation, is it too late?
Not too late until the 19th of December.
15.
15, yeah.
It's too late on the 19th.
Man, and here's another question, Bill, this was a question posed to me, I didn't even try to answer it. Are the people at public health going to do more work in 2023 than they did in 2022 to
They might do.
justify on the average $6,500 raise?
They may do less.
And that-
I don't know. And when that's what happens, that's the problem with the health business. You know, when you need them, you need them. And when you don't, people die, you know, so who knows? So right now, based on the workload, and it's not COVID based any longer, what he's got going right now is things that have never happened in this county before, where they're worrying about suicides on people, you know, other sicknesses.
Well, they had a suicide prevention grant long before Brown.
I'm not saying they didn't,
He
I'm
didn't
just saying
admit
there,
that.
but there's more of it happening. I've gotten, anyway, more veterans up here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's his, eventually, I'm not the expert, you're not, neither is Kevin, but what we have to do is rely on the professionals we have given us advice and being able to rationalize and deal with what our experiences bring to the table. And so from what I've seen so far, I think it does. I think, and we can sure tell if the workload goes down over there, that's easy to find out. I mean, by watching and seeing and having these reports come in and seeing what they're actually doing. Right now, I think we're getting a pretty good bargain for the activity that they've got. And they've just increased their ability to get around in the county with the mobile process that they wanted. Or that was given to them initially and fixed. Anyway, my thoughts.
Kev? Any thoughts, share with us?
Well, I've always had angst about this for the last couple of years. Um, That being said, for our workshop the other day, being good with it isn't necessarily the proper phrase, but being accepted, I think is where I thought we played out.
I didn't.
But I definitely share the angst, and I think everybody knows that. I voiced that from day one. How do you play that out? How do you tell them which grants they're allowed to go after, which ones they are not allowed to go after? How much of that are they allowed to use towards salaries? That's a very deep dive. And I think you explained it some to us the other day, because I've been going at it from a little different angle all this time, because I always wanted to make sure we separated out in our budget exactly what was county funded and what was grant dollars, because of the fact that we can't afford this. And there's a lot of days that I would like to say, do away with every single stinking grant and go with what the county can afford.
To do that and we'd be left
Knowing,
with a lot less, that's for sure.
knowing full well that we can't do that because so many things are funded by grants. Do I think this is proper and ethical? I do not.
Well, then vote
Do
against
we-
it. You guys think that I don't have
Well-
an angst, you're wrong. And,
Well,
and I
I
really.
was asked for my opinion. I am giving
Okay.
my opinion.
It's-
So. That being said. Per our conversation the other day, though, in the way that it was presented by. Our finance director. I was good with going with what we had. Even with those concerns. And I believe. At this stage of the game. I would probably. Still be of that mindset. Albeit said, I do not. Like it.
You know, Bill, the one thing I can't deny, and you brought it up, and it's a great point. How can you turn down using $136,000 to leverage $500,000? I'd be stupid if I'd sit here and say, I don't care about that. That's ignorant. I understand that. I don't like it. I think we're being manipulated. I think the system's being manipulated. I think the optics are horrible, absolutely horrible. Thank God I am not another admin assistant that's been tasked to do other things. Those are the ones we ought to probably worry about walking out. Say you're paying me, let's say on the average, $45,000. And somebody else is getting paid 70 or 71,000. Do you realize our current county clerk is getting paid 68,000?
I realize I'm getting paid less.
And I don't care how much work anybody does as a non-elected official, those should be the highest paid people in the county. in my opinion.
That's just not the case statewide. So
Well,
you're right. Maybe that's true if you,
I just live here.
anyway, go ahead.
So I hope you guys don't walk away thinking he didn't even consider the fact that they're leveraging $350,000 worth of money. I did. I thought about that. I recognize it. But it doesn't change the angst I have about the road we're going down. Look down through that sheet, you guys. 3 to 5 to 6%. Most of that second page is 4 and 5% until you get to public health and the sheriff's department. And we've already had the sheriff's department discussion, right? I'm not thrilled with 20. I always call a spade, just because not the public can't look at it. I'm not thrilled with a 30% increase for anybody in this county in 1 year. When there's people getting by on $1 an hour raise on a 20,000 or 2,080 hour a year, that's $2,000 a year. So there's a lot of issues. I keep coming back to the public health department, but the only way I can choke down those raises on page 2 is because I'm assuming we're going to cut the throat of the jail's office to make this happen. If we kept the jail, I don't believe the county could swallow these hooks. Do you guys?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you? If we kept the jail, could we handle that percentage of increases?
I think a huge part of this comes down to management and the conversations need to happen. They can't wait until budget time to happen on whether or not a particular department is being effective. And I think that's really what this conversation comes down to. If you read between the lines is, if we had a health department that was producing $500,000 worth of services and we all saw the benefit of that, this wouldn't be an issue. I don't think any of us would have an issue with that. But either that information isn't brought up here the correct way, or it's not happening. And that's going to be the same case with the sheriff's office. I was reminded that 2 or 3 years ago, the sheriff's office got a huge bump in pay.
2 years ago.
And that still didn't do anything. At some point, if this is the promise that this is going to fix things, it's got to, or there's another issue. And so I don't know who, I don't know how, I don't know what the answers there are, but no, we can't keep saying that money is an issue. I think that there's a lot of these positions. I think the jail is the sheriff's office in particular. We can't get people in there. We have a lot of turnover. It makes sense to me that that's bigger than just culture. If we were getting a lot of applicants and then people were leaving, that tells me it's a culture thing. But if we're not getting any applicants at all, that's probably because there's benefits and wage thing.
External forces.
Right. For these other conversations, people are staying in those positions. And I know we'd like to, give everybody as much as they're worth, but if somebody is staying in that position, by the very fact that that's the case, that could be the word of that position. So I don't know. I think there's hard questions that are coming up.
And that's exactly where I've been. And I will not call anybody a liar or unethical that says, I think that from my view, I'm talking about Dr. Brown or the sheriff or whoever, that they raise was warranted and needed because they needed it to make their mission requirements. And so until we can take a look and what happened over this last year, that happened because the grants were there and the people came and the nurses, look at the labor force that he put together. I'm talking public health and the sheriff for that matter, needing more money, was warranted ethically by not making things up and padding the budgets. Now the rubber has to meet the road. is the mission going to stay that way? All these missions change over time. Everybody evolves, ebbs and tides over budgets and requirements. It happens in the Defense Department, happens in Lockheed Martin, happens in the state level. So what we have to do as leaders here is hold their feet to the fire. Just what you were saying, is there a mission there that's going to warrant 2 nurses and a suicide prevention guy? I don't know. Because it has, that's how they got them there, and they've been doing the job. They're not sitting there not doing anything. Now, let's watch it. And like you said, we'd be a fool not to take the money now. That doesn't mean it's going to stay up. And if there is no requirement there, we'd be silly to endorse a fabrication. So from what I've seen now, I don't see, I would never accuse anybody of lying or making things up.
Well,
And I would like to.
saying they're lying, Bill. I'm saying I don't agree with their process.
But I heard unethical, I heard other things you guys were
Said I
saying.
think we're being led down the road. Well.
I don't know,
he
being led
believes
down the
it's
road
unethical.
means
He's
I'm
not
getting
calling
duped.
anybody a liar.
No, I didn't say he was, but my point is, it's not because the way the public health agencies across the state, in the state office itself has evolved over the last 2 years. I didn't cause that, neither did you. And it's real. They are, and whether those missions are real now, like for now, right? You see it in the news all the time. Now we got to worry about COVID, X, Y, and Z. Baloney. It's evolving. And now it's other diseases, it's other things that they wanted to start to chase. That impacts every agency in the state and every county. So if the money's there right now, that's their risk. It's our risk. If the missions are real and we unload it, same thing. We need to take a hard look and keep an eye on it. He falls under your watch. Or on my watch, and I'm watching him, I should say. And then the same with the director of the septic systems and all that. Dorothy's job. We got to keep them tight and see how they play together. They keep them on it, and if we see they're not needing those positions, let them go. Anyway, I'm with you. So we're gonna vote or not? We want to delay this with more research?
Well, I don't need any more research. I'm looking at what concerns me right here. Anybody can come in here and song and dance and tell us whatever they want. It doesn't change these numbers.
You believe they sung and danced?
Yeah.
Why didn't we?
In the big scheme of things, here's what I really think, Bill. I think that it would be very easy to write a grant to create a job. Not to write a grant to fulfill a need for a job. Create a job.
But they have to
To
prove to
increase
the
the
people
salary.
giving them the money, they gotta prove it's there, Tom. It's not all smoke and mirrors. Those people, then who you ought to be after then is the state agencies who are throwing money at the counties needlessly because they're not doing their work. I believe you gotta start with something. You either put trust in them until you prove you're wrong. And right now, the money is being, the criteria that they work those grants against are real. I deal with it all the time with the airport. I deal with it with Cliff. I'm the guy that talks to him every day. And that, and I grill him over the things. I'm not, I would be the last guy that would let him decide to create something out of nothing. To pay what, somebody else to be in there so he can claim he's the boss. Just, I don't believe that. He has nothing to gain by doing that.
Oh, you got $30,000 to
No,
gain by doing it, Bill. You have
Well,
to recognize that, right?
I do, because the
Okay.
job is real. If I don't, you gotta convince me that they're not doing the job that is real. I haven't seen that yet. He's done a lot of things out there where he's driving around, and personally, he's in here all the time on his own time, doing a lot of things that nobody sees. And part of it's is the way he does business. He can't communicate well enough to make people understand. And I know that Jennifer's working with him to help that.
Well, let's say that these grants ended. The majority of them.
Okay, let's say they all did.
Well, the ones that have come on in the last 2 or 3 years. COVID, whatever. They're gonna cut back those services, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we can't afford.
that's
this kind
right.
of Money.
That's right. If it's not there, it would, that's the understanding. That's why the rural grant system was set up. They know the counties can't afford it. And the minute they think they can, or that the need goes away, they're not gonna fund a grant to continue a position that's not needed, at the state level. And,
Yeah,
anyway,
I just don't look at this as the golden entity that,
okay, so how are we gonna end this discussion? I'm gonna keep.
I don't know. I tell you this, gentlemen, honestly, I won't feel comfortable voting against this budget over these raises. I feel like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I've expressed my opinion. I've gone out on the political limb and say I don't support these 10% raises.
All right, the 10% I thought we looked at was, did that include the COLA or not? What's the real raise?
That does not include coal.
Okay,
If
No
I
coal
thought,
included.
so that's grant funded then.
if I thought of an amendment to cut these raises back to no more than 5%, I'd make that motion and I'd live with that. I don't think I can get that through this office or through this board, so I'm not gonna waste our time doing that. I feel like, to be honest with you, I feel like I'm screaming in the dark, man. Nobody. And I could be wrong on all of it. I will admit that straight up front. I could be so misguided. But all I can tell you is what I feel.
Okay,
what I
that's
think.
okay.
And so I'm pissing in the wind here. I get that. I don't want to vote down the budget. This document, whatever the hell I did with it.
It's a good document.
Yeah, I don't want to vote down the whole thing because I'm hung up on this. I'd love to find some common ground where we can all agree on, but we don't all have to agree. I realize that. So
That's why there's three of us. So where are we?
We're still in discussion. Do we have? Your biggest angst is at the health department.
no. We're still live streaming, right?
Correct.
Okay. So for the record, I think for transparency, we need to make the public aware and understand that this budget is predicated on us closing down the jail. I'm gonna look to Braden and ask him if that's a true statement or not.
Yeah, it is.
So,
And we need a transition plan to make that happen, and we
True.
haven't got that.
and I would say too, I'm not trying to be over dramatic. The reason we're considering closing down the jail is not so we can balance this budget entirely.
Right.
It's part of it. Would you agree with that? Part of the reason we're closing down the budget is for the financial side.
Partly, but I think it's more than that.
I agree with you. There's more than that. And that is meeting these jail standards.
Standards and
facing
hiring
the
enough people
liability.
to do it, and the liability. is
Well, the
big.
hiring comes back to the finances.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, more people that are needed, that's correct.
I think generally we can find people to work in that jail. It's the patrol thing that's been the issue, as I understand it, but nonetheless. I have. Not public health,
And that, I just wanted to clarify that.
the non-elected official raises in this budget or the lack thereof causes me angst. Any raise in there that gets close to 10%, I have a problem with. And I said at the beginning of this conversation that I would support those raises in the finance department because they were hired under. I think they're underpaid for the work that they have been doing. I don't believe that with everything else.
So make a proposal.
I would move to amend the salary portion. I want to get the wording right. We can pull it down. take the hard line. I'm gonna move that we limit the raises in salary to 6%
Where,
across the board. Every line item.
instead of letting it, where is it?
Now COLA, I'm not talking about COLA. Most of that COLA is under 6, really, isn't it? If it's COLA only, we said that, right? It was 5 something.
Right, and that was.
Some of those items are, some of the COLA comes out to, looking specifically now in the assessor's department. There's a 6-1, a 6-4, a 6-1.
Right. And those are raises, those.
So we called it.
6-4, okay.
So actually, in those cases, for those two individuals in the assessor's office, that raise wasn't actually, I didn't count the raise because the COLA ended up being more than the raise, so I just did the COLA.
See, I thought you did a pretty good job about
Ended
it.
up being more than raise.
Right.
Okay.
So where is
You
it?
know what, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my motion.
You did a pretty good job of spreading it.
Because it was just gonna be a mess.
That's the trouble.
I don't have the political. You know what to do that motion, so.
We have further discussion there.
If I can.
Yes, sir.
This is the part that concerns me, and I don't think. The reason we have all these conversations is because we don't have a good. Anything to go off of, you know, we're shooting in the dark and we can make an argument any which way at any one point in time for any of these things, because there is no baseline, anything like that. I had hoped to have that this year. I will promise that this next year, that'll happen. And we will have a salary schedule, and I think that's where the hard conversations are gonna need to happen.
Sure.
This is what the base salary is for all these positions. This is what how this stacks up against other counties, or however that needs to look. And it doesn't mean we need to match other counties, but it probably means that if an admin position in one department and another should not be making two different things depending.
Similar
That's
level.
considered similar. And if it's 75% of Colorado average or whatever we decide, then it's 75% across the board. And then we determine what the steps are, because the raises themselves, when they're presented, don't usually have much merit to them. They're usually a number that's picked. We need to have, what's a base salary, what's step 1, what's step 2, and how do you get from one of those to the other? That's the only way this system is ever going to work, and we're ever going to be able to muddle through it, is if we can have clear job titles, clear job descriptions, and a clear process of how you get from one to the other. Because you know, the other conversation is it's not fair that people only get a cost of living increase. By and large, there's a lot of positions that meritorially deserve a raise, and that just hasn't been the process around here.
Or the position evolves.
Yeah.
And why that hasn't absolutely killed the morale in this county, I have no clue about
Yeah.
that.
Because they like.
It just doesn't make sense. And Kelly and I have had this conversation 15 times, huh?
But look at the turnover, good grief, there's hardly anybody around of the original people that, when I came on this job,
Right.
that are left.
Can I say something?
Elected official.
So. When this gets out. There will be mad people. Even if those raises are funded by grants. And I don't want to use the word fair, but I don't know that there's a grant out there that my office or treasurer's office or road and bridge, or I don't know that there's a grant out there that they could go and get money to get those people up to where they need to be? Do those people keep taking that money because this is where they choose to live and they probably are getting paid for West Cliff standards fairly good? That's right, but there's a lot of people here who work really, really hard. Maybe not, they don't have grant writing experience or whatever, but they work hard in their job, in their specific job. You know, we don't ever get any direction on raises. So this year in my budget, I budgeted 3%, just like I've done the last
10 years.
however many years. And, you know, my staff, Peggy works her butt off, works her butt off and spends a lot of extra hours that she does not get paid overtime. And then you have somebody making $71,000 a year. And Peggy's at 30.
So you bring up a really good point. That
It's not fair.
Here's where you know why.
Finish first, Bill,
Well,
please.
I thought you did.
I'm done.
So the point is, that's very valid. And you know who has to pay for that? The county citizens, and because times have changed over the last 10 years. And they have to be able to, inflation's hit us too, and it hit everybody else. So that's the unfair part, because you're right, there are no grants for every job in the county. Every county job was based on a mission to do X, Y, and Z, and the mill levies were set to meet those at the time. So maybe it's the time to start making those cases, because that's who has to pay it. It's not a grant. Grants are, and by the way, grants aren't free either. They come from people too, of the state. They're being taxed to help these little counties survive. So that's a good point. The citizens and our citizens, we've gotten more people in the county, and they're building a lot more expensive houses. They need to pay for the services to provide to keep them in those houses. So that's something to bring up at some point. And that's something that when you start looking at what it's to take to have these step increases and promote people, they gotta be able to be promoted into something we can afford and pay.
Well, we have to start looking at that, because
Yeah.
when I hired my last person, I interviewed 2 people that pulled their applications when they found out what the starting wage was.
Wage is.
They said, we've looked into renting and we cannot afford to live up there on that.
Not only that, they
salary."
can't find a place to rent.
So
Yeah, I've got a question.
You may.
Thank you. So your election clerk. How long has she been employed at the county?
probably since 2015.
Making $38,700 a year.
And she probably puts in 12 to 15 hours a day,
So
5 or 6 days a
So
week.
Kelly, that's a good point, though. You could at any point say that position was worth more money now.
I could,
You could,
but I always
I know.
think about the county money
What?
and that we don't have the money
I know, but
to
it,
give those
but
raises.
see, if you
So,
keep thinking like that, everybody just
I know,
marks time.
I'm not gonna think
And-
like that next.
No,
year.
you shouldn't,
No,
and
I'm
no,
not
you really
going to.
shouldn't. Because it was brought up by Reggie. She didn't know what was going on because she's brand new. But she said, I think I need a part-time person. I said, well, if you got a researcher to let us know, because otherwise you're gonna not get a part-time person. Because we don't know. And there's ways that we can make hard decisions on what, not fund a outreach thing or whatever that makes more sense to fund a full-time person for you. Or more money or whatever. Case with anybody in any department.
Here's how disqualified.
You guys keep talking like that.
Here's an example, and I'm not picking on these people. I'm comparing them. I don't think there's anything wrong with comparing. It's not being critical. These are the facts. I didn't make this stuff up. So our extension assistant whatever that title is, makes $2,000 a year less than pay. And we kicked this can down the road all 5 years I've been a commissioner. And that is, oh, we gotta do something about job descriptions. We gotta do something about entry level and top, beginning and top level salaries for each of those positions. So all it's been is talk. I believe the only way for that to change is for this Board of County Commissioners is to adopt a resolution demanding that those two things will be put in place by a certain date. And until that happens, who else has the authority to do that? Nobody. And if those department heads can't make that happen, we'll find some new department heads. Huh? I mean, it's not rocket science. List every position in your department, write out the job descriptions for them, put a beginning and an ending salary, right? A cap. This is the most you'll ever make as an admin assistant in my department. Now, question is, should all those department numbers be the same? I don't know the answer to that. I would guess there'd be some flexibility there, huh? Or you take the hard line and say, if you're an admin assistant, this is how much, this is the most you're ever gonna make working in our county, with the exception of raise of the cost of living.
That's what you do, is you pick a discipline, an admin assistant, step 1, 2, and 3. 3's the limit. That's what it always is, never going to change, except for cost of living.
And if you hire on as an admin assistant under that job description, it don't matter how much work's piled on you, you're not going beyond step
Eventually,
3.
it does matter because you can't do it. And they won't do it.
Well, then
And
they either
shouldn't be,
leave,
and that
right?
boss shouldn't be asking them to do it because that's not the
Right.
job description. Either
Exactly.
you change that job description and pay for it, or you don't. And so those admin assistants are admin assistants. They're happy doing it, they can stay.
And I
Don't
think
be
that's
getting
why you would see in the corporate world, which obviously not even close to being an admin 1, 2, 3, 4,
There's
5.
steps in the government too.
But you could be in an admin 1 for 5 years.
You could be.
Your job description
you-
changes,
if-
now you're an admin 2.
No, if you're promoted in that job description because of merit and other things that warrant you to be doing that. So, you know, you don't just stay down at 1. If you're staying at 1, you're not doing much.
True, but that's
Maybe
your
that's what they want to do,
expectation.
if that's what they want to do, and not go the extra mile on that job description to a level 3, which would be an executive secretary, whatever you want to call an admin 3. So it's something we have to decide what those steps mean in admin or what other job descriptions do we have in your offices? Clerk,
I have
deputy,
3 different job descriptions, 3 different.
position that ought to have steps to get promoted in. If there's some level of expertise expected in those. Otherwise, if there's not, it's like a pilot in the Air Force. All I want to do is fly airplanes. They're never going to get promoted beyond whatever it requires to fly an airplane forever. Or you step out of flying airplanes and now you're commanding airplanes and you're commanding the jobs in your office.
You
Anyway,
know, by agreement, and I get that. There's not one road and bridge employee has asked for or is getting a raise this year. And I would venture to say, if you want to talk about saving lives,
sure.
preventing deaths.
Didn't Vince bring that up as
There
an
you go.
issue? He decided they were
Ain't one
going to
person
do
getting
it, colon.
Getting a raise. They're
Forget
getting
what
their
he said.
COLA. Which we hide behind that, I think philosophically hide behind a COLA because we don't have, we're so
Yeah,
dysfunctional that we don't have a program that you can earn a raise in this county. You either have to go by the God-given grace that your supervisor is going to give you, whether you get along with it or don't, it's going to dictate whether you get a raise. That is criminal. And we go to sleep at night and, well, they got a raise. No, they didn't. We don't have a system in place, to your point, to give people a raise.
that's right. Even in road and bridge, you could. I mean, you got motor grader operators and you got expertise levels, et cetera. You could probably come up with something that would allow a guy to get a merit increase. as well as the cost of living over to a certain level. Maybe it's a motor grader operator that doubles as an assistant road boss doing X, Y, and Z. There's things that we could work if we put our mind to it.
And I think that groundwork has to come from those departments.
Yeah, the department head has to grab it, the HR or the human resources needs to be the leader and come up and put programs together that say, here's state level guidance, here's what steps mean, here's how you gotta come up with a job description. That's possible, and there's no reason why we can't. Matter of fact, I'll bet you $1.50, you can go to another county and find out what they're doing in Road and Bridge, for example, how they promote.
So right now, the way I have viewed this is, really, this is your guys' job. This is a management conversation, not an HR conversation.
No,
And-
you're right, but
Well,
your job is to implement the process that says we need to get the steps going.
Yeah.
And you get the details ready.
Sure, and that's fine. And if you guys want to delegate that responsibility to me, that's fine. At this point, it's the rest of us department heads that have been getting together to try to make these sort of things happen. So I guess that's my ask is there needs to be a lot more clarity and I need to see that side of management. That's my challenge to you all is that, you know, for the 5 years this has been discussed, I've been here for a year and a half, and that's mainly been a transition in the budget. And this is a thing that I think, and I truly believe needs to happen sooner rather than later, because like Kelly said, as soon as this happens, I'm not happy presenting it the way it is. This is just the information that's there.
It's the way it's evolved process wise.
And this is, people are gonna be angry. I would point to the fact that I think cost of living is way closer than we'd ever be able to do before. But again, that point's been made where that's just breaking even. According to, you know, economics, that's saying that our dollar is the same, can buy the same amount today or tomorrow as it is today.
Right.
And so, you know, if that's gonna be the directive and priorities, and if you guys want me to spearhead that, that's fine, but I need to know that and understand that there's certain other things that have to fall off of my plate in order for that to happen.
Or other people's plates.
Or other
We gotta
I just say
get the
because it's
process.
often
Somebody
pointed towards me, so, you know, I'm just calling.
finance.
Yeah. Finance, HR, yeah, so I just want to make sure, instead of talking these big thoughts and these big pictures, and we just need to do this and we need to do this, let's put some names to it. I'd be happy to be that name, but I need to know what things are less prioritized in my life.
We need to know your priorities.
Well, I think as managers, I think you guys help me determine those,
So
so.
that's what you think you've got X priorities that have to fall off. You just said that. I don't know what they are.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Well, and I don't think he'd say that. I think he's looking for us to say that.
No, we need to know what he thinks he can't do. That's my point. That he's doing now, either wrongly or rightly.
Exactly.
To let us know. Okay,
I'm gonna throw this out there. And right now I'm throwing it out just for the sake of throwing it out there. If we were to limit raises to 5%, unless the COLA percentage would be higher.
what about the people that aren't asking for raises?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So
Yes.
I think I understand the spirit of what you're saying, but if you said raises, that doesn't include COLA, so COLA would be exempt of that, right? COLA is no part of a raise conversation.
I think this whole discussion has revolved around raises, not COLA.
Right, so you wouldn't have to, I'm assuming you're getting ready to make a motion, but you wouldn't have to include COLA because it's not a raise.
Right.
That is correct. If my comment was based upon people that have asked for raises,
Right,
And that those raises would be capped at 5% unless the COLA percentage would actually be greater. Correct. So then the COLA, the cost of living would be the determining factor. And even if it was a raise rather than COLA. So if you were asking for a raise without COLA, that would be capped at 5% unless your COLA increase would have taken it over that.
I got you.
So where are the raises at 10% of the sheriff's office got them?
Oh, no.
Where are they?
Second line down on the first page, 10.1.
I gotta get to the first page. Which
This one here,
office?
Bill,
So I'm
You're
on
asking
the thing.
about sheriff's office, I guess.
No, I'm not asking about sheriff. I was, what page? I got,
You got,
And are we including the
It's in
sheriff's
that
office in
document.
that?
yeah, I'm in the
all right,
document.
look at
Where,
the second line of that document.
I wanna make sure my second line, you're.
10.1.
I see 10-0
Okay,
on my second line.
they're not, the pages
Oh.
aren't numbered, but,
That's my
it
problem.
starts, the county managers at the top of the
Oh,
first.
there it is. I got it.
Okay, so the second line down, you're saying, which is where I was headed earlier and got frustrated. You would cap that at 5%.
Yes. Is that,
For an example,
Although that particular individual would actually, under the COLA, would receive a 5.6, so that would be the determining factor, not 5. Because then the COLA
Gotcha.
would cap that.
that was a 1.
so I'm looking for the percentage. Fringe percent, or is it?
You're looking at the column just before the one with the green highlights. 2023.
The other spreadsheet, Bill.
So you would be
You say
saying-
county manager. Okay, I'm down here, the first green sheet. Probably ought to number these 1, 2, and 3, so we're all on the same sheet.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then the first one would be the nurse at health on page 2, right? Page 2 is pretty obvious, because the second page is not even full.
So the first one is the green that I see is
County assessor,
assessor.
that's page 1. in
Yeah.
mine.
Okay, I'm gonna make it one of mine.
And for the sake of discussion, I think that would probably be. I guess my question would be, is the sheriff's office included in that conversation? Or is it exempt from that
That's
conversation?
where I was going with it.
I'm gonna say exempt because of what we're considering doing to the jail.
How about finances, Bivens? 11.6.
That would affect them as well.
Yeah.
Was that a COLA increase?
That was twofold. Because I did change her title to assistant director. And so with that, I was gonna give her 41,000. And then it was to have her COLA on top of that.
That would be. Those are all conversations that would need to happen before any kind of a motion would be made.
Yeah, you gotta do some figuring out on this.
I'm sorry, Director. We're going.
I honestly think that this is probably better handled line by line, and if it's 5% in the 10 cases that might affect,
So,
then we can do that.
so what do you wanna do then? You wanna go and do that and come back at another time, next meeting? What?
I think
Be
we're
too
here.
late next
I
meeting.
think we need to have it. Either address it. Or approve it.
Everybody put a lot of thought on where these raises were. Except some people didn't think of it at all.
Well, to your point about. Like, Road and Bridge was brought up. Road and Bridge was wanting to put on $1 an hour raise for their employees. That left during a conversation that Braden and I and Vince had because of the budget constraints.
So they didn't want to do that.
He
Well, what
wanted to, but there was
impact
no
on it?
money to do it. He did not have. the
Because
money
of
to
his
do it.
restricted fund problem.
because his fund balance was going backwards at an exponential rate.
But we can add money to it. We don't have to.
So with
Take-
the,
we
with
can't
the
take it
COLA,
out.
they're pretty much getting $1 an hour raise. And that's how that ended up playing out. If we just roughly, if we take everybody that you named here that aren't elected officials, so everybody except for sheriff and elected officials, we're roughly gonna be saving 23,500. If we go, that'll be the net
Let me ask it a different
What was
way.
that dollar amount?
23,500.
Let me ask it a different way, Ray. It's a fund that's strictly based on, it's a fenced fund. We can add a bonus in there of $1 an hour if we wanted to, outside that fund.
Sure.
Can we sustain it?
No, I've told you, road and bridge is not sustainable.
That's okay, that's on just that alone.
That is
Before
exactly
that,
what
So-
we figured out.
before any of this conversation.
Okay,
road and bridge
all
is
right,
not
that
sustainable.
makes sense. So that's another
So you were
taxpayer
getting
issue.
ready to make a proposal, I'm assuming, you were trying to flesh that out before you actually did, is that a fair statement? Because I'm not sure I understood everything that you said. You were considering what would happen if we did a 5% raise across the board unless the
Or
COLA,
not across the board,
well, okay,
to limit any raises that were asked for
right,
to 5%.
unless.
Unless the COLA increase would have been greater.
And exclude sheriff's department.
And exclude the sheriff's department.
Maybe I'm missing it. I hear what your intent is, Kevin, but he said that COLA was taken out of these. In theory, except some of them, you were given these increases were increases exclusive of COLA.
Correct. Yeah, and so what I hear is that it is 5, so instead of those increases separate from COLA. Then instead of whatever they are, they'd be 5%.
Yeah.
Or the COLA, whichever is
Right,
higher,
whichever is greater.
not combined in any way,
Right.
but 5%, whichever is greater.
Because there was only one number 2 on here, right?
Correct.
And that would be the combined thing. More palatable to me. And it hurts a couple people, no question, or it hurts a few people. But I think that's a better and more fair approach countywide. I'll tell you, the other thing that freaks me out is why some people ask for raises and some people don't.
Well, my point was they don't think they can, and they just,
Kelly's.
Yeah.
Kelly's point is a
Exactly.
good one because we got it.
Yeah.
We don't have
If we
a,
don't know, we can't act.
we don't have a process for department heads to do that.
And
Well-
when people have asked for raises, they've been shot down because we don't know,
We don't have that.
Case,
we're gonna give our 3%.
right?
And
Yeah, I mean, we're. I hate to say the word dysfunctional because the public is
Not
damn sure isn't
dysfunctional.
gonna like that, but we're in such disarray that it's boiled down to individual employees asking for raises,
See, that's even a wrong word.
and we
to
don't
use.
allow them.
Right, it's not disarray, it's the way things have evolved. From being a small county into what we are now, and we're growing into doing things, and we haven't kept up. And then we had a transition with our computer power, et cetera, that enables us easier with looks. It's evolution, it's stuff we gotta do, gotta consider.
We have an employee that wanted a raise. Was told you can't come to the commissioners and ask for a raise. So went to the department head and asked for a raise. The department said, I'm recommending a raise because my employee asked me to do that. It
Yeah.
has nothing to do with merit.
Yeah,
Has
that's
nothing to
wrong.
do with any
Flat
step
out wrong.
process. And we're getting ready to hand out a 10% raise.
But that department head said, I think it's warranted, because I didn't think of it. I mean, that was his logic. That's a department head. We need to fix that.
Which is an argument
Should have
that
thought of it on
any
his own.
department head
Should can
or
have,
any department
Yeah.
could make.
Yeah.
Or any employee here.
sure.
So
Well, just
with
to
that,
throw out the muddy of the waters is. It sounds like the issues with five people. And my department gets buried in because of that. If we need to call it a 5% across the board, that's fine. Happy to do that. But just so we're clear.
But it sounds like you had this rationale because of the job requirement was greater than what that person was hired in to be.
Right.
That's not the same. So
Well, I know, but we're
But,
discussing.
I mean, you
that
should-
the same.
that's my point. That you don't have to roll just because.
I see it affects on the surface, 10 people on the first page. Well, 9 on the first page, 1 on the second page.
So there's 5 in public health. And there's 1 in assessor.
So the 1836,
Those aren't counted. Those are not raises. Because for the same reason Kevin said. it's
total is
whatever
gonna
the
cover
total
that.
is.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm seeing 5 on the first page.
4 and 1 is 5. Yeah, 5 on the first page, right? 1 on the second page.
Yeah, I don't have it separated out.
Oh,
I can't
And
see.
there's 6 on the first page. isn't there?
4, 5. Well, I guess including, we have,
And finance would be 8.
yeah. That is,
oh, that was a number 2. That 2240 was a number
Okay.
2, so that would affect that.
Right.
Okay, I didn't have
it would
that.
affect
So 6.
both those on 4 or 5. So that's showing 7. First page, correct?
Yep.
And showing.
It's showing 6.
Second page. I'm showing another one.
That's all I see.
I only see
And
6
so we
on the
got the
first
sheriff's
page.
office.
It's first page starting with 10-1.
Yeah, and then 6-1,
Oh, wait a minute, I'm not counting those. I was
6-1,
counting.
there's
And,
2,
And then it goes into
6.1.
the sheriff's office.
So for example, those, no, we said those weren't counted, sorry. Let's pick one that would. So let's take your position. Instead of 8.7, it goes down to 5.0.
Correct.
End of discussion,
That's what I was hearing.
right, doesn't matter, was COLA or whatever, it's whichever is greater,
If that were a motion.
correct.
Hold on, yours would be less than 5.
Mhm.
COLA on his would be 5,
Cola's 3.
3.8. Is all.
So if we made changes based on our discussion, how much havoc does that wreak? I wouldn't, my vote's not gonna be dissuaded one way or the other. I'm just asking for knowledge.
I'll have to go. Those in particular, it's just the general fund, so I have to recalculate the general fund and then capital improvement from before. That's the head two.
I said wreck, I meant wreak. You don't wreak havoc, you wreak havoc.
That's what I
Kelly
said.
was getting ready to correct me.
I said,
You did, I didn't hear. Yeah. Wreak.
And we have one that's very unique here because the other employee in your department was the only number 2 in the budget.
Mhm.
And so does that speak to a different conversation, or is that all part of the same conversation, and that needs to just be across the board? On that, I'm asking, because I don't know the answer to that.
So all that meant was raise and COLA.
I just think it becomes a victim. The data point becomes a victim.
Unless the job description increased.
Which is the title would.
So, I mean, you can't just arbitrarily say, I don't care what your job's doing, I'm gonna pay you less.
Did she get an increase when you moved her up?
She still would, just not as much.
Right.
Well, it's no matter whether you thought that your description deserved more or not. You know,
Well, he did. That's why you
I
did
don't
what
know.
you did, right?
so you're willing to roll on that?
What's
No reason to roll on it. If you really believe it.
I'm in a unique position. I'm the only one here that can actually defend this, and then I'm also. the
Well,
one
that's
that
why
presented
you
it.
have to
So,
look at the others that are in the same boat.
Yeah,
Well,
That's why
I can
think
appreciate your position
It
there.
becomes a victim here. We talked about what's fair and what's not fair. No other,
And what's good for the news is get it right.
Well,
Is
here,
that,
here's
Sure.
my 2 cents worth. We poured over this already. We left, all these departments had their say and they thought they had finalized that. I don't think if you want to call fair, fair. The budget supports the numbers that are in here. Period. I don't think it's worth wreaking havoc on anybody. And then straighten it out during the year. I mean, if we're gonna have a track record, and Braden made a good point. Because things are changing now, and we got the system that's in. And now it's time to start making the system better. I mean, we screwed up initially by not getting started maybe sooner or whatever, but that was a lot of circumstances that drove that. You know, the audit was in the middle of that, but, you know, weddings, whatever, you can point fingers at. So it is what it is. So, and we had every department in here or had talked to you personally about it. So there's an expectation that was already given. Anyway.
unrelated, I was gonna mention earlier and I forgot. You weren't here during the staff report of landfill, correct? So. If and when Dennis retires. Landfill has no plan to fill that position.
and that position's already in recycling instead of when.
Correct.
In the
Yeah.
budget.
Right, so. Not in landfill.
In recycling.
Yeah. Yeah, you said recycling, but not recycling and landfill.
Right.
Correct, okay. And I wasn't sure where he was at, that's why I asked him today. He said no. I have nothing more to contribute, sir.
Neither.
Yeah.
vote on it.
Give me a second. Have a motion on the floor.
I would move to amend the motion. To limit requested raises to 5% or the COLA amount at $22.50, whichever is greater. With the exception of the sheriff's office.
Second to the motion.
Want to repeat that?
Move to amend the main motion by including adding the words limiting the rate requested raises at 5% or $2,250, whichever is greater.
With the exception of,
Sheriff's office.
Any discussion on the amendment?
I know we broke out, sir, admin assistant, oh, there's PIO, okay. PIO is not included in any particular department, is that correct?
There's a public information office.
It's its own,
Public information.
okay. I was wanting to see if somehow it got tied into sheriff's office, but I didn't think we did that, so. UPS is or no?
It's its own department as well.
Okay, so the sheriff department ends with deputy 5.
Yes.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say discussion wise, I'm sticking with what I said. Those raises in public health department were given for valid reasons, just like the sheriff was. I'm sticking with it. Period.
Understood. And I'm sorry to bring it up at this late date. I truly thought I was reasonably at peace with it on Friday. But we'd been at that for 8 hours, 8.5, well, 8, because we took an hour for lunch, so. All right.
Yeah, so we have a motion to amend the main motion by limiting asks for raises to 5% unless the 22.50 flat rate COLA would be greater. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Motion carried by 2-1. The amendment carried by 2-1 vote. I have a motion on the floor to approve the budget as amended. Is there any further discussion on that at this point?
So if this motion passes, we sign it and we're done, and the rest is Braden's. That's our understanding.
There's a couple resolutions that you'll have to do after this.
Do they have to be done before the 15th?
They have to be done on the 15th for sure.
I do consider them that day.
I'll have them before that.
Is one of those certifying the mills?
Hopefully, one of those will be certifying the mills. JD's gone right now, but I haven't asked him where that information's at. He said that they have until the 15th, which I think means we have until the 19th. To get that done for sure.
And does that need to be on the agenda, or is it
I don't believe it is.
Good, man.
certifying the mills? Well, that's state statute.
We can add that.
And you haven't gotten that yet from JD. How long has he been going, you know?
This week.
Probably a conference.
Is it certifying MILS?
My LLS.
That's
Yeah.
a great question.
I just want to make sure I certified mills for 2022 or
Next, I would put mill levies.
Yeah.
Just
certifying the
certify
mill
mill.
levy.
levy.
Are we gonna change any? Do you anticipate?
For
So, yes, we will. None of it's just whatever the remainder is, general fund takes the hit. So all the other mills will be the same as it's presented in the budget. The thing that I'm waiting on JD for is not for our mills, but for all the other mills that you guys have to sort of. So I have to put that big document together, the big sheets that has pool and fire.
Right.
That's the limit.
And internally, we changed a mill last year, right? Human Services. Did we add a half to that?
Rather than have to,
Are we gonna leave that?
yes.
That needs to be in there to make the budget work. Huh?
I have questions on that. But at this point, yeah.
It's in your proposed budget.
Safer than not.
Yeah, we don't need to start going backwards on that if we don't absolutely have to.
Anything else? Okay, I have a motion on the floor to approve the 2023 annual budget as amended. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
I would be note that the original budget as presented was, what I felt from a public health point of view warranted the raises, but that can be worked out.
Aye. Motion carries. Got to run it. Vote on.
So do I.
Budget.
Is there something else we want to talk about on ad nauseum?
Okay.
No, probably not tonight, but I am gonna request an agenda item at some point, probably after the first of the year, about addressing a policy for job description, positions, and beginning and ending salaries for the.
Actually, I was gonna put it on an agenda item to go start the process.
We've got,
immediately. There's no reason to not
we
do it.
talked about it while you were out of the room. I said, who else is gonna make that happen besides these three individuals? Nobody.
And that's our job. I pointed out the other day, and Braden works for Kevin, right? Is that what I understand still? And you can just get him started doing it, get the department heads to pony up people to help. And get it working out, get the data on the table.
But my point is, unless we pass a resolution demanding that happen.
Well, that's my point. I was gonna put it on it as a consideration, start the process.
Gotta do it.
Yeah, there's no reason why not. I should have done it sooner.
Any additional items of business?
I have one, so.
Previous to public comment?
No one's raising their hand.
Is there anybody out there to raise their hand?
Yep.
Yes, there is. Okay. Hearing none. I will adjourn this meeting at 5:30 PM.
Thank you, gentlemen. Pretty productive day.